Beware the moon.
Floating on the edge of storm, whisper linger low in the hollow night. Stars will softly guide us through the endless night. In dark, dead of night, beneath unseen silent streets, where blade will fall tonight. That goes veiled, the past fate twist fast, and doubt truth veil past. The shadows are falling, no return, no grace. Life fades, hush drift away, no escape to fate. One breath lost, shadows fall, the blaze is drawn, fate twists back.
My friend, I recall you once asked, why does the sky shine with such boundless brilliance? while the human heart remains closed off, vile and deceitful. Back then, I failed to understand the moon's cost to hang so high, or what it means to fall into the abyss. Be it love or sacred vows, they are but dreams of a distant past. Everything I possess, all is ensnared by the merciless hands of fate, dragged into the void of death's oblivion. My friend, the starry sky will never again be my home. Only endless despair, suffering, and resentment flow through this crumbling shell. I shall weave a prison of death to bury the stars, and this world with them.
Ghostly signals drift beneath the earth, veiling the only code to the heist. In the hunter's shadowy world, there are no stray bullets, only deliberate accidents. The prey leaves more than just blood behind. Restless frequencies haunt the airwaves. When treasure disappears into darkness, ambition sounds the death knell. A bank's greatest vulnerability isn't a crack in the vault. It's the person holding the key. Let debt and guilt be swallowed by the night. Here, truth is irrelevant. Only silence matters. Every recovered treasure is merely a new stake in the next game.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon.
Spotlight's on now. floating on the edge of storm, whisper linger low in the hollow night. Stars will softly guide us through the endless night. In dark, dead of night, they move unseen, silent speech, where blade will fall tonight. That goes veil, the past fade, twist last, and doubt truth veil lost. The shadows are falling, no eternal grace. Night fades, hush drift away, no escape to fate. One breath lost, shadows fall, the blaze is drawn. Fate twists back.
My friend, I recall you once asked, why does the sky shine with such boundless brilliance, while the human heart remains closed off, vile and deceitful? Back then, I failed to understand the moon's cost to hang so high, or what it means to fall into the abyss. Be it love or sacred vows, they are but dreams of a distant past. Everything I possess, all is ensnared by the merciless hands of fate, dragged into the void of death's oblivion. My friend, the starry sky will never again be my home. Only endless despair, suffering, and resentment flow through this crumbling shell. I shall weave a prison of death to bury the stars, and this world with them.
Ghostly signals drift beneath the earth, veiling the only code to the heist. In the hunter's shadowy world, there are no stray bullets, only deliberate accidents. The prey leaves more than just blood behind. Restless frequencies haunt the airwaves. When treasure disappears into darkness, ambition sounds the death knell. A bank's greatest vulnerability isn't a crack in the vault. It's the person holding the key. Let debt and guilt be swallowed by the night. Here, truth is irrelevant. Only silence matters. Every recovered treasure is merely a new stake in the next game.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight cut their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon.
Spotlight's on, now here I am, dressed in scars with golden glam. Dance with eyes are on this game. Come on down, let me feel all your dreams. Feel the crowds, feed the flame. Stage itself, such twisted frame. Bury the past, walk this fame. You wanna show what you gotta do is call my name. I kick off gold, it's cold beneath. My mask still fits, I barely breathe. They beg for truth, I sell what they need. Take a bow, going out with a bang. Pull the gun, I call the rain. Spin the tale, I played it rain. Call my shot, I play the rules. Kill the truth, just gave them what they all crave. Dust is floating on the edge of storm. Whisper linger low in the hollow night. Stars will softly guide us through the endless night. In dark, dead of night, beneath what seems silent speaks, where blade will fall tonight. That goes veiled, the past fate twist masked, and doubt truth veil lost. The shadows are falling, no return, no grace. fate. One breath lost, shadows fall, the blaze is drawn. Fate twists back.
My friend, I recall you once asked, why does the sky shine with such boundless brilliance, while the human heart remains closed off, vile and deceitful? Back then, I failed to understand the moon's cost to hang so high, or what it means to fall into the abyss. Be it love or sacred vows, they are but dreams of a distant past.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to IdentityV 2025 IVT for the Southeast Asia region, day number 1. My name is Shocho and joining me is my co-caster here. It's a new co-caster, guys. We have none other than Gummy joining us on the caster desk today. Very excited to be here with you, Gummy, but of course, I know you guys are interested to see and also to know who Gummy actually is. So, Gummy, do you have a short introduction for us?
I do. So, hi, I'm Gummy. I'm from South Korea. I've been playing IdentityV for about 6 years, the time COVID started. And I was interested in commentating, and I saw a recruitment post on Nello's Instagram. I applied, I kept practicing and improving, and so that's how I am here now.
Yes, of course. And we also did practice quite a little bit with you. So we are very excited to commentate with you alongside with Kuro later on. But looking into our calendar first, we had this IVT SEA for the past 2 weeks. This is the second week already. Last week, we had 32 teams fighting for 16, then 16 to 8, which we'll be seeing here today with these 4 matches here. And today with day number 1. And tomorrow, we'll be seeing the semi-finals matchup as well as the grand finals already. So this is going to be really back-to-back, really intense for all these 8 teams here. These are the top of the top teams for Team SEA. As we look into the prize pool here, Gummy, 80,000 Chinese yuan for the first placer, which means that's around 11k USD, and a total prize pool of 200,000 Chinese yuan. Really a lot of money. And if we kind of really estimate this, maybe each player might get around 2k USD, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, what I saw was interesting is first place is 80,000, then second place is half the amount, then third to fourth place is half the amount of the second place. So interesting way to divide the prize pool money. And yeah, these are the brackets we have. Our first game is going to be UPDG going against 48W. And we do know later on when we're going to introduce the players, Chocho is our expert in this area. So yeah.
Yes, of course. And if we look into our brackets as well, we do see 4 matches, right? And whoever wins will proceed, whereas whoever loses just gets out of the tournament, eliminated with immediate effect. So this is really a do or die situation for all these teams here. Whether they can pull through the quarterfinals to the semifinals matchup is going to be crucial, and we'll see it here right now today with these 4 matches here. It might take around 8 to 10 hours, guys, so sit tight with us as we present to you present these matches to you guys. UPDG versus 48W for our first matchup. For you guys, 48W really is a household name for us, but UPDG, it might seem like a new team, but later on when we dive into the team players themselves, you guys will see really familiar names.
Yeah, and for our second matchup, it is going to be WWW versus NE. We have FK versus FT. We know FT is a very well-known team. They've been to KOA playoff stages. So then we have our longtime GX and HLT for our last round.
Yes, of course. And this is really, it's just how it's supposed to be, right? With this 4 matches itself, 8 teams fighting out for the top 4 spots. Then tomorrow, semifinals matchup already. So it's really progressing very, very quickly. And I know there's a lot of new team names that we are seeing here, and a lot of player matchup changes actually. If we actually see the matchup, the lineup for Team FT, we did see that some of them have already shifted to Team UPDG, which is the first match we are seeing today. We will be seeing Shadow, Yash, Melpai even, and in fact we won't be seeing Melpai as a hunter. We are seeing Melpai as a survivor. So a lot of this hunter to survivor transition, we saw that from Kuga in the COA stages, and now with Melpai, I'm not sure how the transition is gonna go, how the synergy is gonna go, but what's important here is this matchup. And honestly, for 4AW, I do feel a little bit unfortunate for them because they've always been matching up with the toughest of toughest teams right from the get-go and just getting eliminated from the start. So I'm hoping this time around 4AW really am prepared for this and can proceed further in the semifinals.
Yeah, definitely. UPDG is not an easy team to go against as your first matchup. One good thing about, since all the players did make it to 8th play to the 8 group stages, they still get a prize pool. So even though they will be eliminated, which is quite unfortunate, they will still get a small prize pool. So that's the prize for at least making it to the stream stage, right? So I mean, we could see a very unexpected win on the side of 4AW, even if their opponents are very hard. We have a lot of players like MX that we've known, and Chocho will go ahead and explain all the background information for 4AW.
Yes, of course. For 4AW here, we're seeing the hunter side, Soda Makom, which is actually Boyman, a hunter from Thailand. But previously, he was playing as survivor, so quite intrigued to see how his performance is gonna be here. And for the second hunter, we have none other than DWD Death World coming into the mix here. We do know that he plays the Body Queen and has his specialty comfort picks, so excited to see him back again on this competitive scene. Survivor side, we are seeing C, which is also CZ himself, MX, of course, the king of non-meta characters, Blade being Cold Snow from Team IFN in last year's IVC 2024, and Shi-Sun as a new name here, I'm not too sure, and Potato, of course, a very loyal member of Team 4AW as well, with their coach Yoran really backing them up and giving them the best team comm footing here coming into this matchup here for Team 4AW. Now moving on to UPDG. Now, if you look at their motto, right, forget the underdog story, we are the upper dog. Really scary, right? I mean, going against 4AW and you're saying that kind of statement, it's just setting the stone there already. But for Hunter's side, let's just introduce them. Emilia, coming into the mix here. We've seen him in unofficial tournaments, not too much of the official ones. So curious to see his performance here. We do know that he has a Dream Witch as his comfort pick. Hershun has been in teams FT, 4AW, and in fact right now he's facing against his ex-team 4AW. So with his specialty characters being the Hermit as well as the Fool's Goal. For Survivor side, we're seeing Yuki, Shadow, Yash, Miaopai, and PP. So a mix of team UTP members as well as FT members.
Yeah, so we've seen these characters, these survivors in FT and Sky, so they're all the players that made it to the group stage and the playoff stage, so we can expect a lot of high performances, but we can never look over the other teams that haven't made it. We have a lot of new players, as you've mentioned, and longtime players, so they know the strategy, they have their plans ready, and we can see UPDG will be banning Moon River Park, and 4AW will be choosing Ever Sleeping Town as the first map.
Yes, and we also see that 4AW has, UPDG has selected to have their survivor up first. So this means that 4AW's Hunter will be seeing him first. Either it's going to be Sodamakom, aka Boyman, or if not, Death Roll is going to be starting our opening matchup here. As of now, right, things are just looking really difficult for 4AW, right? If we're looking at like team-wise, experience, like the name itself, 4AW definitely has a better footing because they have common members in the team already. Synergy has already been set in stone. They have played together more than they should actually. But as for UPDG, we're seeing that individual members themselves, Yuki, Shadow, Yash, Melpa, and PP, they're all very skilled players. But if you're talking about mixing them together now, I'm not too sure how their synergy is gonna be. We did see kind of a little sneak peek in IVA, the Demon Hunter series that Nello Mello organized. So As for the synergy, they did pretty good. I'm not gonna deny it. They had kind of like a 4 escape situation. It was they were playing against together with Nub Spectre as a survivor team. So now that we are no longer seeing Nubs, right, and we're seeing really professional players like Yuki, PP coming to the mix here, I think this might be the best form of survivors for UPDG at this point in time.
Oh yeah, that's very interesting to know. Yeah, since it is a different team that's come together, will they be able to work and win against a survivor team that's been together for a very long time? And it does look like we'll finally be moving on to our picks and ban stages. We'll be starting with the survivor bans. Ooh, and we can see it's going to be Antiquarian and Puppeteer as our first bans. We see Antiquarian being banned quite a lot even in other tournaments because her ability to just harass is just very great.
Yeah, so as of now, we are seeing that UPDG has selected the first officer rescue as well as a magician. We do know the magician has already had some adjustments made. So coming into the mix, we are once again seeing a lucky guy getting banned out and a gardener picked here. So Gummy, overall this team comp as of now seems like, what do you think UPDG Survivor's plan is right now?
It's a very interesting plan. They do have a stable rescuer. Survivor teams like to bring in the first officer, gravekeeper, or mercenary. We've been seeing first officer being picked a lot because of his usefulness in utilizing the pocket watch and getting to the chair in time. So it's looking pretty good. They got Seer, so that means that the first survivor kiting will be able to tank a hit. So that does work in favor for the survivors.
Absolutely, and yeah, as of now, it's just a very solo kiting focused kind of team comp other than the Sears Owl. So I'm really thinking that UPDG is betting on the first kite to be extremely good. And then even if it doesn't, at least the second kiter has a maximum kind of kiting potential as well. So I'm not too sure whether I'm loving UPDG's composition because if really one thing falls, the first domino piece falls, I feel like the rest would as well. So let's see, for Sodomacom, he has selected the Goatman. So against this team comp here, Gummy, how do you feel, like who do you think has the upper hand here?
Well, in the past, we did see Gardner coming in first round in order to counter Opera Singer, but we haven't seen Gardner coming in first round to counter Goatman as much in the COA stages when Goatman and Hollow Blue were the top hunters. But interesting, she has that bubble protection for the first 50 seconds, so that could possibly count as an extra hit for the side of the Gardener. So yeah, and it looks like we're going to be getting ready for our spawn points.
Yep, and we're seeing Sodomacom will be spawning in between Yuki, PP, and Yash, which is right outside the graveyard. Melpai would be safe and sound for now, most likely not going to be the first chase here, so he can focus on decoding. As for the rest, who do you think is the best first chase here?
I mean, if you think about it, the Gardener has the bubble, and on top of that, she can get the Seer's Owl, so that's going to be allowed to tank 2 more hits. So possibly the Seer, but if the Seer can kite long enough, he can get another Owl. So it's just a difference in how quickly can you get the swings and the downs onto the survivors. I would suggest Seer since he doesn't have that protective bubble in the beginning of the game, but what are your thoughts?
I would say that Yash would... I mean, the Seer itself as a character might be the easiest chase here, especially with the position that he has in the map. But this is Yash Seer we're talking about. He is one of the best kiters in SEA and really consistent. He just does Godsword when it comes to kiting. So I'm quite nervous about this. I'm not sure whether Sodomacom is going to be going hits on with that. But looking at our personas here, Trump card detention as well with the blink. For Survivor side, we do see the 3-6 build on the first officer standard. For Yash, we see a 3-12. Potential first chase here, by the way, 3-12. Yuki with a almost a full kiting build alongside with the tight turner. But Sodomacom hitting straight for the center, not wanting to chase the Oh, seems like he's going to trick the first officer and hit for Yash instead.
Yeah, it does look like he is going to be taking the challenge and going after Yash as his first survivor. Yash is going to be waiting around here at this pallet. He has 2 pallets and a window to work with. Hunter's going to get ready to cage him. Ooh, getting a chip damage on him right away.
Really early hit there within the first 30 seconds of the matchup. As we see Yash able to stay within that pallet area, but now the bird is being used here, using it to force that cage break there. Instead of a call, also blocking it at the same time. Yash really trying to make use of his terrains here. We do see that he's on this bird 50% already.
And the owl is now gone, caged here against the wall, almost run into the survivor, are kind of being blocked off here, and it looks like he was able to outlast yet another cage. Did the tram just hit him? The tram just hit him!
Oh my goodness!
He's stunned!
Really, really unlucky play there coming from Yash. The timing, immaculate timing, I must say. And that really cost him. Now with the flywheel blink prediction, now Yash is able to survive and the bird appears again for the second time. Now this is just great for Yash, but looking at this place that he's at and the resentment that Soda Macomb has, he's able to do a pellet stun as well.
Wow, Yash just buying so much time for the survivors. 3 Cypher machines are almost complete. Hunter needs to down the survivor, has 1 pallet in between inside of this cage. Oh, is gonna finally get the Terror Shock and down the Seer for the first time. But Cypher progress is looking great. We already have 2 Cyphers completed. The third Cypher machine at 90%, and he's gonna be bringing him to the chair where Meow is currently hiding next to.
Oh my goodness, which means that Meow is gonna be the one coming for the first rescue, is gonna be able to expand his first tight turner. So Soda Macomb is still unsure, but he sees the back of Melpai over there, able to break that cage at the same time. Let's see whether he's gonna go for this rescue, just to make sure. Alright, able to not negate that half blood hit.
Yeah, and is going to be able to get that rescue before half with Tight Turner. And it looks like Seer's going to be taking that chip hit right away. Seer's going to be breaking this and just going to be taking this hit and transitioning away, it seems, because he does have Tight Turner. So he's going to move away from the Cypher machines and away from the survivors and die in a more optimal place.
Yep, and we also do see that Gardener is forcing that Geisha Cypher, and First Officer is rotating to come for this rescue from the S-pallet area. So it's going to be a really long run. If Soda Macomb is able to spot out PP here, out in the open, he might be able to potentially deny of this rescue. But PP able to use the watch early on, negating any free hits and trying to get closer towards the chair. But this is the problem that we already foresee, that he might not be able to come for this rescue.
Yeah, I mean, the Hunter utilizing his cages incredibly well. He's still a little far out. It looks like the tram's going to get in his way. Hunter's going to utilize another cage to block this first officer. It doesn't look like he's going to make it. And now the first survivor is back to the manor. Last Cypher machine, 79%. Hunter's going to change targets. He's going towards that last Cypher machine where Mao is currently trying to finish it up.
Yeah, so it begs the question whether PP should have left earlier to come for this rescue. But as we see now, Meowpai still trying to push that Cypher at 98%. Soda Macomb is in the vicinity already. He's able to check the Cypher. He knows it's close. Let's see the survivors, where are they positioned? They're getting ready for the end game at the gate as well. Meowpai playing with fire here, and Soda Macomb gathering those resentment as well.
Yeah, and if we look at the persona traits, the Magician doesn't have borrowed time, so he's going to pop this Cypher machine, utilize his Magician stick to block off that area, but it looks like it did not help, and he was caged right away. Hunter's going to walk right through it. He's just trying to buy enough time for the exit gates to be opened up. It's at 70-80%, and the 2 survivors are, he's going to change the teleport and stop that 85% exit gate.
Oh, wow. I mean, oh my gosh, Yuki able to fly well in time at the same time. My goodness, really playing here with the Hunter, and the tram just stops in front of him. Now the gate is able to be opened here by PP, so that is great. PP is just trying to buy as much time for the other gate to be opened by Meowpai. So let's see whether that's going to be happening here. There is still a lot of resentment on Soda Macomb, but he is just going to settle for this tie here by chairing Yuki on the chair. So this just solidifies the tie game for 4AW versus UPDG for the opening matchup.
Wow, yeah, excellent job on the 4AW Hunter being able to get that 2-man elimination for round 1 first half. And some things that we'd like to say, that Seer being able to, I thought it was over for the Seer, especially after he got that tram hit that came out of nowhere, and he's just standing there stunned. Hunter's like, oh, free hit for me, but then the Seer was able to get that second owl and continue that kite. So I think that's one of the reasons why you've said before that Yush is such an incredible kiter.
Yeah, and now we trust. Now we trust. Yash really with the Seer, I mean without the Seer even, he is a very strong kiter, and this is just really a testament, a statement that he's bringing out there, not to chase him first. But I have to reiterate also at the same time that unfortunate tram, like honestly with the Seer, you have to look at the Hunter to gain those birds, right? To get those fierce segments, but if he's looking back, nobody's gonna be looking at the front. So that's why he just ran straight into the trap like it was nothing. But I gotta admit though, the fact that he was still able to kite it out, use the flywheel effectively for the blink prediction, and it's just amazing kite, perfect kite even from coming from Yash. And it's just that 100 seconds into the game, the third cipher was still in progress. Like I do feel that the third cipher was a little bit slow, but at the same time, you need to remember that at the start, Soda Macomb on that Goatman, he reached to the center first, so that disrupted the first officer cipher, which kind of progressed to be a little bit slower compared to the rest.
Yeah, and I think another thing that really worked out for the side of the survivors was the fact that the magician was so close by, so he didn't have to travel that distance. He won't be cut off in between getting to that chair. And a wonderful job in utilizing his illusions, and then when the hunter was a little confused, he'd be breaking the cage, and since it's caged near the survivors, the cage do break faster, right? So in that sense, they utilized that time, and getting that rescue with Ty Turner really helped the survivors. And here are your match stats.
Yep, we are seeing the containment time for Yash at 88 containment time seconds, but it's really a heart attack kind of kiting that we saw there. But regardless, Yash really, it just comes to show how prepared that he is, right, coming to this matchup against teams 4AW's Hunter Soda Macomb. And looking overall, yeah, Cypher progress is just really evened out. There is no over decoding coming from UPDG survivors. Perfect decoding from UPDG survivors, as we see a tie game 2-2 between these two teams. But Gummy, can I just say something also? I really felt that this was gonna be a 4-man endgame rather than a 3-man endgame. I'm just wondering whether things might have been different if PP, the first officer, hit for the rescue earlier on instead of leaving the cipher too late, because I'm not sure if you did see it, but he was trying to force that last cipher alongside with Meowpie at the S palette. And that was probably why he was getting caught off so far away at the center area and denied of that rescue. It's just really unfortunate. I feel like his greediness with the cipher really costed that matchup.
Yeah, so I think on the side of the survivors, they had to decide, are we going to at least push this last cipher so that it'll be primed by the time we get the rescue onto Seer, or are we just going to go for that early rescue and pray that Seer can rebound kite long enough for that last cipher machine to finish up? But in this instance, they did choose to push that last cipher machine, and it didn't work out for him since the hunter was able to realize there were no survivors nearby. He went to the middle and just cut off the survivors. So yeah, it's just a balance of decisions, and in this case, it worked out better for the hunter. So yeah, I mean, it can't be helped. The hunter just made better gameplay, yeah, right? In that instance.
Yeah, I think also at the same time, Soda Macomb was the fact that he was able to do the double cage to prevent that rescue. It just comes to show how, greatly skilled that he is. He understands how the gameplay is supposed to be for the Goatman. What should he be playing here to deny that rescue? And I feel like that's just perfect play coming from Soda Macomb, and can't wait to see him coming into BO2. I'm not too sure whether we'll be seeing him again, or if not, there's gonna be a switch to Death Roll. So it's gonna be a question that we will have to see coming BO2. But as of now, that was BO1 first half with that tie game. Moving on to the second half, we will be seeing UPDG's Hunter versus 4AW's Survivor at the Ever Slipping Town.
Yeah, and we have two hunter characters. We have hunter players. It's going to be Amelia or Hessian, and it looks like Hessian is going to be the first hunter up. And it's obviously going to be on Sleeping Town because this is the second half of round 1, and it doesn't look like Hessian wants to see the Seer anytime soon. We don't want to give those double owls trying to down survivors with having to hit them over and over, right? So an antiquarian ban for the second one.
Yeah, as we see Survivor side, they are picking up the Puppeteer and Aeroplaners, very kite heavy characters once again. 4AW also relying on the solo kite, but if we're just going to compare the kiting potential with the previous team comp and this team comp, I would definitely feel that this team comp is a lot tankier. They're able to to sustain a lot longer in solo kites. So coming from 4AW, once again, we're seeing a Gravekeeper.
Yeah, so this is a setup that we've been seeing a lot during KOA and other tournaments. You have survivors that can tank a lot of hits, and we have Airplanist that was used to counter Goldman and Hullabaloo during the KOA stages. We have the Puppeteer that can tank a lot of hits inside of the cage. It does seem like the survivor sides are expecting the Goatman, but Yeah, other hunters are definitely out there and possible. What are your thoughts about the hunter picks that could possibly counter the survivors?
Honestly, I would say that it does feel that the Goatman might be potentially getting picked up here. This is very, it's a team that really counters it at the same time. So I feel like Hershen, maybe he has something up his arsenal once again. He has played the Ivy Opera Singer before as his starting matchup. So at this, it just really depends on what Hershen really wants to play here, which he's comfortable with. And I would say that it's best to go for the top 4 hunters at this point in time, because your survivors were able to tie things out in BO1. And in BO1, we usually see the hunters, getting those 4K streaks left and right. So Hershen is best if he's able to keep this up, and if he's able to secure a 5-point lead here, and then it will be a 7-2 for UPDG versus 4AW, as we see the Goatman getting picked up here, Gummy.
Yeah, it does look like they will just utilize the Goatman, who's a very steady, strong hunter. He's definitely the top 4. We did see it in the first half. They're going to pay back with Goatman in the second half. I mean, the Survivor comp does counter Goatman much more, but if we do think in the first half, since there are the global bans, that might be why they chose certain characters, and we're going to go right into the spawn points. We have the stable rescuer in the middle, and the other survivors are top. We have the airplanist. Oh, interesting. We're going to have Hershen spawning next to the gravekeeper right onto the left.
So this really opens up at the same time, right, with who is going to be chasing first. There is the Aeroplanist Gravekeeper as well as the Puppeteer that is available. Once again, Magician is the one that is furthest away from the Hunter. So CZ would be safe for this matchup most likely. And let's see which one Hershen decides to go for. You know what? We're seeing Hershen coming into BO1 with a lot more experience compared to Emilia. So I really trust that Hershen is able to put up a good show here. Could be a mirror matchup since we're seeing the same hunter from BO1, as we see Hershen with his persona. He has Trump Card Detention as well as a Blink, same as what Soda Macomb did. For 4AW, we are seeing Aeroplanist with the 312, CZ with 3-6, MX with 3-6, and Blade with 3-9.
So yeah, the side of the survivors, they're all expecting to have a lot of survivors ready for endgame. All 4 survivors have borrowed time. You don't see that happening against Goatmans, because sometimes survivors just bring full kiting build just to last long enough, or they bring a lot of tide turners so they could just buy enough time for the survivors to decode. But in this case, they all have borrowed time, so very interesting persona on the side of 4AW.
Yep, as we head into the matchup, BO1 second half between these two teams. My name is Chocho and joining me is Gummy, and we'll bring the live commentary of this match. Now, Hershen heading straight for the center where Gravekeeper was spawned at. Now heading straight to the geisha area. Nope, he's just gonna make a quick U-turn, trying to bait anything out, but resentment is building up at this point in time with CZ. Not safe at all.
And it looks like Hunter will be dropping right down. He sees the blood trails of his first target. It's going to be the Magician. He's going to set up his first cage here. Magician utilizing the illusion to take that hit and going right through, playing a little bit of mind games here. But Hunter has caught up and will be getting the first hit onto the Magician.
Great play coming from CZ though, but that is a really fast first hit, as Blink will be up in about 15 seconds. Whether that will be used here, it will be a great question here as Hershen still trying to do it, but CZ with that gameplay over there, the tramp nearly coming into contact with the hunter here, as we see CZ finally down here. Now this is a very fast down, Gummy, but what do you think about this?
I mean, this is not looking very good for the side of the survivors. If we saw in first half, we did see that there was almost 3 ciphers completed. In this case, it's around 50, 60, and 80. So it looks like they'll have 1 cipher machine completed by this time. So they're going to really need to work on that rebound kite. He still has 1 illusion to work with. Hunter backing right into the Gravekeeper, taking a hit right away and getting that rescue before half with Tide Turner.
Oh wow, really unfortunate there. Really forced that rescue at the start there and able to do a blink. So CZ was able to predict that, so that prevented the terror shock hit, and he's able to last for another day. CZ, but he ran into the hunter.
is able to get the hit with that illusion, so buying him a little more time. But now he's out of items. Hunter set up another cage and will be able to take him down right away, bringing him to the chair for the second time. 2 cipher machines have been completed, and they need to start setting up for the rescue once again. Have Gravekeeper with one order.
Want to order once again the Gravekeeper as we see Hershen trying to pressure that center cipher, but able to see the blood trace coming from Shisan here, trying to negate this rescue possibly, as we see him making another cage in front. So will this be enough time for him to go for the rescue? No!
Goodness, it's stuffed! He's down! Oh my goodness, they don't have enough cipher progress, and we have a double down situation with him not able to get that rescue on the Magician, sending the Magician right away back to the manor, and the Airplanist is chaired. Hunter's nearby that middle cipher machine that hasn't been completed, and the only survivor that can come for this rescue is Blade.
Blade, my goodness. He's able to tank a lot of hits with his skills, but Hershen is also trying to potentially buy more time at the same time, so Blade getting into safety here. Now Shisan does have 2 jetpacks to work with. Let's see how efficient he is gonna be with that, as we see a backleap coming through. Shisan using the first jetpack here, but still trying to buy as much time as possible, levitating, pushing back the Hunter at the same time. Great kiting, but he's just stuck at this open air area and the hit is inevitable.
And it looks like he'll just be taking the hit right away. He still has 1 jetpack left to utilize, so he can still go for that rebound kite. He did buy enough time for the Puppeteer to get away. No double down situation, but it's going to be sitting on the chair for the second time. 4 cipher machines have been completed, so if they can just finish up this last cipher, they can go for some kind of strategy. But Hunter's going closer to MX, trying to come in for this rescue. He does have shovel, so he can possibly make it, but if he's hit out of his shovel, what is he going to possibly do?
That's the question, right? The thing is that 4AW really battered all with their personas here. They brought in borrowed time, but are we even gonna see an end game here as we see Blade getting potentially denied of this rescue here, able to use his first puppet here as we see a backdoor rescue coming from the Gravekeeper. Great gameplay, great distraction play coming from 4AW survivors as we see Shisan able to survive for now, and another jetpack is ready.
And Hunter's getting ready to set up his next cage. He's going to utilize his jetpack immediately, but this is a very small cage, which means the Hunter will be able to catch up to you very soon, downing him right away. 3rd chair, Shisan's now going to be going back to the manor. Last cipher machine at 40. It's not looking good for the survivors. They're all at half health. Puppeteer can't go back into his puppet. Hunter just needs to look for a new survivor, and it's not looking good for them.
Not looking good at all, I agree, Gummy. And as we see Puppeteer trying to kite, but it's just really hard, right? Hershen has so much resentment to work with, great cage placement at the same time. Blade is able to kite all the way to this area. There's 2 pellets to work with, but there is a resentment that Hershen can play around with at the same time. Now an open area and Blade gets that hit. Gravekeeper is decoding all the way at the middle double story area, and Cypher is at a standstill point here. So Gummy, it seems to be that this might be the chairmate situation that Hershen has been looking for.
Yeah, I mean, he's teleporting. He's going to be going as close and trying to find MX. He's currently hiding. He already left the cipher machine as soon as Blade was chaired. Hunter has tinnitus, so he knows that MX isn't going for that backdoor rescue, and he's just trying to find him. He's hiding in between those 2 buildings. Hunter hasn't seen him quite yet, but it looks like he's going in the right direction, able to, oh my goodness, gonna be able to cage him. He's inside of his shovel, and he's gonna be able to get the down on MX right away.
Crazy gameplay coming from Hershen too. I mean, the Goatman itself, right? He's able to secure that 5-point lead for UPDG. So really just securing that team point lead that he needs coming into BO1. And we need to remind you guys that this is actually 4AW's map selection, and they lost like completely with that 7-2 matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we can't ignore the fact that Hershen is a very strong hunter that's been to Koa. He has much more experience in the competitive tournaments. And so, I mean, excellent job really taking advantage of that situation, downing the first survivor that was chased, who was the Magician, I believe.
Yes, the Magician CZ. It's just really unfortunate, but Gummy, could you just break it down to us? What exactly went wrong with that matchup?
I think the biggest thing was the survivor went down a little too fast in the beginning. The mind games, the just was better on the side of the goat man. He was able to down that, and then they could recover. They could still recover from that situation, but getting the terror shock on the chair, that changed everything. And I think that was the kind of the downhill for the side of the survivors. If there wasn't a terror shock and they were able to get that rescue, I think that would have been a potential kite for the magician to get back up, you know, get more cipher progress. But that double down situation, and you didn't even get the rescue on the chair, just hurt the survivors way too much.
Yeah, and this just shows how experience really comes to show from the Hushan side, right? He's been in so many official tournaments already, all the way back in maybe 2 years ago. So coming into this, it seems to be this might be the best version, the prime version. He's in his prime basically with this Goldman here, Hushan, as we see our first Kaitiya CZ only at 61 seconds. Previously with Yash from UPDG Survivors, we saw an 88 seconds of containment time with, yeah, and it's just not enough. I agree with you, Gummy. And also things are just not to 4AW Survivor at all. We saw at the start, it was early down, but the wanted order was also on the Gravekeeper, and it forced that early rescue by MX as well. So all of this, right, the thing is that Hushan was able to snowball this from the start, right from the start. And there was nothing that 4AW could do to stop it. Yeah, early rescue, that was one. Second thing we know, it was a terror shot rescue, a denied rescue in fact. So it's just, things are not looking good for 4AW Survivors, and it seems to be that UPDG, they are more prepared for this matchup.
Yeah, and another interesting fact that we did see, the survivors that go against this Goatman were tailored to counter Goatman, but in this instance, they weren't able to do that. They were supposed to be able to tank a lot of hits. They're supposed to be able to outlast that cage inside of the aeroplanist. He was supposed to utilize that jetpack, which he did do for the second kite when he was rescued once, but when the survivor was coming for that second rescue, 2 survivors were injured, so they had to double rescue, which means they can't decode. And so this last survivor was last cipher machine was never going to be finished.
Exactly. But let's hit into our highlights for now, guys. Sit back and we'll be right back for BO2. With how things are turning out here in BO1, a 7-2 on 4AW's map selection, by the way, it seems to be that this might be a really easy sweep for UPDG. I'm not too sure. It's really still a little bit early to tell, but right now we are seeing that this is the flow that we are seeing here for our opening matchup here. UPDG leading by a total of 5 big points because of that 4K given by Hushan. Now, looking back at this, right, Hushan's performance here, without a doubt, it's still 10 out of 10 for today. There's really nothing much that we can really pinpoint on. He was able to keep his resentment well, use it the right time, and also really eagle-eyed to spot out where MX was at the very end. So this is just shaping up to be UPDG's game. As for 4AW, what do you think they can do here coming into BO2?
I mean, we can trust. It's not over. It's not over. I mean, they have another hunter that could possibly take over and get them that win. I mean, getting that 4-man elimination though is a huge lead, and that's going to hurt for round 2. If they can just drag it on to round 3 and get that win in round 3, like it's not over, right? We can still figure something out. We can re-strategize, and yeah, it looks like we're gonna have the points for the first half. That they got the tie 2-man elimination, and UPDG got that 4-man elimination. So it's 7-2 for now.
For now.
So, yeah.
Yes, I mean, of course, it's a really big lead, but if you think about it, if round 2, 4AW is able to secure a round win, and then back into round 3, we'll be seeing 4AW picking their map again, which means that they have another chance of redeeming themselves and winning by 2 rounds in a row. So things are definitely not the end just yet, though currently they really have their backs against the walls, but they must do something here in round number 2. And we need to know exactly what kind of play 4AW is going to go for. And from what we've seen just now, 4AW really batted all on it for on their personas. They bought borrowed time, but the borrowed time was never used because there was no end game. And we saw that Puppeteer, Aeroplanist, and Gravekeeper is gone. Is globally banned out already. We won't be seeing them at all already. But as for UPDG, it seems to be that they might have a better footing here because they still have so many characters untouched.
That's true. I mean, one suggestion that might be a little risky is for the side of the Hunter, we could have a Nightmare play. Like, if we have the same... if we have a player that's as good as Aka on Nightmare, he can get that 4-man elimination and get that round win for their team. It's a possibility, right? But
yes,
will it happen?
Yes, I agree. I love the risky plays. Sometimes it really does work out, but a lot of times it doesn't. But I feel like when it comes to situations like this, maybe we should be seeing those characters coming up, right? Nightmare. Also, the breaking wheel when it comes, if do or die situations, you really need that 4K or 4 escape suddenly. You just want to bet it all out with that breaking wheel. We've seen that from, who was it again? Chala, right? Was it Chala's breaking wheel at hospital in the Demon King series? We trust, all right? We trust, okay? Even in the worst possible scenario, we see that characters being played out. And you know what? Since we're doing on the We Trust system, I'm hoping to see Hush, and though he's really on the winning foot right now, I'm hoping to maybe see his Hermit coming into play here in VO2.
Yeah, I mean, Hermit's gonna do even better once the new persona traits get updated for IVS, but at the moment we haven't been seeing Hermit do that well. However, he does have that potential. Every single hunter, every single survivor have that potential, so definitely we'll be excited to see a Hermit play as well. But yeah, I think we're gonna have to, for the hunter side on 4AW, I think they have to pick a hunter that's going to be able to counter the survivors and also catch them off guard. And in that way, we've seen also in the different tournaments, if the survivors are caught off guard, they do so well against the top 4 hunters, but they start getting like 4-manned against the Soul Weaver, and like we saw Wu Chang doing good. So if the survivors aren't as well practiced against unexpected hunters, that might actually give them the advantage that they need.
Yeah, unexpected plays could be the solution here for 4AW as we see them banning out the Sacred Hospital, and UPDG is selecting the Lakeside Village, and 4AW has preferred to have their survivors up first.
Okay, so now that we see they had a very good comp against Goatman, but Goatman's not available now, and they get that opportunity to ban a different hunter. It's most likely going to be one of the top 4 hunters, and this is Lakeside Village, so it's a big map. Survivors need to find a way to finish up those cipher machines quickly, and they need to make sure that the first kite they are able to kite long enough.
Yeah, long enough, and that is kind of the solution that UPDG has been going for. That we see that strategy coming in from BO1, right? With Yash on that seer, able to kite it out so long, almost a 3-cipher kite, by the way, and bringing it in such a way that UPDG don't really have to worry too much about the slow cipher progress, and that they were able to finish all those ciphers up until the very end. But what UPDG can really work on now is coming in for earlier rescues. I feel like that was one minor play that could have potentially helped them win BO1 first half. But Atai is still very good, of course, guys. Don't get me wrong. Atai is good. In fact, coming into BO1, Tai is fantastic. But it does feel that UPDG can go for more. And I want to see them in their maximum potential for you guys as well.
Yeah, I mean, give us some 4-man escapes. Like, survivors rarely get that 4-man escape opportunity. They're very talented survivors. It's definitely possible, and we want to see it, even though this is a very big map and you have to travel quite a long distance. And not everything is possible at this point.
Oh, as we hit into the BP, we are the map. So as we see, we'll be seeing UPDG's Hunter Hushen coming up once again. So Emilia is still getting benched out here. For AW, they had a swap in the survivors, it seems. We are seeing Potato up now, which means Blade will be benched out. Hushen will be banning out the Seer Antiquarian as well as the Fire Investigator.
Yeah, I mean, Harshan has banned Seer and Antiquarian last time. He's banning them again. He does not want to see these survivors. And it looks like they're going to be banning the Ivy, so that will be off the table for Harshan. And they have chosen all their 4 survivors.
Yeah, so usually we are seeing the meteorologists getting banned out in the later parts of the Hunter bans, right? But for AW, I think they are kind of nervous that if they are unable to perform well in this BO2 first half, it might be over for them. And we're seeing the kind of aggressiveness coming from them already, right? Meteorologist, forward. I love the Toy Merchant pick personally. There is a lot of jump spots that the catapult could be placed at. Love the Toy Merchant. It's been such a long time since I last saw Toy Merchant, as we see the Magician picked here as well. Very strong team comp, I would say, and there's a lot of support that could potentially come through with the Meteorologist in the forward. We saw that in IVT EU. They had this kind of strategy with the Meteorologist and forward at the Lakeside Village. So if that is executed well, they do have a potential chance for that end game, and for AW, they are struggling to get to that end game.
Yeah, one thing that really works in favor for survivors is if the first kite isn't long enough, they need someone to come and harass so they could buy the time that they lost. And I think they realized, as you've mentioned, that that's what they need. They need some harassing. They need the forward to come in and stun. We need to make sure that we can also harass with the meteorologist, not as much. She can always push the hunter away. We've seen that when they double kite, the meteorologist will push the hunter away so that the survivors can transition. So they're going for more supports and harassment to prolong this kite, and that will be looks like we're gonna get opera singer for the hunter side.
Yes, the opera singer here, and we've been seeing a lot of opera singers getting picked out here at the Lakeside Village, and I just love it. I mean, it's something that Harshan is good at, and it's also working well in the Lakeside Village with this pick. But let's see whether the harassment can come through with this opera singer, because mobility is her strong suit, and you want to harass one that can speed through the map. So let's see, MX really playing with us here, not really finalizing where he wants to be at. Indecisive, but finally we're seeing Harshan also getting picked here. He will be picking the shore area. So Gummy, first chase potential here. Who do you think is going to be?
I mean, the closest is going to be MX, but he is the toy merchant. She has the catapults. She can just leave the big boat, but leaving the big boat doesn't really help the survivors, because that means she's going to have to transition to one of the other survivor spawn areas. So that most likely means toy merchant has to contain the hunter inside of big boat or go towards shore. So I feel like the survivor that will be chased first is either the toy merchant or the meteorologist inside of shack. But Toy Merchant does seem like a little bit of an easier target, since she can't exactly harass the hunter, can't really push them away. I mean, if she utilizes her glider, she can buy a little more time and distance. So they're very similar if you think about it, Toy Merchant and Meteorologist, with their abilities.
Could be the case here, but at the same time, we're seeing that the Persona's Wife Trump cut detention as well as the bling on Harshan's opera singer. For survivor side, only Potato don't have borrowed time. He's on a tight turner and 9 build. As for the rest, there is that 3. So I'm feeling that for AW side, they might potentially be hoping that Potato is gonna be the first chase here, rather than MX. So let's see what the case is gonna be here for 4AW survivors versus UPDG's Hunter. And I'm Chocho, joined by me is Gummy, and we'll be bringing the live commentary of this match.
And it looks like she's going to utilize her catapult immediately and transition out. Hunter is not going to be breaking this catapult. She has quite a long distance to go, because that was a very high jump. She's going to be running into the forward for the time being and transitioning towards the middle. Needs to make it to the pallets, and the Hunter is catching up quite fast in her shadow form.
Yep, MX still trying to do a mind game over there. Able to get towards the next pallet, but the hit still registers. So he's just going to run towards the shack area where Potato, the Magician, is decoding too. There's no flywheel on this Toy Merchant. Is a is a rescue build, by the way. So this is gonna be really tough for MX here, as we see the blink will be up in about 12 seconds. Now Cannonball unable to fly through.
Downing the survivor immediately. Another early down for the side of 4AW survivors. We don't see a lot of Cypher progress, and on top of that, she also did go towards all the Cyphers on her way. In the middle, she went towards the forward. Now she's at the Magician Cypher machine, so a lot of Cypher progress has been disrupted, and now it looks like Potato's coming in for the rescue.
Yep. Now that's a clean rescue coming from Potato. Let's see how long MX can survive here. But I just gotta say, man, Toy Merchant, with no kiting build, no nothing, it's just really hard to kite. The catapults, if it's already placed down already, there's nothing you can really do too. So it's gonna be us asking a lot from MX to potentially second kite. As we see him, he's gonna be down here already. And I'm not sure whether having another rescue is the ideal choice here, especially because there is no more tight turners on the table left.
Oh yeah, and it looks like Hunter's gonna be cheering her outside nearby little boat. Hunter already sees there's a survivor nearby and's already going after the forward, so he's most likely forced to rescue at this point because he will be eating a hit if she catches up. He's gonna utilize his forward to make it to the chair, and it looks like Hunter's gonna utilize the remnant. Oh, body blocking here. He also has a perfume.
He's not gonna make it. He's not gonna make it back to the perfume at all, but a rescue still happens here, but the stun does not register and the hit still connects with MX. So Hershen, he will be able to eliminate MX 2 minutes and 30 seconds into this matchup here, as we see the Cyphers progressing pretty well, but the fifth one is still on a standstill. He knows exactly where CZ is running towards, and in fact he's running towards his half health friend here, Potato, that just popped that Cypher.
Yeah, and it looks like he's gonna have to take this kite. He does have 2 illusions still to work with. He's gonna utilize the second one here, try to make it to the pallets. Hunter is just going to be utilizing that walking right to the pallet and downing the survivor because he just didn't have enough distance to make it to that pallet. We'll be cheering the Magician for the first time.
My goodness, I just want to say that CZ really killed Potato there with the direction that he ran to. It just created the opening for Hershen, and if we're looking into this, right, Hershen brought in Blink into this matchup, but he has yet to use that Blink. So this shows how strong his chasing potential is. As we see Shisun levitating towards the chair now, but the hit will still probably register, and then the rescue would happen here.
Right, and just as you said, she's been hit, she's gotten that rescue, and now 3 survivors haven't even finished that 4th Cypher machine. They're all injured. They need to heal up, and Hunter's back onto Potato. He has 1 illusion left to work with. He's playing around here at this pallet, gonna utilize his last item. Hunter's gonna keep swinging. Hasn't been able to land, was able to throw down, finally utilize the blink, but he misses the blink and he's still kiting until now.
So he will be downed once again, unfortunately for Potato, and everybody is just half health, right? And he is on his chair for the second time. Nobody can come for this rescue. And the Cyphers is being pushed here by the Meteorologist, which means forward would be the one nearby with this center is being propped up here. Whether Hershen can find this person, it would be a huge question mark. As we see on the bottom left, forward is trying to make his way there, but Hershen is guarding Potato like you can't come here. You can't come here. If you come here, you're definitely gonna get this hit here, and it's gonna be GG's for Team 4EW Survivors. So we see CZ kiting for his life. He does have 75% of his ball left.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like he's able to do much here. He's gonna be trying to play around the mind games at this pallet. Flywheels avoids the hit and is able to get that vault. Hunter's gonna return to a remnant, try to catch him off so he can't make it to that pallet. He's gonna utilize his football to make it to that 3rd window towards mini boat, and he is kiting for his life because this meteorologist needs to prime up that last Cypher machine.
And there's really no choice that Hershen has, right? Because he already expended the blink on Potato previously, and he's changed it to teleport, but the teleport is on a cooldown. 20 seconds left. But let's see whether that is going to be enough for the Cypher to be pushed here, as we see forward still has 50% ball to work with, able to use that to get closer towards the window, jumping down for the second time, and the hit connects through the window. So Hershen, is he gonna chair here, or is he gonna bring him nearer towards the center and potentially teleport to that Cypher? It seems to be that Hershen will be chairing the forward here.
Oh, and he has teleport is up and ready, so which means he's gonna teleport right to the meteorologist cipher machine at Big Bow, and he's just gonna take a one hit. It looks like we got the wind push to try and prolong her kite a little bit longer. She's heading upstairs. Hunter is in his shadow form, and it looks like she is able to get that vault. Hunter is forced to vault to go after the survivor, and now she's able to make it to that pallet.
Yeah, she's on. Oh, let's see how is he gonna be able to kite here as we see him down as well. So Hershen will be able to secure the 5-point lead for the second time of today's opening matchup here with that opera singer. So Hershen with this particular character, we know that he's good. And his condition today is absolutely perfect. And is there anything that you'd like to highlight about BO2 first half?
I mean, like you mentioned, when we were looking at the persona traits, the survivors expected the opera singer to go for that magician, right? But he spawned in a completely different area in shore next to the big boat and chased the toy merchant. The one survivor they didn't think they were going to chase, that's why he had Tide Turner. So they didn't have Tide Turner left to utilize. He ran into all the survivors. They were all getting early hits. So I think the hunter just really chose the right survivor to go against. And I mean, he didn't even use blink until like mid-game. So just completely outplayed by this hunter.
Outplay is definitely the word. Absolute domination when we see his matchup here today. There's nothing that 4W servers can even do. They're falling like flies. And this is just a showing of how skilled Hershen is, especially with years of experience now. As we look into our match stats here, our first kiter being the Toy Merchant MX, only at 51 seconds of containment time. Clearly not enough. And then we saw CZ coming in for the rescue, and then afterwards kind of letting the hunter walk towards Potato, which is also health at a point in time. So really unfortunate sequence of events here. I'd like to commend 4AW though for really picking great team comms. They've picked up great team comms since BO1, but the execution, that is the problem.
Yeah, I mean, Ford is a great survivor pick if you want to harass the hunter, but in this case, Hershen countered that by using Opera Singer. Opera Singer is such a fast hunter. You have to stun her while she's chairing the survivor, but he was too far away to stun her then. When she's down the survivor, you can't really stun her. That's not going to do anything. The survivor is already down. So in this instance, Ford was not really able to do the harassment that he needed to do for the survivors. He did buy quite a lot of time. You can see he had the highest containment time at 99 seconds when there was 2 survivors left, but it wasn't enough time to prime up that last cipher machine. So I mean, great kite for the forward, but it just wasn't enough for 4AW.
Yeah, if that was the first kite, fantastic. 3 ciphers completely done. But that was not the case. Hershen understands his assignment there. And also, can we just also mention a little bit about the kiting route at the start? Wasn't the best, he interrupted the ciphers of the foe at the center, followed by Magician Cipher. Maybe kiting at the big boat for the entire duration might have been the better option, especially with the fly that Toy Merchant has. So it's just really unfortunate sequence of events there for Team 4AW. And right now, moving on to the second half, we will be seeing a do or die situation for 4AW. They have and they must 4K.
Right, so there's a lot of pressure on 4AW Hunter to get that 4-man elimination. If you don't get that 4-man elimination, it's the end for 4AW. They're going to be knocked out, so this is the last chance. And I mean, Hershen getting that 4-man elimination puts so much pressure on this hunter. Will they be going for the same hunter, or will they have to switch up? Do you have any opinions on the hunters, or you don't really
Yeah, I feel that if this might be the last legs or the last time I'll be seeing 4AW here, I would love to see Death Row putting up a good show for us. We do know that he is a very skilled hunter. In fact, might be one of the more consistent hunters, I would say, when it comes to his comfort picks, the Bloody Queen as well as the End. But with these two characters here, it's not enough to get that 4K. So begs the question whether Death Row does have the meta 4 hunters up his arsenal, whether he's able to execute them well. And we can't forget about UPDG survivors, right? Their performance today has been pretty outstanding, except for a slight mishap in VO1. So it's just a really tough watch, honestly. And if anything, I do feel that UPDG might be the one that's going to be dominating, especially with their mission code being, forget the underdog story, we are the upper dog. They are definitely making that statement here.
Yeah, I mean, they are absolutely dominating. Being able to get that tie and not giving the win to the Hunter in the first half on the Survivor side against the Goatman is speaking volumes. And then their Hunter is just performing excellent today with that 4-man elimination round 1, 4-man elimination round 2. So yeah, they're definitely not the underdogs in this story, that's one thing for sure. But yeah, I mean, what could the 4AW Hunter possibly do to make up for this round?
I honestly, it's such a difficult question that we have to wait and see, mainly because if we're looking at Death Row, right, as the hunter for 4AW, his experience in official tournaments, there is quite a little bit stacked up his history, but he's kind of on and off in official tournaments, so we don't really have a good say as to how he will be performing coming into BO2. But for UPDG survivors, we know that there is Yuki, Shadow, Yash, Meowpai, and PP. And they have performed really well. They have at least, right, overall for all of them, at least 2 years of competitive experience. For Shadow specifically, but we're not seeing him here, 4 years of competitive experience. So I would say that this is just a showing of, you know what, the better ones will definitely progress here. As for the ones that are lagging behind, you will be left behind for sure. And I think looking on the bright side, Gummy, you mentioned at the start of the stream today, consolation prize.
Yeah, you still get some money even if you get knocked out. I mean, top 8 is still a pretty good record. It's not bad. It's just UPDG definitely have much more experience. They've played against Chinese teams, Japanese teams, and that really just changes how a player performs. And it looks like we're gonna have a Dream Witch ban. It looks like they were, and as you mentioned, DWD will be the hunter for round 2, and we got the Dream Witch ban. We have the ban on Seer, Meteorologist, Lucky Guy, and Antiquarian.
Yeah, I think as of now, I love to see Death Row here. I would hope that he could potentially redeem this matchup, right? Get that 4K. We can see a BO3 where 4AW potentially bounce back. And for UPDG survivors, we are seeing them giving that respect band with that Dream Witch here. So really want to negate any hunters that could potentially have the higher chance of them getting that 4 kill. So great game plan coming from UPDG as we see what can I say about UPDG? Their team comp is just really good. We are seeing them with a lot of kiting potential, solo kiting potential in fact, and potentially a gun support that could come through.
Yeah, I mean, we got survivors that can kite alone for quite a long time. We got the Acrobat, he can utilize his bombs to loop areas like the Shack. We have the Coordinator that can come for this rescue, or that one long stun gun that helps her transition to better kiting areas. We have the Fire Investigator, he can utilize his inflatable airbags and make it to different areas, and he can Night Watch.
Come here.
Interesting pick.
Oh wow, okay, I'm not sure if there's a teaser pick here because we're not seeing the animation on our screens, right, Gummy?
Right, yes.
So a Night Watch has been such a long time. I am quite excited actually for this pick here because opening matchup of IVT SEA, right? You would think that we'll be seeing all the Center Hunters right from the get-go maybe for the first day. But no, Death Row decides to surprise us with this Night Watch pick here. So let's see, right, whether Death Row really gotta break a leg. In fact, he has to break all legs and try to get something from all the survivors as we look into their spawn locations first.
Yeah, we're gonna get the spawn where they're all on different edges of this map. We have Coordinator in Shack, we have the Acrobat in Small Boat. Oh, and we're gonna have DWD spawning at Cornfields. So his closest target is going to be either the Coordinator or the Acrobat. I mean, Coordinator is not a bad chase because once she utilizes her stun gun means she has no items and she has to rock kite. And on top of that, that means she can't utilize it to rescue and help another survivor rebound kite. So Coordinator's looking like a little bit easier of a target.
Yeah. You know, I'm thinking, Gummy? I'm thinking like, oh, how is he gonna 4K here, huh? Maybe this is like, if this was like 2 years ago, like what? Yeah, I think this is highly probable, but this is not 2 years ago. This is like right now. So looking into our personas first for Death Row here, we're seeing a Insolence Detention as well as a Teleport. So he understands that he's most likely not gonna get those 3 hits from the get-go, especially UPDG survivors, right? And for survivors that we're seeing all of them, almost all, with the Borrowed Time, and Yash with a 6-12 build.
So it does look like the Acrobat is planning to take this kite. Not sure if he actually will, but I mean, on the side of UPDG survivors, they can actually sell this first chair because they just need to get one-man escape and they're winning up this matchup. So they're gonna be all spread out across the map and they're just gonna be able to kite as long as possible and not go for rescues if they don't need to. And it looks like we're gonna get right into the game. Hunter is gonna be going for Yuki first. Yuki's hiding in the backside of this map and the Hunter is yet not able to locate her.
He's able to, but he's trying to play that red light trick with her. Yuki can see the Hunter inside though, so I'm not too sure what the mind game is because the eye game is definitely more prominent here. Now Yuki able to stay in a safe area just next to the window, so Hunter able to rotate there as well. Death Row does not have confined space, does have insolence though, so let's see if this hit will register. It seems like Yuki is really maintaining that distance, right? Not giving anything, and in fact, if the distance really comes to a case where it's really close, Yuki does have a gun to work with.
Ooh, is able to get that pallet vault and utilizing the speed to transition to an area that has much more pallets, but it does look like he's going to be taking the first hit here, saving that stun gun for a little bit later time. She's going to be able to make it to the shore. Lots of pallets here to work with, going to be able to buy so much time.
Exactly. So Yuki still has a gun to work with, no flywheel though, so Death Row. Let's see if he's able to register that hit. UPDG survivors understands that it's an insolence now, especially with the first hit register and the ding dong happen. So Yuki, let's see, she's able to vault over. The gun is still available. Death Row, still. There's nothing he can really do, right? Because he doesn't have Blink. As you see, Yuki is still holding on to that gun. I think Yuki understands that he does not have Blink. If not, Death Row would have already done that ages ago.
Yeah, I mean, Yuki just playing around with the terrain so well. She purposely goes out in the open because if she's out in the open, that allows her to get that stun gun. So is able to finally get the stun gun onto this Hunter, and she's going to be transitioning away yet again. She's went from all the way shack to shore, now back to middle, and now she's going towards Big Boat, what it seems like.
Yeah, and also can I just say Yuki also did a very good gunshot there, baiting on everything. So they know that it's not Blink, it's not excitement. What's left is definitely teleport that he has also to use end game. As you see, Yuki still in such a good terrain, keeping that distance, knowing exactly what's expected of her. As we see that miss swing there, Yuki doing that mind game. As we see Death Row finally getting the first down here, coming into the 2nd minute and 30 seconds into this matchup, and they have already started on the 4th and 5th cipher. Gummy.
Yeah, I mean, having 3 oh, he's going to utilize teleport right away. He's going to stop that cipher progress. It's going to be Meow going to be breaking that airbag right away as Meow gets closer to the chair. PP coming in for a backdoor rescue. Hunter's just going to be concentrating on this fire investigator. He's looping in this area and he has another airbag to block him if he needs, and it looks like they were able to get that backdoor rescue. Going to utilize his 2nd and last airbag, and we have another survivor going up to that 2nd story and finishing up that cipher machine at the same time.
Yeah, and it's just a great cat coming from Meow Pai. He's able to effectively use his items to get away safely without eating a single hit to the shore area. So amazing stuff coming from Meow Pai here, especially Hunter transition to survivor here. So PP will be seeing the next card here as the mercenary. Does have 3 elbow pads to work with, and it's just a it's just a really hard game for Death Row. I know we are expecting to see something crazy here with the Night Watcher, but there is a reason why he has fallen off the meta so badly.
Yeah, I mean, PP taking the new kite, but he's at full health. He's a mercenary, and on top of that, he has borrowed time, so he'll be ready for endgame situation. Not the best survivor to chase. Will be finally able to land the hit onto the mercenary, but he's just waiting around here at the shore area, and another survivor back up on second floor. Cypher machine finishing up that Cypher. Hunter is now transitioning targets once again. Yush is going to be leaving immediately as soon as the Hunter left the mercenary. Now he is lost and unable to find the survivor.
And
Cypher
for
machine's hot.
UPDG survivors as well, they understand that and they just pop those ciphers, decoded the sixth one, and in fact, right now we're seeing the end game gate there. Getting teleported to Meowpie is in this vicinity, but he does not have any items to work with, so that is where the problem would lie already. He used it up when it was in the big boat, and now he will be seeing the down here, but it should be enough for the front gate to open. It's currently at 50%. We are seeing all of them making a beeline towards that gate, which would help UPDG secure the 3-man escape and a win as the upper dogs.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't much the Hunter can do. He just utilized teleport, so he can't make it to the other gate. We see the gate has been opened. 3 survivors are very close by, and at least he's able to secure this one-man elimination. But yeah, congratulations to the side of UPDG on getting that win in 2 consecutive rounds and just finishing up this matchup.
Yeah, it's definitely, as we can see today, UPDG's condition is just a lot better here. They are in their tip-top condition, and it just seems to be that this was a piece of cake to them. One-sided victory, and once again, congratulations to Yuki, Shadow, Yash, Meowpie, PP, Emilia, Heshen, as well as their manager, Kui, really giving them support as well. So this is just exactly, you know what we expected from UPDG. Although for 4AW side, it's really unfortunate. We were thinking that based on the team name itself, the experience that they had, the players that has been in there for such a long time, we would think that they would have a better footing here. But UPDG, my goodness, they are here to not just kill, but to secure that prize pool as well.
Yeah, I definitely think they are one of the teams that will be up in the finalists area. I mean, they are so strong. We saw the Hunter just doing an excellent job. And on the side of the survivors, the Hunter containment is just so long and they're just able to finish up. Oh, and we can see the first kiter was the coordinator Yuki, and that's 102 seconds of kiting.
102 seconds solo containment, guys, by the way. So I think honestly, if we're gonna talk about the MVP, right, I would definitely say it's Hushan because of the 2 consecutive 4Ks. But we gotta give our honorary mention to Yuki for this kite, and also Yash with the Seer kite in BO1.
Yeah, I mean, just excellent jobs on both the Hunter and the survivor sides. I mean, yeah, it doesn't matter which survivor you go after, they're gonna be able to kite and buy their team so much time. I'm surprised at the 4-man elimination, continuous 4-man elimination, and being able to finish it in 2 rounds in a best of 3. We usually see 3rd round, sometimes overtime, but usually the players are able to make it to round 3, but this was just, yeah, incredibly well done job for UPDG. Very unexpected, but I mean, they are your co-op players. They've made it all the way to playoffs, and that's a very big record for the side of SEA. So they definitely have that experience and the ability to make it very far. I'm actually very excited for this new switch up in teams. We thought that maybe they don't have that long time coordination with their teams such as 4AW, but in this instance, they definitely had it. They're all the high tier players and they're able to work so well with each other.
Yeah, I think communication is more of the key role here coming into BO1 and BO2 that we saw from UPDG. It's like we don't see a lot of support coming in because that is not the meta that we are seeing here. The meta right now is to decode and get out. That is exactly what we saw here from UPDG. No support at all, and that is absolutely fine. But communication is perfect. We don't see the servers kiting on top of each other, on top of ciphers that's being decoded. So great great placement coming from UPDG with this clean sweep here. If you look at the total score, it's a 15-3, absolute domination, not just from the survivors, but also from the hunter side. So this is just a clean sweep that we're seeing from UPDG, and we'll see if they're able to replicate the same result coming tomorrow's semifinals matchup. And this is definitely not the end, because this is still match number 1 of today. We have a total of 4 matches to go, and they will be facing up whoever that will win the next matchup of today.
Yeah, so I mean, just wonderful job on the side of UPDG and great fight on 4AW, but unfortunately that first kite was not long enough for round 1 and round 2, and that resulted in not having enough cipher machines ready. It was a little unfortunate. They weren't able to finish up the ciphers, and they weren't really able to make it to that end game because Heshen mind gamed these survivors so well.
I think at the same time, right, like we also saw certain persona changes. I mean, personas with all the borrowed time from BO1, right, which really didn't work out to their favor because then the kiting potential was not at maximum. And then in BO2 we did see certain adjustments, but still it wasn't enough. It seems to be that the pick here of the opera singer was not predicted. I'm not too sure what really went wrong with 4AW survivors, but I would say maybe the kiting route and some team communication was the issue here. Maybe not enough time to prepare for this matchup could also be the contributing factor to their loss today. But at the same time, you know what, we gotta re-articulate about the consolation prize. Even if you do lose here, you bring home the experience, you bring home the consolation prize, and we will see them again probably for the next COA probably. And also, guys, just now that I remember, because this is now rebranded as IVT SEA, right? It's no longer IVC. So whoever wins this tournament will not be advancing further into COA. This is last time when we had IVC, right? Usually the winner of this is gonna proceed further. We'll see them next year, but this is not the case for IVT SEA. So whoever wins, they just win the prize pool. So they won't get the added honor to perform automatically next year in the global stages.
Yeah, and we also do have an interview that we're currently setting up, so you'll get to meet one of the players from UPDG, which is exciting. Okay. You know, write your questions in the chat. Be ready.
Yes, guys.
Who do you want to see?
Right. Who do I want to see? Who do you want to see, actually, Gummy? Because this is your first interview ever, right? So who do you want to see?
I kind of want to talk to Heshen because he just did such an amazing job with the... Oh, and we got the MVP.
Is it a sign?
Is it a sign? Are we going to be talking to Heshen? Let us know.
Realistically, Gummy, most likely not.
Okay, never mind.
Because, yeah, I think they will most likely be bringing a English-speaking member. I do feel that it would most likely be Yuki. So guys, if you guys have any questions for, maybe it's Yuki, maybe it's not, but do list out your questions here in the live chat, and we will hopefully have the time to ask your questions. And yeah, I think this is the best time to really talk about what we should potentially ask. Yeah, it is confirmed. We will be seeing Yuki.
Oh, okay.
As expected. So I think in that matchup itself, I think I would most likely be asking about BO1. Yes, but let's not waste any time, guys, because the interview session is ready. Let's hit into it and let's see Yuki. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, congratulations to Team UPDG for winning the opening matchup of IVT SEA, right? It's just absolute domination that we saw from both Hunter and Survivor. So, Yuki, you saw Hershen's performance today. How much out of 10? How much will you rate it? And why?
I mean, since he saw cute twice, 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10. Okay, because he forfeit twice. Great. And also, I think another question that we have, right, is in BO1, right? We wanted to, I'm pretty sure that Survivor Side, you guys hope to see a 4-man endgame. So could you, tell us a little bit about what really, went wrong coming towards the end?
I think there was a bit of miscommunication when like TP was going to rescue. Like, I think he left a bit too late lah. But if he was gonna get stopped early, I think like I was supposed to go and help him with the rescue. But like none of us knew that lah until it was too late and like we couldn't rescue. Yeah, so that was quite unfortunate because if not, it would have been a like 4-man endgame. Yeah, I think the point of that game was the field rescue.
I see. And Gami?
So yeah, I was wondering how confident were you going into these matches? Were there some things that happened that you didn't expect? What were some things that you did very good that you would like to let us know?
I mean, we take every opponent seriously lah. So we did our research for this matchup also. And like for BO1, we really didn't expect him to let us Seer because like in IBL and IGL, like they always ban Seer first. So like we were quite shocked that Seer was let out, and we didn't even train Seer at all. So this was actually our first time with taking Seer. Yeah, and like Yash really carried us lah. And for BO2,
yeah, I think yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, for
BO2,
like we know Death World is like a Dream Witch main, so yeah, we decided to ban the Dream Witch. So at least like we are more confident against his other hunters.
Yeah, I definitely love the respect ban with the Dream Wish, but I think we also have to comment your containment, right? 102 seconds of containment time with the coordinator. Great kiting coming from you and amazing mind games. So of course, at the very end of the day, I know you guys are probably very tired, and tomorrow we'll be seeing the semi-final matchup as well as the grand finals one. So how confident is UPDG at, potentially how you guys are feeling about reaching potentially all the way to the grand finals? Like confidence-wise, 10 out of 10? Or is it?
I think for my teammates, it'll be 10 out of 10. Personally, I'm quite nervous, but I'll do my best.
Yeah, I believe you'll do your very best. Today's performance was definitely a statement, but is there anything that you like to say to your fans that is supporting you on the live stream right now?
Thanks so much for your support. Continue supporting UPDG.
Okay, and that will be it for our interview session. Thank you so much, Yuki, and do rest up alongside with UPDG's Survivors and Hunters.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that was insights brought in by the players themselves. Really surprised that she didn't decide not to talk about her coordinator gameplay, but it was definitely absolute perfection there. The gunshots, the kiting routes, and it's just amazing gameplay also coming from Yuki herself. So it seems to be that they are very confident, I would say, though Yuki is not too much, but the players themselves, they are.
Yeah, I think maybe like she doesn't want to give away the tactics for her coordinator. I mean, she still has a few more games to play. So like, I'll hold on to my secrets and maybe I'll let you know when we win the finals. Possibly.
Yeah, it could be the case there, but I do feel that UPDG, I mean, with their performance today itself, it seems to be that they are geared up to potentially reach to the grand finals, and they are confident to face up against who they'll meet.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have the highlights coming up here real soon, anytime now.
And
not quite yet.
breath lost, shadows fall, the blaze is drawn, fate twists back.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon.
Spotlight's on, now here I am, dressed in scars with golden glam. Dance with eyes out on this game. Come on down, let me feel all your dreams. Feel the crowds, feed the flame. Stage itself's a twisted frame. Bury the past, walk this fame. You wanna show what you gotta do is call my name. I kick off gold, it's cold beneath. My mask still fits, I barely breathe. They beg for truth, I sell what they need. Take a bow, going out with a bang. Pull the gun, I call the rain. Spin the tale, I played it rain. Call my shot, I ran the rules. Kill the truth, just gave them what they all crave.
Well, welcome back everyone. This is going to be 2025 IVT Southeast Asia. You're going to be joined by me today, Kuroshoyo Gaming, with my co-caster here, Gummy. We've just finished round 1, and now we're on straight towards round 2 here. How do we feel so far, Gummy, with our games played so far?
I mean, we had an absolute domination on the side of UPDG. They're showing to be a very strong team, and I expect them to make it to the finals, but we haven't seen all the games yet, so I shouldn't be too positive about that yet. But we will have WWW going against NE, which is I'm not sure if I heard many of these survivors or these hunters, but they could also have changed their names around.
Yes.
So if they change their ID, it's very hard to keep track of them. It's just hard to keep track of players in general, and it looks like we're gonna have WWW team roster first.
It's the hunter is going to be Moru here alongside with 6 survivors like Kawaii, Jenka Kawaii, Beloin, Kaisan, Bull, and Alet. Alet has been playing with us for quite a long time as well, alongside with Moru here being a hunter in numerous different teams. But we've been seeing Moru for the past numerous IVTs as well, and they've always been top 8 too, so this is still a hunter that we do need to kind of keep track on as well. And I do wonder how will they perform for our IVT 2025 Southeast Asia server. But overall though, we have 2 familiar faces alongside with kind of newer survivors overall here in general, but from their slogan as well, they are here to win, so it's going to be quite an interesting matchup too.
Yeah, I mean, an interesting point for the survivor's name is we have Rei Kawaii and Jen Kawaii, so a nice wordplay, gameplay, duo,
definitely
with friends in real life, and we have the NE roster.
Yep, for NE we have Fudiel as our hunter alongside with survivor side having 5 survivors in their team comp being Peter Pan, K2, Hatari, Makoti, and Chop Sen. From the side of NE, it's actually our first time seeing them entering the top 8 as well. Potentially speaking, they could also be in top 8 last year, but it's a lot of name changes, and you know, from Southeast Asia server as well, a lot of team switches as well alongside with players swapping too. We saw last game too in the Upper Dog roster, they had Meowpie as their survivor, who was a hunter main for FT last season, especially during Koa as well.
Yeah, so a lot of switch ups and a lot of team switch ups, and it looks like, yeah, we'll be able to finally watch the first 2 survivors. We'll be able to know more about them after their initial games. We see D has banned Moonlit River Park, and WWW has chosen Leo's Memory. It looks like the survivors will be starting for WWW.
I do see from this map ban pick as well, we're banning the bigger maps just so we can give Leo's Memories to the survivors. It seems like from the side of WWW, they trust in their survivors more than their hunters, or maybe their hunter is just that good to the point that we don't need so much advantages as well. It kind of works out the same for NE2 here with banning out Ever Sleeping Town and Moonlit River Park as well. From these both 2 teams, it seems like it'll mainly be a battle of the survivors and not the hunters, especially after recent patches as well, right? It does kind of suit hunters more, but during this patch we won't be having the new personas coming in, neither will we be having that Nayad buff alongside with Ench buff as well. That will be left for IVS.
Yeah, I mean, another reason they could be sending their survivors in first is to see how well the hunter does, how many eliminations he gets, and that will just either put more pressure on their hunter or put less pressure on their hunter. If the hunter for the opposite team and he can get that 4-man elimination, that's going to put a lot of pressure for WWW's hunter. And both teams only have 1 hunter available, so they're not going to be switching around.
Yeah.
They have extra survivors, and WWW has a coach, but NE doesn't have a coach. So we'll see how that benefits the teams and like how that will work out in the gameplay.
Definitely, yeah. And of course, WWW being a team that represents the Vietnam community as well, though. So from their side, it's quite a lot on their plate as well, right? So like with these kind of clashes going on as well, especially when we know from the Southeast Asia regions too, it's usually a region versus region based. And of course, during IVS Asian Games during the 2023 years as well, it was also region versus region. So it's kind of nice to be able to see clashes like this between the Southeast Asia region as well. It's just so then we have more competition and it'll be more exciting for each player to see as well. But as we see as well from the map ban picks too, right? Moonlit River Park is gone, Ever Sleeping Town is gone. We have 2 map bans now when it comes to, you know, round 1, and then of course being able to pick Leo's Memory. It's not a bad map, but you know what? It's also a very Lucky Guy viable map as well.
Oh, yeah, I mean, Lucky Guy coming into the meta is like the most unexpected thing in my entire identity. He is the default character. Nobody expects Lucky Guy to actually make a difference in this game. And yeah, and now that he does, it's a little alarming. We got the changes. Oh, and we will have the survivor picks right now.
Yeah, you know, Fire Investigator and Mijal just banned here. We're going to get immediately that Explorer and Magician first 2 picks. Explorer isn't too bad, especially as the first pick, but I do feel like it's a bit easier for Goman to find them as well.
I mean, Explorer on Leo's Memory is actually good. There's a lot of like snow patches that you can hide from, and he has been chosen a lot. But yeah, I mean, it's still a very dangerous character to play because if the hunter finds the explorer early, he has barely any kite potential. We haven't been seeing any like 5 cipher, 3 cipher kites for an
Yeah.
explorer. So yeah, definitely a little bit of risk on the side of WWW, but I mean, depending on
the
their
issue
spawn
here
points,
is they decide to reuse Professor, though Professor being a reusability, like we picked Professor last. Yes, it does counter Goldman here, but I'm more surprised we didn't choose Professor as a first pick. Rather, we want to use him for the later rounds as well.
I mean, Professor did also get that buff, so they could probably try to utilize the scalability. And if there's a Hermit, not sure Hermit's going to be the first round pick, but he can also get rid of the charge. So possibly trying to take advantage of that ability. But yeah, I mean, there are other survivors that you could have possibly tried to save.
Yes, definitely. It's just, I do feel like from WWW side, they do have maybe some trump card that they're relying on with the Professor pick as well. Or potentially speaking, someone from their team is that Professor Ming who's able to kind of turn the tide around with a lot of body blocks and potential, rebound containments too. But with this type of team comp though, Magician, Explorer, the Professor, and of course First Officer, it's not a slow decoding team comp. It's very good against Goldman as well. But the biggest weakness of this team comp will be stunners. And we're going to be able to see Sculptor here being played out in Leos up against this team.
I mean, Kuro, you're a Sculptor main. What are your thoughts? Is she going to be able to get that 4-man elimination in Leo?
We'll have to see, won't we? It's going to be very hard from the side of Sculptor as well, especially after Magician's buff, right? Magician, if you destroy his illusion, he gains 50% movement speed boost. So regardless of what Sculptor does here, if she uses her statues to get rid of the body block mechanism from that wand, Magician is still gonna be able to pull away as well, right? So like a Sculptor choice here, I think this team comp counters Sculptor more than Sculptor counters them. It's just way too many buffs from the side of Magician. Professor being a really good counterpoint as well, and Explorer, who's a great Cypher Rush type character to, go up against a Sculptor.
Yeah, and it looks like we will be getting the spawn points ready. We have the First Officer in the middle. Usually we see the First Officer, not in the middle, it's going to be off to the right. But because the spot changes, it does look like, it used to be they're going to switch around. Okay, the First Officer is going to be in the middle, and we're going to have the Sculptor at the front gate.
Sculptor at front gate though, we're very close towards Explorer. Explorer, you know what, in this spawn location, right, Explorer either spawns inside of the shack or he spawns directly outside of that pallet near shack as well. So for Sculptor, her main point of view here would be, does she have Hunter's Instincts? And the next question would be, will Explorer be able to actually get out of the area on time? Because you spawning in shack, this spawn is only used for if Sculptor spawns to the bottom left, but with the persona points we go, it's going to be trump card Insolence here alongside Warp from the side of Sculptor. And from Survivor side, it's going to be Magician, which knee-jerk reflex, Tie Turner on that Explorer, so if he gets found, it's all over. Knee-jerk reflex alongside with Fly on Professor, and of course Tie Turner on that First Officer as well.
Yeah, I mean, we see that we're gonna have them Explore with Tie Turner, which is interesting because if Explorer is chased first, he can't kite, but then he doesn't have a kiting build, and he has Borrowed Time and Tie Turner. Can be a little scary, but if Explorer can hide, bringing Tie Turner is completely understandable.
Yes.
We'll just have to hope that the Sculptor can't find him right away at the cabin shack.
It's going to be hard though, especially when we bought trump card as well for that Hunter's Instincts. For this game, Explorer will be the treasure that Sculptor has to find. But let's move on towards the game now. We're going to spawn directly at Christmas Tree, but ignoring Explorer first and looking for Kaisan, who's playing First Officer. This might not be the best choice.
I mean, it looks like she's going to be going after their rescuer so survivors can have a less stable rescue and be utilizing her statues right away, but avoiding them and hiding behind this pallet, staying out of line of sight. So Hunter kind of trying to figure out how to place her statues.
But Kaisan here, sorry, it's actually the Professor here being played. We're going to be able to get that chip block here immediately from Professor, but that's also a 1 chip damage there for Presence. But even so, right, we're going to be able to pull so far away. Professor is already running straight towards the next nearby pallet area, as long as he just dodges the statues here normally. Sculptor has a very long attack hit animation here, so it's pretty easy to get that shell shock out. Can we get it? No, we got a chip there instead, and that's a normal hit, just because we're during the animation of that chip as well. Professor, we're in a little bit of pickle here, but we missed that chip there, thankfully. carefully, but no blink on the hands to use. There's a warp here, but for Sculptor, warp is not the best to use up against the Professor as well. That's gonna be a warp coming out. Can we vault over, or are we gonna play around here for a little while longer? Can we maybe slow vault over? Slow vault? We're not slow vaulting. That's a fast vault over instead. Professor going down at 71 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have a lot of cipher progress. We have one cipher machine that's going to be finished up pretty soon, but we also do have an Explorer with 50% page, so we actually do have more cipher progress than is shown. We see these Chisel is trying to snipe out Alet for the time being. He's being very patient and going back and forth. We need a survivor to come in for this rescue. She's not quite at full presence, so not too scary yet, but it looks like the survivors aren't making a move towards this Professor.
Yeah, Magician wanted order here. Explorer still decoding. It's after half rescue though, so we still can't forget. In this scenario here, Sculptor has Insolence. If we do come in for the rescue, that's gonna be max presence Sculptor. But if we don't come in for rescue, we're gonna be able to see that work coming up here as well. Can we get another damage rescue here? No, we can't. First officer immediately sniped from the Sculptor's Chisel right there. As we see here, officer trying to get out, but can we get a double chip? We got a chip there immediately. But that's gonna be an instant double chip on first officer. Double chip, it's not what we want here, Professor. You still have your shell shock on your hands to use. We did get the shell shock, we didn't, but we're able to vault over there properly as well. That's gonna be chipped there, immediately register. We flywheel, we've knee-jerk reflex. Shell shock's gonna be over just about now, and we weren't able to dodge that last set of nobility. Professor will go down for a double down, and this is horrible from the side of WWW.
Yeah, I mean, a double down situation is never good for the side of the survivors. We have 3 cipher machines, however, have been completed. We have a 60% page, and it was an after half rescue, so he's going right back to the manor. First officer was able to heal back up, and we still do have the Explorer with Tide Turner that could be available, utilizing the Chisel to try and get the down onto Ray.
But First officer getting healed pretty fast here. Thankfully, he's going to be able to survive for a little bit longer. But who's right in front of us? That's the Explorer here, riding our face with that footprints left behind as well. We've 2 full cipher machines remaining. Yes, Explorer's the only last one left remaining with a Titan, but that's going to be warp over here immediately. That's going to be an instant hit. How many statues do we have? We have 3 full sets of statues. Explorer, it's going to be a lot of twisting and twirling here. We're going to go down in towards miniature mode just so we can avoid as much of those nobility statues as much as we can. But you can only survive for so long. We've 1 more set remaining. Sculptor, beautiful chip on the side of our Sculptor, and now that's gonna be the instant hit down. We have not started our other 2 ciphers just yet.
Yeah, I mean, the Explorer down with that 60% page. Now survivors have to go for this rescue because they need to pick up this page, or they have to wait till he's returned to the manor and go back to this chair. But Hunter is going to be chairing right next to Rai Kawaii, so he's going to be going for her next target immediately.
Yeah, but first officer, that's a perfume, beautiful perfume they're used, but we used it a bit too early. That was going to be able to get that instant double down. No one's decoding. Magician left by himself. Explorer, no items left to deal with this containment, but we're looking for Magician. But that AoE damage still lands as we're 1 chip down.
Yeah, I mean, first officer's down, Magician 75% damage, Explorer half health, downing the Magician right away. The survivor that picked up that 60% page, so unable to utilize this page. First down for Magician. I mean, no healthy survivors can go for this rescue. It looks like Explorer is nearby, but what can he do to possibly get this rescue?
Explorer came nearby to find more pages, but little do we know, Magician didn't even get away from this area on time. 1 full cipher machine left, first officer and Explorer. All what we can really do now is to wait until Magician's eliminated and play the slug endgame. But Sculptor knows this too. We see where first officer is. If we get him down here, Explorer's going to be such an easy find.
Yeah, and now she's utilizing the Chisel to down Ray Kawaii. He's utilized self-heal, so if he goes down, he can't get back up, but it does look like he's able to survive that 1 Chisel. Hunter is now moving towards this first officer. Not sure if she's going to commit, but we can see the Explorer is finishing up 1 of the cipher machines. We do have a lot of progress in the last 2 ciphers, but the only problem is none of the survivors can come in for this rescue, and Hunter is already going after this first officer.
We can't forget, there's still a warp on our Sculptor side. Officer, if he goes down here, that just means Explorer doesn't have enough time to pop open the last cipher machine here. 1 statue set, that's an instant down. We just realized Explorer popped open his cipher machine here too, so all now what's left is how long will it take for us to find Explorer?
I mean, she's right nearby, but he's doing a good job hiding in the little grass. Oh, it looks like she's going to be able to find him down and immediately. And that's Sculptor for you with that 4-man elimination. and it looks like the survivors are going to surrender because first officer does not have self-heal. I mean, how do you feel about this? Kuro, Sculptor is your hunter main, right?
It is, but I feel like a lot of pressure came in from early game, especially from the side of a Professor too. There's two kind of containment in which Professor should have kind of focused a little bit more on. The first one is he can still slow vaults as Sculptor, especially when there is the attack animation debuff there as well. So for the last pallet there, that has been dropped down near the front gate where Sculptor was utilizing her statues. A slow vault there would be able to kind of bait that statue out to further prolong that containment time. But overall though, Professor didn't do too bad. However, that pick was our pocket pick. It was a reused pick, in which it means like, you know, First Officer's gone, Explorer's gone, and Magician's gone, just because we can use Professor for round 2 and round 3. And in this case, it didn't really return anything that we want. Still, it was a 4-man elimination, beautifully done by the Sculptor, but it was just unfortunate from the side of Professor.
Yeah, and one thing I'd like to note is when the Magician rescued the Explorer, he had that 60% page. He actually used it before he went down on one of the Cypher machines inside of Shack. That's why we didn't see that coming up again. And yeah, I mean, Cypher containment, we can see Kaisa and the Professor did have the most, but I mean, the other survivors weren't able to kite too long either, so...
Yeah, it is just kind of from Professor's side, this up against the Sculptor, in one sense we can say that this probably is just around the average time, but then like in a case where Sculptor did bring Insolence alongside with Trump Card 2, we can't forget, right, we've given up Explorer, which means that the team does have a bit more benefit from the side of Cypher rushing, but not only that as well, Professor being, you know, a character that slows down attack animation, especially with Sculptor having slow attack hits usually as well, it shouldn't be too hard for us to, you know, kind of relieve a little bit pressure compared to the other survivors here. However, what I would say is Fudio has done a really good job as well, especially with his patience too, when it comes to playing up against that Professor as well.
Yeah, I mean, the team comp here, it doesn't seem like it really benefited them against Sculptor. They could have been looking for a Goatman, possibly, because we see Magician and First Officer going against Goatman, but I mean, the Survivor side, they wanted the Cypher Rush, so they got the Explorer, and they also got to choose the map, so that was Leo's memory, trying to keep the Explorer safe.
Yeah.
He was able to get his pages, they just weren't able to finish in time because the damages piled up so much faster than the Cypher progress. So, I mean, I did question the Sculptor pick, but it actually worked out for the side of the Hunter, so...
Yeah. I do think as well, maybe one of the game-changing points was probably mid-game when First Officer came in for the rescue. That double down scenario there kind of costed us one extra survivor to come in to heal, one extra survivor to come in and, you know, contain, and another extra survivor that's just down on the ground having, you know, nothing else that they actually can do there. So like, as we can see as well, right, early game with the Explorer, it was 3 Cypher machine done. However, after the second rescue, that's a max presence pop opening for Sculptor, in which we don't want. That's also a double down scenario for Sculptor, in which it just makes our Cypher machines really slow. And third case scenario would be Explorer had to stand out in order to contain. However, up against a max presence Sculptor, it's just too hard.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the survivors had to pour in their energy into rescuing. None of the survivors really took that kiting time, and they weren't really able to divert the Hunter's attention. He was on them in the entire game, the chisel right away every time. Whatever survivors approaches, they get bombarded by statues. She got that first presence, and great utilization of the warp to get across the map back and forth. So she had map control, she had the pressure, and she got that early first man elimination. So yeah, I mean, everything just really worked out for the side of the Sculptor.
Yeah, and it's not only that too, right? Especially when it comes to the rescue scene, like for a lot of rescuers in pro play too, especially in IVT, what would be best for us is to rescue before a half, so then like in case we do end up with a double down, you can still have time to recover. But in our case, it was an after half rescue, we doubled down, we don't have, you know, the moment that Professor got shared, it was an immediate elimination. One chisel out, you're able to find wherever the survivors are, max presence, you're going to be able to use the statues to locate their immediate, you know, designated area within the 32-meter radius as well. So like in this case, what we probably would say as from the side of WW survivors would be, overall, it wasn't badly done. The only kind of big turning points of the game was if we wanted to rescue, should have probably been a before a half rescue, just so then like if it's a double down, Professor gets shared, we still have 30 seconds to recover. But in this case, we didn't. And then if it's after half, I think it probably would have been better just to sell there.
Yeah, I mean, we also need to remember for the players, they could have been nervous and kind of messed up a little and got that after half rescue. I mean, the nerves really get to some of the players, and since we don't know a lot of the survivors, there could be a lot of new players as well. They have less experience. So that was a little unfortunate. Yeah, the damage just piled up onto the survivors. They weren't able to heal. They didn't have the ability to rescue because everyone was injured. So in that sense, I believe, yeah, it was a little hard for the survivors. But
Yeah.
I mean, Mori is the hunter for WWW, and you said he's been in a lot of competition, so he can definitely get that win back with that 4-man elimination for the second
Definitely.
half.
Definitely. But like if we talk about the second half right now from the side of Modu 2, like from the side of NE's team comp, right? You've Embalmer, you have Mechanic, you have Aeroplanist. These three characters being able to contain up against the Goldman really well, especially with Mech being able to Cypher Rush as well. I do feel like, right, from the side of Modu, if we do decide to go for the usual Goldman or Hullabaloo pick, you're going to have to ban those two no matter what. But if we're going to be similar to Fudiel here with a Sculptor first pick, or maybe pocket picking something that he wants to pick or he's good at, we could potentially catch off, the any survivors off guard as well.
My questions are, what do you think about the Nightmare pick?
If we see from IVT during the last few weeks as well from WBG's Ninia's side, I mean, Nightmare isn't such a bad character, but it's pretty dependable from time to time is probably what I would say. In a map like Leo's, probably not the best. Too much palettes to play around. You're probably going to have to bring confined space or at least some sort of destructiveness stacks in this map. But he's not bad. More or less for me, round 3 viable. But we're going to move on straight towards the ban pick phase. Here we go. It's going to be Seer Antiquarian alongside with Magician first pick here as we wait on for a second pick from NE.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing the Seer and Antiquarian pick the most in most of the tournaments. They don't want to deal with an extra hit to down the first survivor. They want to down the first survivor as quickly as possible. And Antiquarian is just an amazing harasser. She can kite and she can harass, so a very versatile character. We see them getting banned out. And interesting, we see a professor ban and a meteorologist ban. So yeah.
From the side of Moru here, it's a bit interesting as well, but a Perfumer picked there instantly too, especially within the new recent persona changes, alongside with Perfumer getting her new S skin as well. She has been quite a popular pick in rank, alongside with Gardener here as our final and last pick. But actually speaking, you know what, recycling Gardener just so we can use her in round 2 up against the opera singers. So this ban pick really isn't bad, for NE.
I mean, yeah. Interesting lineup. We don't see Perfumer as picked as much in the beginning, but I mean, with the different changes in the meta, having full presence sometimes is not as dangerous as it was in the past against Sculptor or Ivy. So I guess, yeah, Perfumer can definitely buy a lot of time mind gaming the hunter, especially when you're on the second floor. She could perfume, jump down, and the hunter has to wait because they can't jump down in case she goes back. So in that sense, we do have that second story area inside of Factory to work with. And yeah, Magician has been chosen. We've been seeing him a lot of the times. His buff has just helped him so much. And we also have the stable rescuer always coming in as first officer.
Definitely, yeah. But like with a team comp like this, it is more or less used to counter Goldman as well, right? So like from the side of Moru, we need a formal elimination to at least tie everything up. This hunter pick from his side, from their side, is going to be a little bit harder here to do. Everyone is kind of a 4-ish kind of character, but it seems like we're going to go a little bit hot-headed here. It's going to be Goldman up against the first officer, Magician, Gardener, and Perfumer.
Right. So it looks like we're going to have the Goldman coming in. He is one of the meta hunters, so it's definitely a possibility for him to get that 4-man elimination depending on how he plays. We're going to get to the spawn points right away. We're going to have the Gardener in the middle, Perfumer going around the entire map. She's going to make up her mind pretty soon. They are locking in now. And we can see that first officer is going to be off to the right. We have Magician inside of Shack and the Perfumer inside of Factory. Pretty safe area. I mean, what do you think the Hunter... Oh, Hunter has spawned.
We're gonna go Moongate here from the side of Goldman. It's not gonna be easy. We can't really go upstairs to chase after Gardener immediately. We can't go towards two-store area to go after Perfumer. So that kind of just leaves us with Magician. However, the good thing about Modu spawn here really is you're forcing the 3 survivors at middle to not decode initially early on just because they have to rotate, or else one mistake, it's gonna be a win game here for Modu. But with the Persona points we go, it's gonna be Trumpet Attention alongside with Blink from the side of our Hunter. First Officer on Titan alongside with Magician. Reflex alongside with Flywheel, same with Gardener as well, and Perfumer Flywheel with Tide Turner.
Yeah, so we can see a full kite build onto the Magician and the Gardener, and only one borrowed time on the Rescuer. We do see this happening a lot when they're facing meta hunters and they're not sure if they're going to make it to endgame, so they just bring full kiting build. So if you can kite long enough and get enough ciphers done, it is possible to make it to that endgame situation, and you are facing a gold man, so you gotta bring as much kiting builds as you necessarily need.
Definitely, yeah. But with just 2 Tide Turners here though, if any of the Tide Turner capabilities really get caught out here instantly for first chase, I'd say it's best probably for us to sell, especially from NE2. They only need a 1-man escape to win up against WWW for round 1, but we're going to move on towards the game we go. This will be round 1 second half between these 2 teams, as we have Trumpet Attention alongside with Wanted Order, Exhibitionist, Berserker, and Fear.
Yeah, and it looks like he's going to be heading to Peter Pan first. Is going to be able to get that hit onto the illusion, avoiding the damage for now. Is not going to be able to get the Terror Shock on this pallet. I mean, it looks like he thought he had enough time when utilizing his illusion, but the Hunter just knew exactly where the survivor was heading because that pallet was dropped. And yeah, extremely early down on the side of the survivors.
It's down on the wrong side. The thing is, oh no, first officer got an immediate hit right there. We're gonna have to pause here instantly as well. It could be, potentially speaking, technical difficulties, but like from the side of Magician instantly there, right? We dropped the pallet on the wrong side. I think we panicked there. We had speed boost, right? Because Goldman hit the illusions, and then like Magician has 50%, under 50% stacked up. We thought we got over towards the other side of the pallet, but no, we were on the wrong side and we vaulted over in panic too. So like that gave Modu such a strong early game.
Yeah, I mean, we did also get a pause, so there could have been some issues with the ping. He could have been on the right side of the pallet, but the ping difference made him throw down the pallet on the wrong side, maybe. But yeah, I mean, if it continues, how are they going to get back? I mean, for the side of WWW Hunter, this helps him get that 4-man elimination.
Yes.
So, I mean, things are looking good for WWW, but for NE, I mean, they just need to get that 1-man escape. How are they going to work through this situation? How are they going to recover?
It's going to be really hard because First Officer came in for the instant rescue there as well. So we're going in for the rescue instantly, while our Cypher Machine has just been decoded there too. But I do see why it makes sense, because we want Magician to rebound kite or down near somewhere a little bit further away as possible. But in this case, it's too hard. It's too hard. If Magician or even First Officer could have hidden before coming for the rescue, definitely could have been better as well. But in this case, it does seem like we can still go for a full 4-man win game here. It's just very unfortunate from that Magician's vault.
Yeah, and we're getting back started. We see the First Officer is able to get that immediate rescue before half with Tide Turner. Hunter is trying to look for another survivor to hit, gets a chip hit onto the First Officer, and it looks like he wants more. He wants to damage this First Officer, can't rescue at all.
Oh no, Peter Pan is lagging. It's a bit unfortunate here, but there's really nothing else we can do in this case then. It is currently a 75-second down, alongside with the fact that it will be second chair as well. This is pretty bad. We see K2 here already coming in for the rescue Gardener with Wanted Order 2, unfortunately.
So yeah, Hunter able to cage the survivor because Wanted Order is telling him exactly where she is, and she's gonna be able to break this cage. Hunter's gonna be taking the hit onto him without the bubble, so that's injuring this Gardener. She's making this rescue, isn't able to approach the chair. She's cut off, and now she needs to leave.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate there from the side of Magician. He disconnected there on time, but we missed the blink there at least, so that's at least some type of breathing room here from the side of Gardener. But Gardener, can we maybe contain here for a little bit while longer? We can't, because we didn't know where the goal man was. That's a double down instantly. from the side of Moru. It's great, but it's not so great for any survivors.
Yeah, and it looks like the magician will be going back to the manor. Now the hunter is free to pick up this gardener. He's going to be trying to set up a cage. Now he's going to go straight for... No, he's going to be breaking this pallet. Now he's going to go for that pickup. So first chair on the gardener. They don't have a lot of cipher progress. Already one survivor is back to the manor. We see injury on the first officer, and the hunter's getting ready to choose his next target.
From the side of any survivors, preferably speaking, we would like to pop at least a second cipher so we can maybe play for an endgame dungeon. But right around now, Perfume, beautiful Perfume, they're instantly on our side as well. But we don't have that movement speed boost to catch up here on time. So Flywheel did not come out a little bit, unfortunately. We want to bait here a little bit while longer, but at least Gardner's up. But the only issue here now is Perfumer will go down instantly as Gardner's just right in front of us.
Yeah, she needs to avoid this double down situation, so Gardner needs to kite for as long as possible, but Hunter already knows where she is going to be caging her. She's working around here at this pallet, but Hunter's going to be running right into her, downing this Gardner. Another double down situation. First officer, the only survivor up and running. I mean, she's going to be chaired once again. Oh, it looks like they are healing up in the corner, so at least Perfumer will still have self-heal.
The issue here is Moru now realizes that no one's going to come in for the rescue. We see the other two here currently healing as well. We're going to look for them immediately here. Perfumer up first hit, preferably speaking. We don't see her just yet, but at least she's still at half health here. Now, first officer, no pocket watch on her hands left to use. 4 cipher machines left. We just can't get dungeon. So for Moru here, if he does want the chair, it doesn't matter. No dungeon for Perfumer to jump. All what we're waiting for really now is crows.
Yeah, I mean, Hunter just... He has tinnitus, so he knows there's a survivor nearby. They're not going for this rescue, so now he just needs to pressure these two survivors. And it does look like he's going to be going for the first officer next. And we'll be able to get a hit onto him, but he was only chip damage, so he can still kite a little longer, but he doesn't have any items left. Going to utilize the second cage and down him immediately.
Yeah. We still don't have dungeon, unfortunately. Perfumer did not find the time to decode any cipher machines right now. Leaving first officer on the ground is fine. You could also chair him too, and we'll just wait for endgame until crows either pop or we find Perfumer. But as of now, we're running straight towards Perfumer here. We're currently in a straight line towards her as well. I think the moment we get tonight is we'll probably be able to hear where she is. And of course, with blue stick on the ground, it seems like we found her instantly there. Perfume has been dropped out. We do have blink, but we missed, so that will at least buy Perfume a little longer of a containment time.
Yeah, but she utilized her last perfume, so now she's out of items, and the hunter has her caged once again. A little back and forth here. She's cutting across the middle, but the hunter caught up and will be down this perfumer. First officer, however, has gotten back up, but now he has no self-heal. But even if the survivors get up, as you've mentioned, dungeon is still not out.
Yeah, so from the side of survivors, their main goal here is try to decode one more cipher machine. But like, if you look at the remainder of the cipher machines here too, 51, 40, and 26%, it's not enough. Like, you can't decode any of them in 10-20 seconds, especially for Moru here. 100 stacks of resentment almost on his hands. It's traversing across the map is just huge for him.
I mean, so far he hasn't gotten the tinnitus from this first officer, so he's doing a very good job hiding, but I mean, Perfumer is going to have to get up at some time, and she will no longer have self-heal. Hunter can just go right back to the Perfumer, down this survivor. The only problem is, it looks like the hunter does have tinnitus. He knows he's hiding in this corner, and now he's able to cage this first officer.
First officer back down on the ground. Self-heal has been used here alongside with Perfumer self-heal being used as well. I do think now it's just kind of a waiting game until we get Perfumer down, but I would say as well, early game, it is really unfortunate with that disconnection here from the side of Magician. Because if it wasn't for that, potentially speaking, this could have been a lot more difference, especially with how any survivors are now playing the end game. If we can bleed out, there is still a dungeon chance. But because there's 4 cipher machines remaining, dungeon is still hidden after all.
Yeah, and it looks like Hunter's going to be teleporting to the Shack cipher machine. Doesn't have tinnitus. He's going to utilize his cage. He's going throughout the map. It does look like he now has tinnitus. She was trying to make her way to heal up this first officer, but it looks like she's going to be going down, and that's a 4-man elimination for WW Hunter Moru.
Yes, I would say from that side as well, right? Both hunters did do great. However, moving on towards maybe second half here, at least it's still 50-50, right? At least, it's still an even playing ground. We still have round 2 and round 3, and of course, extra rounds to kind of determine the winner between these two teams. But with this one, I probably would say now's the time to check your internet connection, potentially speaking.
Yeah. I mean, and if your internet connection isn't working out, they may need to substitute the player survivor.
Yes. Definitely, yeah. And we can't forget as well, right? Last game, it was NE banning the maps, and of course WWW choosing the maps as well. So for this one, the advantage point is now back towards NE. Now NE gets to choose whatever map they want to play in, and of course, from the side of WWW, they now need to have some kind of counter picks up against whatever map they choose as well. Usually in map switches like these, the one who gets to choose the map always have the advantage point. So in this case, could still potentially pick a really good map for Fudio too.
Yeah, and we have the match stats here up and available. Only 20 seconds for this magician because of this lag. He wasn't able to really kite or move around. We can see the survivors. The gardener did have the most containment time, but it's not too much. It's very similar to the first officer. I mean, the double down situation, they got the first man eliminated, but then the double down situation, he got another person chaired, and then another double down situation just hurt the survivors way too much. I think they were a little shaken up about the whole situation, and yeah, kept getting those double downs, and that just really benefited the hunter.
Yeah, and we see from Moto's side here as well, right? 4 Slifer machines left, 2 pallets destroyed, 16 hits on towards last survivors, 2 tower shocks, and 10 knockdowns. Overall, from survivors, containment time as well, 47 seconds on the gardener, 35 seconds on the perfumer, 20 seconds on our magician, alongside with 46 seconds on that first officer as well. Even with the containment time here, if we kind of just speak and take out the time of Titan as well, no one really contained for more than 30 seconds, maybe aside from Perfumer. It is, I think you're right, they were shaken up, especially with, Peter Pan here as the magician lagging out early game as well, and we did see the pawns there too. But now it's kind of all about, how we're going to play round 2, how we're going to play round 3.
Yeah, I mean, just the one good thing for NE is the fact that their hunter was able to get that 4-man elimination in the first half, so at least they're not at a deficit, and they can just regroup, restart, and just start this as a new game for round 2 and 3 and make up for that mistake or unfortunate event. And so yeah, it's not over. They're still able to play 2 more rounds. It is the best of 3. So they'll find a way to work around this problem, hopefully.
Definitely. And not only that as well, right? NE's Hunter still has Goldman. They also still has Opera Singer as well. In towards the permanent bans is just that one sculptor. So from the side of NE, they can still win round 2. Fudia can still get a 4-man elimination in round 2, or potentially speaking, they can pick maps like, Every Sleeping Town for his Mad Eyes there as well. But we will move into replays real soon too. And of course, we'll be back after a short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This will be IVT 2025 Southeast Asia, and of course, I'm a commentator. Crucially, alongside with me here is Gummy. We've just finished round 2, first half between NE versus WWW. Now we're directly on towards game 2 now between these two teams. Gummy, how do we feel after game 1?
I mean, since the score is tied for game 1, we can just think of this as a warm-up. They're checking their connections. It's a restart. And we get your third matchup, so that's also good. We get to see more gameplay. And yeah, I mean, hopefully the survivors can get back into their mentality and not be too worried about the next matches.
Yes, of course, definitely as well, right? But like in towards the second half we go, if we just think about the permabans from the side of Hunters as well, any sculptor is gone alongside with WWW's Goldman being gone from first half as well. Now it's going to be any who gets the map pick here for a second game. And we see here as well with the point system, it's currently 5-5, which is very, very, very tight up between these two teams. So both teams still have quite an even playing ground moving on towards round 2 and towards round 3.
Yeah, I mean, now the survivors and hunters just picked their maps, banned their maps. We saw Leo Memory on the first matchup. What? I mean, we got the very unconventional hunter pick on the side of NE. So I'm kind of curious, are they going to be choosing non-meta hunters again, and will they be able to get the same results?
That is true as well, but we will see. I think we'll see most of these after the map selections here too. Any being able to pick what map they want to choose, and WWW having to ban here as well. Look, WWW did kind of reuse the professor here, potentially speaking, maybe to counter the opera singer if any has one, which isn't a bad pick there as well, right? Because you know, for opera singer, professor is one. Professor, Gardener, even sometimes Gravekeeper wouldn't be bad as well, especially in this current day meta, but we still do see Wildling a lot more as well.
Yeah, I mean, Wildling is an interesting choice. Even if you're half health, you can still kite, and the board takes a lot of hits, unless you're going against Naiad and those other hunters that can still injure you directly, Hullabaloo. So yeah, as long as it's not those hunters, it's a pretty good pick. We've seen Wildling work very well against Opera Singer, so yeah, I mean, Wildling is a pretty good character to choose.
Yeah, definitely, especially with the Rescuer meta now as well, right? We're kind of switching slowly between Wildling, Gravekeeper. Mercenary does appear from time to time, but it's only really big maps, alongside with Knight as well, which has been picked in multiple different regions too. I do feel like maybe from here on, from this point moving on forward, it wouldn't be bad, unnecessarily speaking, for both survivor teams just to run, you know, decoding team comps in which you're able to contain and able to decode as well. Especially like, you know, the further on towards the game, the rounds, the more advantage points they have too. So I do think now it's more about how we're going to be able to tie up against second game. First half, like round 1, it's always hunter based, but from round 2 onwards, it will be a little bit more survivor based.
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting is since they have the Sculptor ban for round 1, they still have they have all 4 meta hunters still available, except they're gonna ban one hunter, so they'll still have 3 meta hunters available. That does help the NE hunter.
Definitely, yeah. But then we can't forget, right? Fudiel has Mad Eyes, Nightmare, Opera Singer. Fudiel has a lot of pocket picks that he does have in his bag as well that he can pull up, potentially speaking, just to go against multiple different team comps. So this just means for WWW survivors, if you're kind of drafting a team comp in which you want to kind of just start one specific hunter, I don't think that's going to work up against NE's hunter.
Yeah, so on the side of WWW survivors, they have to have survivors that can counter most of the hunters, because they're not going to be sure what hunter Furiel is going to end up choosing, since he has so many different characters that he can play. I mean, it's just interesting. How will you come up with a comp? What's a good comp to go against general hunters?
For general hunters, I do think, like, you know, you have your basic Antiquarian Seer alongside with Priestess as well. I'd probably say more or less right now from round 2 moving on forwards, it's a little bit stable to probably go Meteorologist if she's still available, Mechanic for that, you know, Cypher Rush, and potentially speaking, having a forward just for Harass too. Because like, if you think about it now, having forward, especially for any survivor after Modu used the Goldman as well, they now have one ban for round 2, so they could get rid of the Opera Singer, play the forward up against, potentially speaking, Hullabaloo. Maybe not the Ivy, but like we see as well after Ivy's nerf, she's a little bit more tie oriented type of hunter, just because of that fast Ostrakhan destruction / dismantle after the first man elimination too. There is a lot that they can work with, and Bomber as well. It's also another option here, but I do think like from WWW side, moving on round 2 and round 3, it has to be a little bit more team oriented rather than solo containment.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So,
Well,
go ahead.
Also, I do think, right, like with the map selection here, as we're still waiting from both teams too, it is now kind of more or less about, hey, we already used Leo's memory. Leo's memory is gone. That's for round 1 for survivors to use, but survivors weren't able to kind of fully capitalize on it. Round 2 and round 3, yes, a bit more better suited for survivor, but you can't forget, you really can't forget that there's too much advantage point for Fudio. Fudio has way too many hunters that he can just pull out of the bag immediately to catch WWW survivors off guard. And not only that too, WWW survivors, we first officer gone, magician is also gone. We also have used up the explorer too, who is kind of a really good pocket pick round 2 and round 3 for Cypher Rush. With these 3 characters gone, that means like if we want to potentially speaking is play a stealth hunter that can chair camp really well, all what Fudio has to do really is just to ban out rescuers.
Yeah, and finally we have the map bans and picks. It looks like WWW will be going Hunter first. They banned Chinatown, and NE will be choosing Lakeside as survivors. So interesting, they chose a big map that usually tends to favor hunters because it just takes so long for survivors to go between Cypher machines. Think of hunters that could possibly be good on Lakeside Village for the side of WWW.
I would say, potentially speaking, Opera Singer may be banned here in order to get Ivy to come out. I think with, NE's choice pick here with the maps as well, right? This is kind of okay for Opera, but it's also okay for our Ivy as well. But for NE to pick a map like this, it's rare for Lakeside Village to ever be picked, especially in a best of threes. You don't really see a lot of IJL players doing it. You don't also see a lot of IVL players doing it as well. But in the Southeast Asia region, it seems like we're kind of maybe trying to discover a new team comp to potentially speaking go up against these larger regions, especially in pro play too. But this kind of does call for toy merchant support, meteorologist flying all across the map. Patient after buff as well is really good here. Aeroplanist is such a great option here as well, and of course Gravekeeper, having so much pallets near middle, drop it down, going to shovel and prolong those containment times.
Yeah, I mean, for hunters with a lot of mobility will definitely benefit. If we can have the Ivy that teleports back and forth, and as you mentioned, Opera Singer is a very fast hunter, possible ban hunter, but she's still available. And I'm still, waiting for that nightmare gameplay for SEA. We have been seeing him doing very good, and for the IJL, Akka has been choosing nightmare on big maps, so that's also a possibility. We've been seeing Soulbleaver also doing pretty good, utilizing his web so that he has faster movement speed so he can get across the maps much faster. And let's see who else. Goatman, if he can utilize his cages, well, he can also move around very well and cut off survivors that are coming in for the rescue. Hullabaloo, after his nerf though, only having the dashes, but the distance is also shortened, he could be a possible meta hunter that could come in, but he hasn't been doing too good on the tournament stage. However, he's still a possibility.
Yes,
and
definitely.
What could other hunters be that have good mobility?
Maybe not good mobility, but we have seen a lot of, Waxers and Hermit being played on these maps as well, especially, like with the return of Alf. Someone who does play Waxers on this map and plays them really well. Nightwatch was also played during kind of the last matchup between UPDG and 4AW. However, I do feel like Nightwatch probably we can save him for potentially speaking next season, just because, the Persona buff still hasn't come out just yet. But we're going to move on straight towards the ban pick here. Here we go with Seer and Antiquarian, first 2 bans once again.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing these Seer and Antiquarian bans over and over and over. These hunters do not want to deal with these 2 survivors. And on the global bans, we do see Magician, Perfumer, and First Officer will no longer be available. And on the side of the survivors, they did ban off the Breaking Wheel.
Yes, Breaking Wheel is kind of an interesting ban here as well. It's just because it's such a great map, especially with so much long windows to play up against the wheel. We banned out our third character here as the Embalmer, as the Aeroplanist, Fire Investigator, and Knight has been locked in.
Right, and it does look like Peter Pan will be back up, so hopefully he has the issues resolved and we'll be able to see him kite. We do see that on the side of the survivors, they have a good Aeroplanist. He counters Goatman and Hullabaloo very well. He works well against those hunters because he does utilize the jetpack to transition away or to try to avoid getting hit. And it looks like our last survivor chosen is going to be the Acrobat.
I'm more surprised that any decides not to choose any toy merchants, support type characters here. But like overall, this team comp isn't bad. Everyone can kind of contain for a really long time. Acrobat's really good in Shack, same as Aeroplanist, Small Boat Shack, Big Boat, and Fire Investigator, Small Boat Shack, Big Boat as well. One thing I probably would say here also is we don't really have too much mobility across the map, especially from Rescuer side. So then like for Moto here, we still have Opera, right? We still do have Ivy as well. So like in these two cases, if we don't come in for the rescue early, it will be quite an easy stuff here from the side of our Hunter.
Yeah, so as long as the Hunter has better mobility than the survivors, he can cut off the Knight before he can come in for this rescue. And interesting is the Breaking Wheel of Respect ban, because he isn't the meta hunters, but they're still banning him. It must be a respect ban, right?
It could potentially be a respect ban here from the side of any. Moto does play Breaking Wheel quite a lot before as well, and after Breaking Wheel's buff too, 5-second cooldown on switching forms, that is quite a strong buff as well in my opinion from the side of the wheel too. But it kind of does confuse me as well, because I do feel like, you don't necessarily speaking have to ban Breaking Wheel. Like Fire Investigator airbag counters him, and then Acrobat himself with so much balls on him as well counters him pretty well too. But it seems like Moto is going to lock in that Hullabaloo as our Hunter pick in Lakeside.
Yeah, I mean, Hullabaloo, as long as he can get those downs faster, he can, stop survivors from getting those rescues. Yeah, I mean, definitely a good pick for the side of the Hunter, since he is still in the meta 4.
Yes.
So, and we do see that Aeroplanist will do pretty good against Hullabaloo. If the Fire Investigator can block off entrances, that will also be very helpful. In our previous matchup, we did see Fire Investigator looping Big Boat, and he'll continuously block the stairway down, and so the Hunter is forced to break it, but it looks like we'll finally go to our spawn points.
We're going to be able to see Hatari here as the aeroplane is spawning in Shack, alongside with the Fire Investigator here at the entrance of Small Boat, Peter Pan being in middle as our Acrobat, and of course the most safest place will be given towards Knight in Big Boat. It's just because it is a multi-ability type Hunter as well. Knight probably needs this Big Boat the most as well. This will be our spawn selection here from the Survivor side in Lakeside Village for Game 2, first half between NE and WWW. As Moto here, we're going to fully decide to spawn on the internal side of that small boat near one of the bigger windmills. It's not bad, especially if you want to chase after the Fire Investigator too. I think the catch up here will be pretty fast.
Yeah, what's interesting to note that you've already mentioned is the Knight is actually in Big Boat, because he doesn't have that mobility to get around. So it looks like they're trying to keep him a little safe. And we'll have the Acrobat and the Fire Investigator. They can move around pretty fast inside of this middle area, and we'll finally have the Persona points up.
It's going to be Trumpart Dingsons here alongside with Warp from the side of Moru. Knight is going to bring Flywheel, no Tie Turner, Peter Pan with knee-jerk reflex, no self-heal here surprisingly. K2 on that Fire Investigator with Flywheel alongside with Hattori here, the only one having that Tie Turner alongside with knee-jerk reflex, no borrow time. Overall, it does seem like they kind of do realize maybe Moru is going to pick some unorthodox character, but with a Hullabaloo here being chosen out, it's not bad, but I do feel like they kind of predicted this too, just because Knight has more of a containment build rather than a Tie Turner.
Yeah, and if the survivors make it to endgame situation, we have 3 survivors with borrowed time, but Moru doesn't have detention, so even if he injures all these survivors, they can get back up, and he'll have to re-injure them, and it looks like we're going to get straight into the game. Hunter is going right past Mini Boat, and he's heading towards K2 as his first chase.
Oh no, we thought we were playing mind games here, but first of all, the present points will be Insolence trump card alongside with Wanted Order, Impact, Fear, Nostalgic, and Exhibitionist. We're going to be able to finally find K2 here, but Peter Pan is already downstairs here as our Acrobat. We're going to go for a Redemption card here from the side for Acro here. Acro versus Acro, who will be the ultimate winner, as that's going to be a snowball there landed, and of course a fireball immediately too.
Yeah, able to get 2 bombs on him already, and now he's making his way inside of Big Boat, trying to utilize these 2 windows, but Hunter is catching up, closing the distance, is able to get the damage onto him right away, reapplying the white bomb as he's trying to make his way up the stairs.
What I would say there, very well done by Mono, is we decide to land the fireball first just so he can't jump on time, and then switch straight towards Mudball. We're just 1 Mudball away from getting Peter Pan down here finally. He still does not go down here just yet, but we do have another Mud Zone nearby here, so unfortunate for Acrobat, could not use a ball here on time as we went down in 65 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of Cypher progress, but it does look like they'll be able to finish 1 Cypher machine. We do see the Fire Investigator is close by, and he is slowly making his way to come in for this rescue. He'll try to utilize the airbag so that they can transition, and the Hunter has already found him.
That's brilliantly done by K2 as well. A very beautiful airbag use just so we can't get as much airbag balls on us as possible, but that's a flywheel used a little bit too early, unfortunately speaking. Peter Pan having to go back straight towards the same area that he was originally in, but it's okay. He dodged the first ball there, thankfully, but now it's Acrobat versus Acrobat, 1 pallet in between us. Moto here waiting for our double surprise before we get Peter Pan down.
Yeah, is able to get that pallet vault, but he is kind of stuck here in this corner behind this 1 pallet. He's been bombarded by the clones, but is able to make it past, and he's trying to transition, but he's out in the open, and Hunter will be able to down him once again, cheering him once again near the docks area.
What I would say from the side of Acrobat though, not a bad rebound kite containment as well, especially when it was after Tide Turner 2. Second chair 2.5 Cypher machine isn't bad from the side of any survivors, but Moru here has warp, right? He has warp and not abnormal, so if we want to at least win this game, Moru is going to have to get a second down within 30 to 40 seconds, or else it's just going to be a guaranteed tie game, but that's going to be aeroplanes coming in, but he landed on the wrong side.
Yeah, but it does look like he'll be able to get that rescue with Tide Turner. Injury onto the aeroplanist. Hunter once more is trying to get the double down onto and will be able to down this aeroplanist, leaving Peter Pan to have to kite away, and it looks like he's made it to Big Boat, but Hunter cutting him off with that warp is going to be jumping right down. Oh, it looks like he went onto the, and now he's on the wrong side. That's allowing him to kite a little longer.
Oh no, this is bad. We don't want such a long rebound kite containment here, especially when Fire Investigator is healing. The aeroplane is here as well. Acrobat's gonna be able to contain for such a long time, but we go straight in towards the sea. Then it just means it's more time for survivors to heal as we finally get that Acrobat down. But just look at who's in middle here. It's K2 and Hatari healing each other, but Wanted Order on that Fire Investigator there though. No warp left on our hands to use. This is so good for any survivors.
Right, it does look like they were able to free up that self-heal, so that all 3 survivors still have self-heal available. 3 Cypher machines completed. They just need to work on priming up those last 2 Cypher. It looks like Hunter is going to be going after Hatari, trying to find shelter. Hunter's looking around to see what Cypher machines are being finished up. It looks like he's going to be changing targets to K2, getting rid of his airbags on the way.
It's a bit unfortunate if Fire Investigator gets found here, because that just means that he can't really go towards the Cypher machine on time here too. Knight being able to decode that Cypher machine upstairs here. Fire Investigator, was that a snowball there landed? That was a blind snowball here. Can we get anything more? No, we can't. But it's such a great containment here now for Fire Investigator. We're doing pretty well. That's going to be airbag there. Use beautiful pushback alongside with another speed boost out of this area. Now 6 seconds until we have that double surprise. We might not be able to get the last Cypher machine done on time, but this is more than enough from the containment of our Fire Investigator.
Is able to finally down this Fire Investigator. 4th Cypher machine completed, the last Cypher machine at 40%, so they just need to prime up this last Cypher machine and go in for this rescue. Airplanist, however, does not have borrowed time, so it will have to be the Knight coming in for this rescue, but it looks like the Hunter is going to be looking around. Hatari is feeding him tinnitus, so he does know there is a survivor nearby.
Ooh, we're hiding here instantly as well. But you still can't forget now, Knight is going to be on his way in here to rescue. He does have a chivalrous rescue as well, in which we can have 8-second free tie turn time. So for Knight right now, if we get into range, that's all we need here. No red zone. Immediately go for the rescue here. That's what we need. But that's within the red zone there. A little bit unfortunate. Very beautifully done by Moto. That's going to be an instant rescue there as well. Knight will have to go down, but that's a brilliant attack protection there, as we're finally going to be able to get out of this range. No snowball on Chopson. No snowball on Knight, but that's going to be the fireball instant down. Warp straight towards the other side as we look for Hatari. Last Cypher Machine here, a 73%.
Right, able to down this Knight and pressure the last Cypher Machine, not quite primed yet, and now pressuring Hatari, forced to leave this area and try to kite as long as possible inside of Shack. I mean, we still have the Fire Investigator up, so he could possibly go for that heal, or that, it looks like he's going to be going for that heal and trying to get the Knight back up. Now all 3 survivors up, but they're all at half health.
Exactly. Now the issue is both survivors are way too close for comfort here. We should have split it up and, potentially speaking, look for someone. Maybe look for one person to hide, one person to contain, just so we can get a little bit more from ourselves here. But if it's Knight here being chased, that's good. That's a new survivor on chair. We're so far away from small ball right now. We're one move ball away from destruction, but this Knight is containing so long. We missed it there as well. We're going to try top protection here. We got it just on time as well, but 84% Cypher Machine. This is a brilliant containment from the side of any. We see Fire Investigator nearby as well, but he might be too close for comfort because there's no one currently at the other side of Exit Gate. Chopson, what a beautiful dodge. We're finally going down, but the Cypher is primed, and that's a fly we'll use just to try get towards the other side of the pallet. And we got there on time as well. One more helmet on our hands to use. We're going to try to see what we can do here. That's going to be no helmet used, unfortunately, but the Exit Gate is being opened by K2.
Right, but Hatari's still on the other side. It's looking like a possible one-man elimination if the airplanist can make it to either the other exit gate or the open exit gate. We do see one exit gate has already been opened by the Fire Investigator. Mara going in the wrong direction. Both survivors are now going in for the rescue, and that's going to allow them for possibly 3-man out if the Hunter doesn't get there in time. He does see the rescue onto the Knight, and now they're just running towards that opened exit gate.
This is going to be really scary right here, but that's going to be ability prediction there immediately, as we're going to wait around here for a while longer. But Aspie was going to be able to do us so much here as well. We're going to try get our body block here. Can we get it? We got one aeroplane, one snowball then, but that's a 2-man escape. Fire Investigator at the dungeon. That's a 3-man. Beautifully done from the side of Any, and that's the end game we were looking for.
Yeah, I mean, not having detention just allow the survivors to get out, and that backdoor rescue, that one mishap on the side of the Hollow Blue going to that cornfield exit gate where none of the survivors were at allowed them to get that backdoor rescue. Hunter didn't realize that the exit gate at shore was already open. He didn't even check, so they got that exit gate open, and yeah, that was able to just a huge turnaround for the side of the survivors getting that 3-man escape.
Definitely. And like from the side of Any as well, now they got a 3-man escape, especially with that beautiful endgame played as well. This just means for Fudiel, he can kind of pocket pick whatever he wants to aim for, potentially speaking, a tie game, move on towards round 3 having a vantage point, or even fully close out the game with a 4-man elimination too there, right? But like if we talk about the game there as well, early game containment from Acrobat wasn't the best. However, one props I will give to Acrobat was the rebound kite containment. Every single time that tie turner pops out, Acrobat was able to survive past the tie turn time, which bought survivors so much more time.
Yeah, and that one area time where he jumped off of the dock, but the Hunter utilized trapeze and went back on top of the dock, just bought so much time for the survivors. Just a little bit of mistakes on the side of the Hunter. That one mistake with the trapeze and then going to the wrong exit gate, it just allowed the survivors to get that 3-man advantage.
Yes, definitely. And like, you know, if we think about it from that side as well, it was the aeroplanist coming for the rescue initially. We tried to get a double down on aeroplanes, but couldn't be able to do so. We had to use warp and then use both of our trapeze to catch up towards the Acrobat 2. However, because of that one missed trapeze, it just bought Acrobat way too much time. He's able to get towards the corner or loop around that, you know, that boat near the sea, and it just bought survivors way too much time as well, especially when the last Cypher Machine was almost about to be done.
Yeah, I mean, all 3 survivors, they diverted the Hunter's attention so well and contained the Hunter. As you said, the Knight did a very great job containing that. It was primed by the time the Hunter was able to down this Knight, and they already popped the Cypher Machine. We had 2 survivors with borrowed time. That means they had full health. And yeah, and that just allowed the survivors to get that escape. On the survivor side, it was actually looking very dangerous because the hunter was heavily guarding that last cipher machine, but we'll go back to match stats.
Match stats, here we go. It's going to be Hatalia's Aeroplanes with 48-second containment time, Peter Pan Acrobat 89-second containment time, alongside with Chopson here as tonight with 69-second containment time, and of course, last but not least, K2 as our flying investigator, the hero of this game, 77-second containment time.
Yeah, I mean, the Acrobat being able to get that rebound kite just really saved the cipher progress. And I mean, pretty well, each survivor contained the hunter for a well amount of time each time. They didn't get too many downs. If we do look at the knockdowns, it's only 8 knockdowns on the side of the hunter. And he was able to hit a lot of the survivors, but he wasn't able to knock them down. And so that allowed the survivors to rotate, heal up, and till the very end, they kept healing each other up to preserve their self-heal.
Definitely. And like, especially, I kind of want to pinpoint the rescues as well from both Fire Investigator and the Aeroplanes too. I do think one of the bigger highlights here will be Fire Investigator being able to kind of force a Hullabaloo to perform a basic attack here early and then airbag in for a no damage rescue. Just means that there's no double density scenario, allows Acrobat to have an easy time with the rebound kite containment, and as you can see, 89-second containment time also was contributed by the Fire Investigator as well. Not only that, it's the same for Aeroplanist. We jetpack hovered in for a no damage rescue. Yes, we still did get injured at the end, but we're able to dodge that last mud bomb before we got that double down, but we didn't, which also contributed to Acrobat being able to rebound kite for a long time as well. These two players, I do think, did the most contributions, especially with this game as well. No damage rescue is so important, but we'll immediately move on towards the second half between these two teams.
Yeah, and we can immediately see that Seer Antiquarian ban. We will not be able to see Seer and Antiquarian in this matchup so far because they've just been continuously banned. We do see the global ban is on the Sculptor and the side of the survivors. They will be banning Opera Singer since she's a very fast hunter. She can get around Lakeside Village incredibly well. They don't want to go against this Opera Singer.
Yeah, but like with Seer and Antiquarian first two bans here, like from the side of WWW now, it could be a potential goal man. You have Wendy that you can play, yes. You have Professor that you recycled from last game, yes. But if you don't choose out the mechanic, this just means for Foodale, it's like a mind game here as we banned out the forward. Forward is a universal ban, that's no problem at all. If you banned Mector, it'd be really obvious that it's a goal man, in which WWE survivors will instantly lock in the forward too, but in this case, it's really nice mind game from the side of Foodiel. We're not gonna ban mech, we're gonna make you think.
I mean, yeah, a lot of pressure on the side of the survivors. They have to replicate that 3-man escape in order just to tie round 2. I mean, and so they're gonna have to really choose survivors that can either tank a lot of hits or they could kite a lot, and we gotta have to really look at what kind of personas they're gonna be bringing in.
But like, you see that Novelist in last ban as well, just so there's no kind of team play here. It just means that Furia is either going to play a hunter that cannot moonwalk or just does not want to deal with any team plays here at all. Maybe no harass potential, none of those sorts of things. So like, these things could be considered as potentially Nayid, potentially Soul Weaver, potentially Pocket Pick, maybe Nightmare wouldn't be a bad idea here as we finally lock in that, you know, Psychologist too. But like, if you just look at this team comp again, it's so easily countered by fast hunters. It's so easily countered by the Waxers as well. I don't think WWW will have an easy time up against Furia now.
Yeah, I mean, meteorologists can be very strong on Big Boat. We do have the scales on the Professor and we have the shovel on the Gravekeeper, but on the side of the Psychologist, she doesn't really have much of a kiting ability. She can just tank an extra hit, so I mean, as long as she's not the first chase, or she can just contain the hunter long enough, it shouldn't, I mean...
It shouldn't be an issue, right?
Yeah, it shouldn't be too much of an issue if they can just kite and contain the hunter long enough in the beginning, right?
Definitely, yeah. But like, with a team comp like this, when I look at it, I tell myself, IV, it's used to counter IV. It's used, to also counter Goldman as well. So like, with these two characters in your minds here, Fudiel, if he doesn't want to pick it, that's also fine too. But like, what I would say, right, the biggest weakness, Nightmare.
Oh, we're finally seeing the nightmare. And I have high hopes.
I do. I think it's going to be hard, right? I'll be honest. I think it's going to be pretty hard, especially when chasing Wendy, when you're chasing the Professor as well, and even the Gravekeeper too. But I do think it's doable for a tie game. But I do think, you know what? I think survivors have an upper hand here.
Or the hunter can just throw crows and find out where this psychologist is and just get the quick down on her and eliminate one survivor. Then if you can just eliminate one survivor, send them back to the manor. Then towards endgame, you just need to eliminate one more survivor and you most likely have detention.
Yeah, I would say one thing I kind of worry for our nightmare here would be, do we have confined space? Because if we don't have confined space, there's just too much windows here for survivors to play around in, especially in the early games as well. We decided to actually spawn near close to our psychologist here, as we see Professor at Shack, the meteorologist here at, the inner side of Small Boat, and of course Gravekeeper near that big rock at the front gate of Big Boat 2.
We have the personas up for the hunter. It's going to be warp, detention, and confined space. You worried that the hunter wouldn't have confined space? You don't need to worry, he brought confined space. And on the side of the survivors, we have all four survivors have borrowed time, so they're gonna be ready for that end game situation, and they do need to get that 3-man out, so they will be prepared for it. We see one tide turner, so that's going to help survivors with transitioning if they get hit immediately. And we have 2 knee-jerk reflexes and 1 tide turner for the meteorologist.
Yeah, with a team comp like this though, I do think knee-jerk reflex is good, especially early game up against that nightmare. However, for our meteorologist flywheel, it's kind of a pick and choose scenario here of whether or not your reflexes are fast enough, but up against a max presence, it's not going to be so easy. We're going to move on towards the game then between WWW versus NE for round 2 second half. I'm a commentator Kuroshido, and with me is Gummy.
And it looks like his first chase is going to be the survivor hiding at walls. It's going to be the Gravekeeper. Goes into his shovel immediately so that he can have to be able to tank 1 hit and still be at full health. And he's going to also utilize this time to transition away. Hunter's looking at the ground. And he's slowly going to be able to catch up.
We did manage to get that instant dash hit there as well. We do have warp ready in 15 seconds. However, what I would say here now is Gravekeeper did a good job at containing back towards double 11, where we have 2 pallets in the window here left to play around with as well. So his shovel is now ready once again. I think from Gravekeeper's side, it's a smart decision to transition out of that area.
And it looks like he's going to utilize his shovel once again. This is his second shovel, and Hunter's going to utilize warp to close the distance and get the immediate hit onto him before he can get that window vault.
Ooh, but we have a teleport here ready as well. Can we teleport on towards the Gravekeeper? Excuse me, no we can't, but we do have crows on him right now. We're still waiting around to see where he ends up in, but that's going to be a pallet drop down here. Can we get it on time? No, we didn't. That's so unfortunate for Furia. If we were just 1 second faster, might have been a different result.
Yeah, I mean, Gravekeeper, amazing job going into that shovel and hiding underneath that pallet. Gonna play a little bit of mind games here, and it looks like, oh, he's gonna be forced out of that shovel, maybe ran out. I wasn't able to see, but he's gonna be able to down his first survivor. However, 3 Cypher machines will be completed very shortly, so amazing kite on this Gravekeeper. He doesn't have any shovels left, and this is going to be his first chair, kind of far out in the edge of this map, very far from the survivors.
Yep, and we do know where Dungeon is now as well. However, we still can't forget Nightmare can slow down Cypher Machine with his crows too, and we don't have Titan here left on our hands anymore, so the moment they come for rescue, I think it'll just be an instant, chair refresh from the side of survivors too. But further speaking, Wendy shouldn't really rescue, but we misused our, we kind of misused that cloud there. We couldn't get through on time. But can we maybe get a Terror Shock or even after half rescue here from the side of Furia? We're trying to ball back here as much as we can. Terror Shock potential, there's no Terror Shock, but it's after half. That's so bad from the side of WWW. That's going to be a pushback there instantly. But who cares when we have crows? Who cares if this Gravekeeper has no items left on our hands to use as well? It's okay for the Wendy to go down here. It doesn't really matter here, but that's a beautiful flywheel on the side of a Wendy. It's still okay for the time being, but it's going to be instant down. Meteorologist, we really tried, but it's just not enough.
And finally getting the first survivor back into the manor. In order to tie, WWW survivors need to get that 3-man escape, and it's not looking good after getting that after half rescue. We do see the heal onto the meteorologist by the psychologist, and the hunter is back on this meteorologist. She has 1 bottle left to utilize.
But it's a max presence nightmare. We can't forget we can teleport straight towards the psychologist right now, who is still decoding. That's not good for us right now. It's going to be an instant hit there. We couldn't really get a drop down hit there on time, but who cares? We're near the last cipher machine. As long as they don't decode this, the game is Furiel's Psycho running away from her nightmares here as we finally started the last cipher machine by Alet. But will it be enough is now the question.
I mean, for the psychologist, at least she went out of big boat so that they could possibly take over that cipher machine. They're just starting a new cipher machine, and she needs to contain the hunter enough so they could get that 5th cipher primed up. She's doing a very good job mind gaming here at this pallet, misses that jump, and is buying enough time for now.
What they're being forced out is not bad, is probably what I would say, but like Psycho did really well here. We have to give the praise to Psycho here. We draw a cipher machine already at 50%. We're already halfway done, and Warp was also forced out here too. But actually speaking, Furia could have just gotten rid of that pallet too, to be fair with you. But that's going to teleport over straight towards Meteorologist. The action doesn't stop here just yet. The Psycho, that's not Psycho, sorry, Ada, that's just not Ada. What am I saying? Wendy just had enough to go up to her small boat as we're going to be able to see a no damage rescue from Professor.
Yeah, and it looks like the next target is going to be the meteorologist. She's buying enough time. She doesn't have any items left, but they were able to get that backdoor rescue. They have 2 cipher machines at 50%, so they can start priming either one. Is able to get that jump hit as she's getting that window vault, and the hunter will just have to block this window on his way.
But like, look, it's the issue now I have is psychologist on the last cipher machine. We're currently decoding. Yes, we didn't get hit over that window. A little bit unfortunate, Furiel, but it's okay. It's probably muscle memory from the side of survivors. But as of now, it's one short window for us to play around. Alex still trying to contain for as long as he can. We do see Kaisan on the other side as well, but we're looking for a teleport here, potentially speaking. Can we get a hit? We did get a terror shock hit down. Now we're kind of looking for the teleport just so no one can decode the last cipher machine. Furiel is not aiming for it. We're saving our teleport for later on. Professor's here right now. But if that's the case, it's still tieable from the side of survivors. But the question is, can Alet rebound Kite? We have 2 pilots here remaining. Professor coming in for the rescue. Professor has to body block, because if we don't, it might just be a 3-man elimination.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be taking the hit here and getting the rescue before half. Cipher machine's primed, endgame situation. Hunter is back on to Kaisan and can down the Professor immediately. Cipher machine pop, he's back up, and he has detention, so it doesn't matter if they're full health.
We can't forget though, Professor's not an easy chase. We have Shell Shock on our hands to use as well, and we need to bait it out twice. We have Warp on our side as well. We do still have Crows on the other side too. Psycho getting that mini Shell Shock there for ourselves, as Professor's still trying to contain for a really long time. But we're too close towards the X gate right now. This one long window is going to be able to buy us so much more time. Can we get the hit there? Yes, we did. It's just about on time. Can we maybe teleport here on time as well? No, we can't. We're going to go for a teleport here immediately, but it's on the other side of the map. That's going to be Wendy here near us immediately. Alice trying to become the hero of this game. We did have a Warp there remaining on our hands to use. Can we get the hit there? We didn't. We did. We got it just on time. As long as we chair this and go back for Professor, it'll be so different of our end game. But Psycho is still nearby. Teleport's ready in 37 seconds. Where is the dungeon?
Dungeon's behind Mini Boat, and Hunter is now pressuring the exit gate. Is most likely going to try and force the psychologist to leave, leaving the Professor. She's trying to leave the last minute as possible, trying to allow the Professor to do something with this time that he has utilized self-heal, but Meteorologist is going to expire pretty soon. Professor's running towards the dungeon. He's going towards the dungeon, so this could possibly be a 2-man escape, but Hunter knows where this dungeon is because he chaired one of the survivors nearby, so now the Hunter is going for that dungeon.
But we still have a second Shell Shock though, so I think I'll just buy more than enough time here. But Furiel, it was a brilliant play from the side of our Hunter as we finally got that dungeon popped down. But let's congratulate though, the win game here for round 2 between these two teams will be given towards any.
Right, yeah, I mean, that endgame situation, it was looking like a 3-man elimination, but the Professor was able to get back up and they were able to utilize that dungeon escape. And so they were at least able to give more points for their team. So that does help them for round 3, but they need to get the win in round 3 with more total points.
Yes, definitely as well. But like if we think about that game as well, it kind of is just more. It's unfortunate that Grave Hero was first chased. He did contain really well. I would give props to Alet as well, our meteorologist there, with the second containments being really well done. Bought so much time here, especially after the target change there as well. And like, it's what I would say, it's not kind of unfortunate. I would say from a Nightmare's point of view, after chasing after a Gravekeeper kind of always ends you up in a tie game scenario. So that's kind of good. Survivors did what they really had to do. But like in this case, round 3, and he still has top 4 hunters left on his roster to use compared to, you know, WWE's hunters right now. Goldman is gone alongside with what was the hunter they chose last time? Goldman and my brain. Hullabaloo, yes. So then, like in this case, round three for NE, all they need to do is to ban Opera and Ivy.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a good plan. We can see, as you mentioned, the meteorologist was able to make up that 117-second containment time. So, and in the beginning, we had that 61% second containment time on the Gravekeeper. So, wonderful containment time on the Survivor side. But that one simple mistake of getting that after half rescue and not getting the cloud on properly, I think that's what just kind of gave them the 2-man escape instead of a potential 3-man escape.
Yeah, like from the side of Alet, I could understand if you wanted to maybe get a, you know, a speedy cloud that isn't too high, just so he doesn't consume too much of his items. But in that case, I think it might have been a bit too low. And like because of how Furia utilized, you know, his own body to prevent the meteorologist from having an easy time to come in for the rescue. As you said, I don't disagree. That after half rescue was brilliantly done from the side of the hunter, but it was also a mistake from the survivors too.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, at least they were still able to get that 2-man escape. They did mess up with that one rescue, but they were able to recover and get more people out. I mean, yeah, it's just now they are at a deficit in points. So there's a lot of pressure on WWW for the hunter and the survivors because they need to get more points. And the point differential right now is WWW has 7 points and NE has 10 points. So we have to calculate it after the first half for the next game, but we're going to watch the highlights and we'll be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This will be our game 3 between NE versus WWW. After game 2 has just ended, NE is now leading with a 6-3 point lead, so they're currently 3 points ahead, and in total it's 10-7. If we kind of recap some of the games as well, moving on towards round 3, now it's time for NE back to banning the maps, and we'll be able to see WWW finally choosing their map.
WWW. Okay, so their hunter for WW did go Meta Hunter. They went the Hullabaloo and the Goatman. No, it's the Goatman, yeah.
Yeah.
And then for Furiel, he went the Sculptor and Nightmare. So as you mentioned, he has very interesting hunter picks. And we were able to see the Nightmare. He was able to get that 2-man elimination and get the win for their team. So I'm interested to see what Furiel is going to choose for round 3, seeing that he chooses unconventional hunters. Is he going to finally pick the meta hunters, or is he going to go for something like the Mad Eyes, as you mentioned?
Yeah, Furiel has quite a lot on his plate here to show us as well, but I just think like in a case like this, if Furiel is actually first half of game 3 right now, we're probably going to go all out just to guarantee, you know, a 3-man elimination or at least a tie game at bare minimum, just in case our team gets 4-manned. Because, you know, you have to be extra sure, right? Just because we're 1-1 up doesn't mean we kind of guarantee the game in our bag just yet. But like, look, even if they did lose this game and the survivors did tie, we can still move on towards extra rounds. So like, I do think for NE, the further we go, the better it is, the more advantageous it is for them as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Hunter has so many interesting picks, and he can still utilize that four meta hunters, as you've mentioned. But on the side of WWW Hunter, he's utilized two of the meta hunters. They're gonna block one of the meta hunters, and they're gonna be left with one meta hunter. So his choices are slowly dwindling. Is he gonna choose a meta hunter, or is he gonna go for like an interesting pick? Like Soul Weaver has been able to get that 4-man. We've seen Wu Chang. What are your advice?
I think it's hard to say because like since WWE gets to choose the map right now, I think they're gonna make it a little bit more hunter oriented than survivor oriented too. So we probably will know more once the maps has been shown to us as well. But I would say from the side of their survivors, they kind of did what they have to do. Last game, the tie game was good as well. We definitely could have aimed for the win as well, but like for Furiel, it's just all about now slowing down Cypher Machine decoding progress, just kind of playing it a little bit more safe and stable. But I do think Modu now has the biggest chance of getting the advantage point for WWW compared to, let's say, their survivor side. Their survivor side is performing well, yes, but in this case, in round 3, if you're looking for a 4-man elimination or a 4-man escape, you have more chances with 4-man elimination rather 4-man escape. So I would say pressure is more on Modu's side.
Okay, yeah, I mean, they do have the disadvantage at this moment, so they do need to get that advantage in game 3. It's interesting. I mean, we have a lot of the survivors now, they're put in global bans, so it's like the third pick survivors. So in that sense, yeah, he definitely has that advantage, but his hunter pool is slowly dwindling down as well. And we saw who banned the breaking wheel? Do you remember which?
It was any survivors. No, was it any? I think it was last game. Furiel, was it?
Okay.
It's one of the.
Never mind. It's not important.
There's a lot of games being banned.
It's not important. Yeah.
There is a lot of games being banned. But like with the breaking wheel ban as well, I think if we recap it, they're just a little bit too. If I kind of just maybe slowly go back with the replay side as well, with that breaking wheel band, it was for Modu, so potentially speaking, we could choose out a big map here, like Ever Sleeping Town from the side of WWW, so Modu can choose that breaking wheel and potentially go for the 4-man elimination, because any did respect ban that breaking wheel after all. But also at the same time, it's kind of like, if it's gonna be a breaking wheel, everyone runs flywheel, or potentially speaking, everyone runs like containment builds without any borrow time. I also think wouldn't be a bad choice too, if survivors just want to guarantee that one. But we see the map ban picks here as well. Any banning Red Church and Chinatown being chosen by WWW.
Yeah, I mean, Chinatown, possible hunter selections could be Wax Artist. We don't see Ivy very much. Opera Singer we do see in Chinatown. Soul Weaver. Did I already say Soul Weaver?
Yeah. No. First time. But like, you know.
So. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just saying, you know, with maps like this, it's kind of like, is the breaking wheel going to be banned again? Because we know in this map, right, I think Opera Singer definitely has to go. Opera's way too strong in this map.
Yeah.
Breaking wheel can be a respect ban for a second ban since Hullabaloo and Goman are already out of the way, and we see that it's WWW survivors coming out first too, so that just means any Hunter Furiel might have to go all out just so we can at least still guarantee some type of safety net. If it's any survivors playing first, I think it'll be a little bit more different, but in this case, I do think Furiel probably won't be holding back for round 3 first half.
Yeah, and you also said that Furiel also can play Mad Eyes. How is Mad Eyes on Chinatown? Is it viable?
I think it's probably the second to third best map for Mad Eyes. Usually Mad Eyes, it would be Ever Sleeping Town and maybe Hospital. Is kind of, I think it's tied between, like, Ever Sleeping Town is always first. For me, it's between Hospital and Chinatown for second place, or maybe even Red Church, but it kind of depends player to player.
Okay, so, I mean, yeah, I didn't catch which side is going first.
It's Annie's Hunter coming out versus WWE Survivors.
Oh, okay, so we could see another interesting, unconventional hunter pick. We've seen Sculptor, we've seen Nightmare, and you said he also plays Wax Artist, so Wax Artist does pretty good in Chinatown. usually, sometimes.
Yeah, definitely right. If we kind of like return back to co-op days, Wax Artist from Sprinter from elimination up against GW, if I'm not wrong. And then there was also numerous different scenarios where Wax Artist from Aka side winning in this map quite a lot as well. And like we also have seen from AxiWave, Kakiri being able to bring out Wax Artist and Soul Weaver on this map winning, you know, with those characters too. So like I would say Chinatown, it's a 50-50 from both Survivor and Hunter side, but like with WWW choosing out this map, their meteorologist is gone, right? Meteorologist works really well on this map. Their first officer is also gone, just because first officer really fast decoder, alongside with being able to kind of go upstairs by a lot of time. Base hunters quite a lot as well. Like a lot of the good characters are gone from this map. You still do have Acrobat, you still do have Patient, but I just think it probably won't be enough to go up against any's Hunter.
Yeah, I mean, he has been getting a lot of survivors eliminated, so yeah, definitely need to be careful to when going against this Hunter for real. And because he chooses such unconventional hunters, it's very hard to come up with a team comp that counters him. I mean, nobody expected a Sculptor first round, first half. Like, we expected Meta Hunter so they can get that 4-man elimination, but he made Sculptor work to get that 4-man elimination with his incredibly fast downs. So, yeah, I mean, it's just so hard. What do you do when you can't predict what the hunter is going to choose? He doesn't choose Meta Hunters, but so you set up a different lineup for survivors, but then he suddenly goes Meta Hunter. And now that a lot of the survivors aren't available and he chooses Meta Hunter, that would really help the hunter. So on the survivor stuff, you're in kind of a dilemma, like what survivor do we have to pick? Who are we trying to counter, right?
Yeah, definitely. But I think maybe from WWE side, it's kind of better, like, you know, we know that SEA anti-current first 2 bans could still potentially bring out Embalmer, just pocket pick, self-guarantee tie pick. And of course, you also, you know, do have still Priestess as well, if Priestess doesn't get banned on this map too. I do think in a sense like this, from WWE Survivor side, I think it's what we said the second game as well, right? Team play is important, but because of the fact now that we don't have Goldman, well, sorry, he still has Goldman, and his hunter still has Goldman, still has Hullabaloo, Opera, and Ivy, you're going to have to make your draft, make your team comp based around that no matter what happens. I do think in this case, the safest bet is, okay, there's still 4 meta characters, still 4 meta hunters, you gotta at least make sure that you can counter against them. For the rest, you know, Soul Weaver, Wax Artist, it's still possible to sell. Right, it is still possible to sell against these type of characters to guarantee tie, but of course, then you're left with Smiley Face, who has been rising up quite a lot, who works really well on this map, and pallets aren't long enough to play up against him, unfortunately speaking. So like, it's not just team comp, I think, it's also persona points as well.
Yeah, because I've been seeing a couple of matches, if the survivors have Flywheel, they just counter him so bad, but if they don't have Flywheel, that clown he just downs everyone all the time, right? So just how much Flywheel do we have to bring? How many characters need to bring Flywheel? Are we going to utilize knee-jerk reflex? Because Flywheel isn't that effective against an opera singer because she's just so fast. Then you have to carry knee-jerk reflex. So it's like, how do you build a persona to counter these hunters? But it's impossible to determine who this hunter is going to choose.
Yeah, I do think, you know, from what you've said as well, it's kind of like based, like it's based on the team comp we chose. It's gonna be really obvious, like what characters gonna bring what persona points. Usually it's the harassers with Flywheel. Usually it's the containers with knee-jerk reflex too. And I do think it's not only that as well. After Clown's buff, which, hey, if your rocket gets interrupted, it'll be returned back to you. Your cooldown is now shorter, so chasing is going to be easier as well. Selling is still an option up against a Clown, but like, you're going to be faced up against numerous, you know, slow healing Clowns. You're going to have a really tough end game. Clown's just going to get more and more items. And not only that as well, Insolence Detention Clown has also been a thing as well. So like, Clown on this map, we've seen Akat done it before. We've seen Sonai done it before. So Fudiel definitely has a chance to do it as well if he wants to.
Yeah, I mean, it. The thing is, it depends so much on the build of the survivors to bring clown, so it could be dangerous. But I mean, if you're willing to take that risk, this is round 3. You need to get that win if you want to finish it up, or it could end up making you go to overtime. Yeah, I think it's just a risk. You just calculate the risks and you just make the best decision accordingly.
Yeah, definitely. Because like it's just too many hunters that we have to think about, right? But moving on straight towards the ban pick phase, we go. WWW Survivors win versus any hunter, any currently 1 game up, 1 win up as we ban 5 investigator and seer for our first 2 ban. And the man as a respect ban.
Oh, interesting. Respect ban on the Mad Eyes. And we do also see the Opera Singer ban because you did say the Opera Singer does very good. She's very fast. So that does leave the clown available if Furiel does choose to play him. And honest, there's a lot of survivors banned on the global bans, and we'll have the survivors picking. Oh, they were able to get the priestess on Chinatown. That's pretty useful.
Priestess on Ford, first 2 picks. I feel like Ford gets instantly countered by Clown, but we're going to be finally seeing that mechanic there banned too. It is going to be a potential of, let's say, the Goldman, just because Priestess can't really place down portals within those cages as well, with the final pick here being Embalmer too. I do feel like in this case, from WWE Survivor side, we're looking for fast heals, harasses, and guaranteed tie, just so we can kind of expend as much resentment from Goldman as possible.
Yeah, and that Embalmer is really going to help with at least getting that 1-man or 2-man escape. They're going to utilize harassment. And yeah, I mean, the Mad Eyes respect ban is very interesting. I feel like you could have banned different hunters, but yeah, I mean, they don't want to deal with the Mad Eyes at this time, and it does look like the hunter was going to ban the Antiquarian as the 4th character.
Entomologist here being chosen out instantly as well. It seems like we kind of want to be a bit worried about Clown as well. But with Entomologist here being chosen out, we did say the possibility of a smiley face to come out, but that's not really guaranteed. Bonbon is really good up against this team comp as well. Entomologist Bees can't do anything, Forward can't come into harass, and then Bomber just being Embalmer, we kind of all understand why. There's a lot of characters that any can choose in order to counter this, but I do see why we did go Entomologist as well. Long distance support up against Scopeman, Ivy, you can kind of run away from her Ostracon zones, and Hullabaloo won't have a good time up against Ento too. Ento's a really universal and niche pick here, so from the side of WWW, I do think this pick is a little bit more kind of oriented towards Ento being the main harasser of this game.
Yeah, and if we look at... Ford also doesn't do very good against Hullabaloo and Opera Singer, but Opera Singer was banned. Hullabaloo is still available, but Furiel hasn't... I mean, he could still stun Hullabaloo, but... it looks like we're gonna get the Clerk. Yet again, an unconventional pick.
Clerk up against a Forward is kind of interesting. I do wonder what Furiel decides to do here, but what I probably would say is Clerk has 4.73 movement meters per second movement speed, which is above average compared to 4.63 meters per second. I think our first chase might actually be Forward here, if I'm going to be fully honest, just because if you do chase after anyone else, I don't think that Forward is going to allow you to pick up the survivors.
Oh, that does make sense, and it does look like Forward will be spawning in the middle, so whoever the hunter tries to go against, he could potentially harass. We do see that the Priestess is going to go towards the Lantern exit gates. We have... Oh, it looks like no one's going to be inside of hotel or restaurant, it's called. And we're going to see Furiel going to be spawning in between the Priestess and the Entomologist.
It's not a bad spawn. We are able to lock the Cypher Machine at hotel here as well. So for Belowing, potentially speaking, drop down his own coffin, and if there's 2 Cypher Machine hotel, great. That constraint is not going to do anything, but I do feel like Priestess first chase, it's not bad, since she only has portals and slow vaulting. After all, Priestess might be for the best, but if Furiel here really doesn't decide to bring out the excitement, I just feel like it'll be too hard for us to play around. Priestess can also rotate straight towards the Embalmer too, just to get those faces for the coffin too.
Right, and it does look like we'll have the persona build. We have warp, detention, and trump card on the clerk. On the side of the survivors, we have 3 borrowed time, 3 flywheels, and 2 knee-jerk reflex. So a full kiting build on the embalmer. We see that happening quite a lot. And it looks like they could have possibly been expecting a clown, seeing that everyone bought so much flywheel.
Yeah, but you know what? This flywheel also works really well for the clerk as well, especially for tight pattern mind games too. But no Titan is something I'm more surprised about, just because you kind of do need one for Cypher compatibility. But I guess they probably thought that Embalmer was going to be first chase. But no, I think we might actually go for Priestess first instead. This will be Day 1 Match 2 Round 3 first half between NE versus WW. I'm your commentator Kudasho, and with me is my co-caster Gummy as we begin the game.
And it looks like she's going to be going towards the middle of the map, where she will be running into the fort. But is she going to take a turn? She's going to be recording some of the Cypher machines. Oh, she's going to be going straight into the Priestess portal. And it does look like Priestess is going to be her first chase.
Embalmer not being able to decode here a little bit unfortunate, but Priestess as well. We're looking down for Hunter's Instinct, 8% movement speed booster on our hands as well. But Priestess, very beautiful patient there, as we are able to at least get a tiny bit more distance away from this clerk. But in this case, all Cypher machines still being decoded. Priestess, that's going to be a portal there, drop down on time. I don't think we'll be able to break that as well, but at least for Alesh right now, Ento is already come in for the support.
Yeah, Ento's bees trying to push the hunter away from this Priestess, going to be blocking this entryway so that Priestess can go right through. Having a lot of distance, she's going to be able to utilize the pallets and windows, but it looks like she's going to be going inside of the Lion Pagoda, and she has a pallet here to work with. Hunter is going to record the Cypher machine, so she's able to make that. Oh, she's going to be running right into this hunter while vaulting into her.
But I feel like the first hit will register here instantly. We do have warp on our hands to use as well, and Ento spent too much time helping. Priestess getting upstairs is fine, because Clerk still has that warp for that instant catch-up too, so it's not too much of an issue here for Fudiel. We're going to be able to get up here on time. That warp has to be casted here instantly, just so we can catch up on time. But Alesh didn't really look above him. That charge attack hit was used, but nothing was connected.
Yeah, mind gaming here. It looks like she'll be able to close the distance. We don't see any portals at the moment, but she is able to make it behind this pallet. We have the Entomologist bees pushing the hunter away once again, allowing the Priestess to transition inside of the Lion Pagoda.
Oh, we did get that window vault there though, but warp is still on our hands to use. I think we probably won't use it by this point, because we don't want Forward to think that we want Forward to think that we have excitement here too, right? So that's gonna be the vault over there on time. Great lock on Priestess, still playing mind games, but she's gonna go down here, unfortunately. 2 minutes and 6 seconds in towards the game. Forward is already nearby.
So it looks like the forward is going to harass, so this is going to be harder for the hunter to pick. The survivors, as we mentioned, do not know the hunter's trait, so he can't be as aggressive as he wants to be. Now the hunter is pressuring this entomologist, trying to get the survivors away from this Cypher machine, but that allows the Priestess to heal up, and now she's back up.
Forward coming in with a mini stun, it allows Entomologist to get away, but we still haven't gotten anyone on the ground just yet. Alesh, that's going to be a long portal straight towards the other side, but that other side is going to be where Embalmer is right now, so she's not the best chase here anymore as we're finally going on for the heal. No survivors on the chair just yet. Forward pulling such a long ball away, but he still does have at least a quarter left.
And it looks like the Hunter's going to be trying to get rid of that world global portal, and Hunter is going to be taking this vault as well. Now she's going back on this forward, but he still has football to utilize, and he's transitioning into the pallets. Survivors are being very careful to throw on these pallets because they don't want to get a recording. He's just going to utilize the rest of his football to transition away, but he's kind of caught in the open, will be taking the first hit, and it looks like the entomologist was also healed up during this time.
I feel like from the side of Fudiad, he thought that forward doesn't have borrowed time, which is why we chased after him, especially after flywheel was used. I think Fudiad is now predicting it's Titan or flywheel on the side of forward here. But look, as long as the last Cypher machine hasn't been decoded just yet, I think that's the most important thing out of everything. But leaving Embalmer being able to safely decode that Cypher nearby, I think we probably should have invested a bit time to chair near Embalmer at least.
Yeah, I mean, WWW survivors doing such an incredible job. First chair, and they've healed up all of the survivors. We see the Priestess is coming in for the rescue. Hunter is gonna be trying to stop that Cypher machine while trying to mind game this Priestess. Oh, terror shock! This changes everything.
It's an after half rescue. Beloin already coming in for the rescue, but we can't force him to rescue. That would be for the best as well. But we can't forget Priestess used up self heal.
Oh, that's right.
Embalmer, we hit the chancel Embalmer there, but that's still okay. That's gonna be hit on Embalmer there instantly as well. Kalwei still trying to get away from this area, but Forward knows himself that he just needs to buy enough time for Priestess to get up. It's after half rescue, which is still okay, but no items left on our hands to use. This is really bad for Alish because it's his second time that this has now happened. No hit over the pallet there, thankfully just about on time here, but we didn't really get a pallet locked there on time. Now then, it's gonna be a lot of body block potentials here from the side of the survivors. We're gonna try go after Forward here as soon as we can. 14 seconds left until Warp is ready. As long as Warp is up, we can get this one down on time.
Yeah, I mean, the last two Cypher machines are being primed up, and Balmer's just going to utilize his coffin right away, resurrect himself. So the Hunter is now closing in. He's going to try to get that. Oh, he's not able to get that vault, and is going to be going back to the manor if he's chaired. There's no possibility for the survivors to harass because the entomologist doesn't have any bees, and no portals, and no ability to harass on the side of the Priestess. The fourth Cypher machine has just popped as she's sending the Forward away.
The win potential game now for Any is going to be chasing after that Embalmer, especially when he does not have borrowed time, when he's already used his coffin, and no Cypher machine can be decoded from the side of the map. We see Priestess and Embalmer already healing here as Kaisan still trying to get away from this area. But Clerk, all what she needs to do here is to play the long game. She still has a win potential. We still have Warp just because the gates are so close towards each other in this map. That's a beautiful drop down there. We didn't fall over on time. Brilliantly done by Kaisan. But she is injured, and we still do have Warp.
Yeah, I mean, last Cypher machines at 73, they did heal up the Embalmer, but the Hunter is going to be, another assist from the Priestess is able to allow the Etymologist to transition away. Hunter is just going to be walking back. It looks like she's going to have to start recording that Cypher machine because it's being primed up to 79% so far while closing the distance on this Etymologist.
We didn't really use anything there just yet, but that's a brilliant bait from the side of survivors. Ento, one more flywheel left on our hands to use. But the good news here is we got her down immediately, but the Cypher machine popped just on time as well. That's all we need. Are we going to Warp here for the instant then? No, we're going to lock the window there first. We got that pallet there as well, so we can pick it up here instantly. One pallet drop down here. That goes down with the Entomologist, but we're going to use the on time. Brilliant flywheel. Can we pick the pallet up? No, we can't, as Alet will get locked on that gate. But now the question lies with the moment we need to put one on Entomologist. Entomologist needs to have a scroll here just so that pallet cannot be used. But then once again, Alet being locked here one final time. You can't forget Embalmer's on the other side as well as we're decoding the gate. That's gonna be pallet drop down here one more time. Fudiel, we can still get a tie game. That's genuinely speaking the bare minimum. But if we want to go for a win, it has to be now with the Warp, but the gate will be opened.
Yeah, and it looks like the Embalmer was able to open this gate. Etymologist buying so much time for these teammates. It does look like the Hunter will, still not able to get the hit onto this Etymologist. She's just going to continuously loop this area, but is finally going to go down. It's looking like a two-man escape for the survivors. And yeah, just Etymologist bought all the time in the world. She was recording that exit gate, but they were still able to open it up. So wonderful job.
Definitely. And I have some lighting issues that will be fixed after the highlights, so just for everyone to know. But with this moving on forward, right, if we just talk about the second half of this game now will be any survivors needs to tie.
Yes, that's correct. In order to win.
Yes,
because
like
to tie the entire thing.
Yeah, no, because in this case, it's kind of like second game, right? It was a win game for Any, and now Furia being able to get a tie game, definitely could have been a win game, right? But he still did manage to get a tie game, especially after Forward harassed during the mid game of Priestess getting downed. I would say WWW did really well, Survivor side, with kind of a lot of the harass and support. But once again, the main issue came with the rescue. It's kind of the same issue from game 2, right? After half rescue.
And that one after half rescue it was a potential 3-man escape if they just got that rescue before half. But getting that rescue after half allows her to send one survivor right back to the manor. They had 3 Cypher machines completed, I believe, and 3 survivors. They were all full health. They can come in for this rescue. They could just buy as much time as possible. But yeah, that one mishap is going to be costing the survivors quite a lot.
Yeah, and you see the containment time as well from the survivors, right? Priestess 112 seconds, the Forward 117 seconds, Entomologist 131 seconds, and Fudiel only had 13 hits on the survivor side on average. in a game like this, you probably have around 15, 16, 17, especially for tie games too. But like Survivors kited really well, but it still ended up as a tie game because of that after half rescue, unfortunately speaking too. So like in this case, they did well. They definitely speaking did well. But our main issue once again lies with that after half rescue, lies within the rescue at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, Priestess was doing so well. That's why you don't want to allow Priestess on certain maps, which is Ever Sleeping Town, Chinatown. You don't want to allow that Priestess. She was just traveling around the entire map. We got the support from the entomologist continuously pushing the hunter away every time the hunter got close. And then they had the forward harassing, so she couldn't even pick up the Priestess. And so they did such an amazing kite, and they bought so much time, but that one mistake just cost them so much, and that's just so unfortunate because, I mean, the first survivor chaired and all the survivors, they just had so much more resources to work with, but they just couldn't take advantage of that situation.
Definitely, yeah. Because like we saw with Priestess coming into rescue, right? Portal was there ready. And we also had, you know, forward, Flywheel was almost up about to be ready as well for potential rebound kite containment. Entomologist early game. Bees immediately for Priestess support. Bees allowing Priestess to pull out. Bees allowing, you know, forward to play for a long time as well. Bees. It's a lot of, I think a lot of props here has to be given to Ento. Priestess did well, but Entomologist was kind of the core point of this team with the amount of numerous supports and numerous extended containment times.
Yeah, definitely. They were able to recover and at least secure that two-man escape because of her long kite endgame. And endgame kite against the clerk with detention there's so much pressure, it's very scary, and if you get down early, you know, she could just and I also did want to mention, the clerk held on to her ability until the forward used up all of his football, and then she finally utilized warp. Did she hold on to it too long, or was it necessary because she wanted to keep the survivors guessing? Did she have excitement? So yeah, the first down took quite a lot of time for the side of the clerk, but in the end it all worked out because she was able to stuff that one rescue.
Yeah, and that one rescue was the biggest game changer of it all as well. I do feel like, you know, with that type of play too from the survivor side, like it was, we cannot disagree, it was brilliantly done. I think it was one of probably the better team comp fights that I've seen in quite a long time as well, especially up against the clerk too. But yes, I think Clerk is too strong because like we saw how fast she snowballed as well, right? It was initially, oh no, we don't have enough scrolls to lock the cipher machine after forward got down. After the terror shock, it was, oh no, no one can now decode because Clerk locks Ento cipher machine and Bomber being forced to rescue Priestess on the ground and forward on chair. So like in that kind of time space of 20 to 30 seconds, there was no progress at all on any of the cipher machines there. So I would say that one terror shock snowballed the whole game for Clerk.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, we saw that in the previous match as well when the meteorologist got that rescue after half, and that cost them the game. It potentially cost them the game. And so yeah, I mean, it's just those little mistakes just cost them so much for the side of the survivors.
It's hard, yeah.
How could you recover from such a big
deficit? Yeah.
Yeah, deficit.
To be fair, right? I would give the props to WWW too. Like, you know, game one, even after half rescue, Wendy did brilliantly for the second containment, especially up against the Nightmare 2 max presence. They were able to kind of pull themselves back immediately. Also with this game as well, right? Priestess getting terror shocked and then Entomologist being the one to stand up to further contain the hunter. But since we've talked about all that, we're going to move on directly towards the second half of game 3 ban picks as we see Priestess and Embalmer, they're currently being banned from Moru.
Yeah, and on the side of the WWW hunter Moru, he has to get a 3-man elimination in order to tie up the points. And he has to get a 4-man elimination to win, I think.
Well, yes, he needs a 4-man elimination to win here. But like, you see the ban picks here, right? Bonbon out of the way. The Breaking Wheel out of the way as well. 2 respect bans here from K2. They're currently leaving Opera Singer and Ivy available for this map for Moru.
Yeah, so that could be a very dangerous risk that the survivors are willing to take if they bring the right persona belt and if they can contain the hunter well enough. We can see that Weeping Clown and Seer are the picks for the side of NE. We finally see the Seer being released, so we could see great gameplay from that.
Yeah, and like it's not only this too. I do feel like with these two kind of being chosen, it's more based on early game now. We want Weeping Clan Rocket support early game. We want Seer Owl support early game. Entomologist there will be banned as now we've one slow decoder on our side. That's a 15% decoding debuff. This just means you still have rescuers that you want to choose, right? There's still Wildling, there's still Mercenary that can be chosen. But I do think if they kind of want to play a little bit more containment oriented, Acrobat's not available. No, Acrobat is available for them to play. He is good against Opera too, but going for Cheerleader, it's questionable. Cheerleader, especially max presence Opera Singer, you can't really outrun her.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like the hunter wants to see the meteorologist, so meteorologist will be getting that third ban. They're just waiting for that fourth ban and the fourth survivor pick. I mean, we have a lot of mobility on the side of the survivors because the Weeping Clown, he can utilize the rocket, and he can also harass the hunter with the stuns. And, you know, when she uses her motivate for the cheerleader, she can also get those fast movement speed. She can transition, and with the Seer's Owl, we can also transition and move around because he can have the owl taking that hit. And it looks like they're gonna finally be able to ban the coordinator as the fourth survivor.
Yeah, Puppeteer here being chosen though, it's quite interesting because then like in this case, I think for Moru, it's very kind of easily predicted that Titan is going to be on Weeping Clown. Most likely Titan on the Puppeteer as well. And like, I'll be honest, with this team comp, Cheerleader is kind of an outlier for two reasons. Reason number one, if we want to cheer survivors for a longer containment time, only Seer can kind of body block to kind of prolong, you know, those encouragement stacks. Weeping Clown can't do that. Weeping Clown is more about pulling away from the hunter. So I feel like in this case, probably from NE's ban picks here, it isn't the best when it comes to compatibility. I think they're just trying to cover all grounds, right? If it's a slow moving hunter we're going up against, Cheerleader comes in. If it's a fast moving hunter that comes in, it's going to be Weeping Clown that comes in mainly for the support. Seer is kind of a universal pick, really good pick universally after all, and you know, Puppeteer being Puppeteer, he's just meta for a reason.
Yeah, he can tank a lot of hits. Yeah, so we see the respect ban on Moro with that breaking wheel once again, so it doesn't look like we'll be able to see breaking wheel. And you did mention that Bonbon does have a lot of buffs, and so he is a very viable character, also going to be banned. And yeah, it does leave still the Opera Singer and possibly Ivy if she can just mind game survivors, but she, after her nerfs, she hasn't been able to get that 4-man elimination as much. And the pressure is on the hunter side to get as much survivors eliminated as possible, because if he only gets 2-man elimination, that's a win for NE. So a lot of pressure on Moro.
And like Moru here choosing out a wax artist as well up against his team comp. I feel like we're kind of a little bit digging our own grave, right? It's just Cheerleader speed boost out cutting corners alongside with Weeping Clown speed boost out cutting corners. Seer up against a wax artist, we can farm quite a bit of owls, but I would say wax artist here wants to chase after Seer first. It kind of works the same for Puppeteer as well. In this pick, it's a 50-50, but on towards the area selection mode here, we go to Seer Ash 2-story hotel, Peter Pan as our Puppeteer, Ash Umbrella Gate. Middle will be given towards Weeping Clan, and of course Cheerleader, Ash Lantern Gate.
Oh, interesting. Moro is going to be blocking off Seer's Cypher Machine, unless there's two, as you've mentioned before. And he's going to be spawning closest to Cheerleader, so possible Cheerleader chase since she's close, or is he going to travel around the map, look for that Seer?
I think we might travel around the map to look for Puppeteer if I'm going to be honest, because I think Cheerleader is too hard to chase. You have to go past the wall, and then you have to continuously, you know, beat around the bush with that speed boost as well. I think we probably will lock middle Cypher Machine and then, potentially speaking, look for other characters to chase when our warp is ready.
Right, and we now have the persona webs for the players. We have Warp, Insolence, and Detention on the Wax Artist, and on the side of the survivors, we have 3 Borrowed Time, 1 Tide Turner from the Rescuer Weeping Clown. We have 2 Knee-Jerk Reflex and one flywheel for the cheerleader.
I'm more surprised that Modi decided to not go for the opera singer pick there as well, especially when it works really well up against that cheerleader puppeteer and of course the weeping clown. But with a wax artist pick here too, instant attention, you know, with that warp, potentially speaking, we're probably going to see how much control we can get from this game too. It's a map very similar to, you know, Ever Sleeping Town, where you can lock cipher machines from very far out and you can lock the gates for a really long time too. But moving on towards the game between NE versus WWW, round 3 second half, it's going to be instant detention alongside with constraint, panic and max destructiveness for a persona build.
And it looks like he's just going to be ignoring this cheerleader, going straight to the middle where he will be running into Haptari, the weeping clown. He's going to get into his rocket immediately to transition towards the backside of this building, and the hunter is just going to have to follow on foot.
We did pull quite a lot of distance here. We can immediately cut in towards the inner areas of this restaurant. However, I feel like for Weeping Clown here, if we can't vault that over that window fast enough, it might just be a really long day. We don't have Knee-Jerk Reflex, we don't have Flywheel, and Rocket is about to be ready right now. We're still not pulling here because we want to play it really safe. But the safer you play, the worse it gets. And no, the owl is missed.
Yeah, a little bit late on that owl, so unfortunately it looks like he's just going to have to utilize his rocket. Hunter's going to close the distance with warp right away. He's right next to the survivor, no owl available, and will be going down for the first time. A little bit of miscommunication there. Yeah, and it looks like he's going to be chaired here right outside this building.
For now, any can't rescue this. The moment we decide to rescue, it's GG's from the side of any. We can't kind of give a free-form elimination here, so as long as K2 just stays nearby to give tinnitus, I think it'll be fine. If we kind of look at our cipher machine distributions here, right? That corner house has a cipher machine, can't be locked instantly. The hotel has a cipher machine, that can't be locked instantly. So with the remaining 2 cipher machines being there, as long as we sell here, we can still guarantee the time. The moment we comes in to rescue, it's a whole different story.
Yeah, the survivors want to avoid giving full presence to this wax artist, so it does look like K2 is coming in for the rescue. Hunter is going to be throwing a lot of wax towards him, and he's almost there at the chair, but not quite, eating 88% wax. A little bit of mind games here. Is able to get the rescue. Freeze to Seer and downing Weeping Clown right away.
We couldn't use our rocket dash there fast enough, unfortunately, for Hatari, and Seer being nearby as well. It's not really a good sight here, as we see 2 cipher machine has been decoded. We have a survivor decoding that 76% cipher machine too, so last cipher has yet to be decoded as well. And you see as well, right, 10 seconds until warp is ready. Seer does not have any items left.
And now the hunter is gonna go for his next target. They are still at full health, but Hunter is at full presence, so he does have hot wax available. He's blocked off this window. He's gonna utilize warp, close the distance, and Seer's gonna make it to that pallet. Is able to get that vault, but has 32% wax.
Going towards these 2 pallets will be for the best here as well, just because you can't really get any wax easily on towards. You're going to be able to get a pallet drop down there on time. But now the question is, we're not vaulting over that. We're going to be able to get a flywheel over as well. Can we get a pallet drop down, or are we going to look for the full stack? We're not looking for the full stack here just yet, but we have hot wax on our hands to use. That's some of the hot wax. Can we get a double hit? Can double hit here land? It did! And that's going to be Moru. Instant second down. Puppeteer already decoding. Cheerleader cipher machine at 78. We might have to sell this one too.
Yeah, I mean, things are looking very good for this wax artist. Already eliminated a survivor, have the Seer on the chair. 4 cipher machine will be completed, but still lacking on progress for that last cipher machine. They may have to come in for this rescue, but it's against a wax artist. He's going to be blocking off Peter Pan's cipher, and it looks like the cheerleader's coming in to feed tinnitus or possibly go for that save.
We can't save. We can't save until the cipher machine is primed, especially when we have max presence here from the side of Waxers. It's after half here immediately, but Peter Pan needs to tell Cheerleader if the Waxer is coming in to lock his cipher machine or not. Cheerleader, is that going to be a no damage rescue? That's a beautiful no damage rescue here. We're going to try get as much as we can here, potentially body blocking as well. That's Cheerleader coming in with her body for the Seer. But does Seer have an owl? But even if he does, 1 hot wax is going to be more than enough. Cheerleader, that's going to be instant hit, instant down. But it's okay. We're buying a bit more time. Seer is nearby. As long as we can kind of just stay here, Seer behind that building, we can still get a 3-man endgame.
Right, it's the first chair for the cheerleader. K2's at half damage, but if he has a, he could, it looks like the hunter is going to be just going for this seer instead because he knows there's a survivor working on that last cipher machine. He's going to try to shoot as much wax onto the seer. Seer's trying to mind game before he drops down, and it looks like he's going to get 88% wax. Oh, he's going to warp to the next stairs, not on top of the bridge. That allows the seer to drop down, but is able to finally get the 100% wax onto the seer. Cipher machine's primed.
We don't have
They
borrowed
popped, but he
time
doesn't
on
have-
Seer.
Doesn't have borrowed time, so Seer is being chaired for the second time. And it was an after half rescue, so he's going to be going right back to the manor. Cheerleader's chair. Hunter knows where Peter Pan is. It's not looking good for the side of any survivors.
Oh no, Moru, that's going to be game 3 hero here from the side of WWE. We don't really hear anyone just yet. Is there a dungeon near that? No, there isn't a dungeon near Puppeteer. Dungeon's actually currently in restaurant, but we're running straight towards the hunter right now. That's gonna be a little Lewis there used instantly, but it doesn't really matter because we can just instantly hot wax and get you down there as well. 88% here. We need, oh no, we didn't time that properly. That's an instant down. Puppeteer goes down, a 4-man elimination for WWW Moru, and that's gonna be enough. That's a win game here for WWW, and let's congratulate them then. Moru definitely will be given the MVP for this one.
Yeah, I mean, it was going to be quite challenging in round 3 to be able to get that 4-man elimination, but he did it. Moru did it and was able to get the win for WWW. Congratulations. And yeah, wonderful job on that Wex artist. What do you think could have helped the survivors?
Honestly, if we didn't miss the owl, I think it would have been very different. It kind of
yeah,
really
that
snowballed from that point onwards too. See it coming in for the rescue as well. It's just, I feel like we gave a max presence for free once again with that rescue, because if it wasn't for that rescue, see it could potentially just have taken a normal hit and just ran away, right, instead of being instantly double hit down as well. So like in our case here, it's the owl and of course the rescue too. It's still a wax artist you're up against. He's still very far away from, you know, those 3 cipher machines that were initially being decoded. So I do think Any kind of took this game a bit too riskily. Could have definitely still tied, could have definitely still 1-man escaped.
Yeah, I mean, that one Miss Owl was really hurt them a lot, and then that rescue, I mean, it was just so challenging because you don't want to give full presence to this hunter, but then you have to rescue to make up for that mistake, but now you don't have Owl available to use to get that rescue. So yeah, a lot of hard decisions for the any survivors, and it really worked out for WWW Hunter. We also will have an interview that we're currently setting up, so any survivor hunter you want to talk to on the side of WWW?
I think probably, you know, Moru would be the right one to kind of talk to as well, especially for that game 3. We didn't expect a wax artist to be chosen out, especially when Opera Singer and Ivy is still available to use too. So like, I do think we're going for more of a kind of comfort pick from their side, but this was honestly speaking a really beautiful, you know, 4-man elimination. What I would say, however, though, any survivor side, we half forgot that Seer didn't have borrow time.
Yeah, that was so unfortunate. It was just those small little details that kept piling on. The Seer Owl mishap and the not having borrowed time just really hurt the side of the survivors. And we can see that, oh yeah, the early down onto the clown only had 38% containment time, wasn't able to utilize that last rocket and get that rebound kite. And it does look like the Seer did have the most containment time at 81 seconds.
Yeah, and like for the Weeping Clown as well, it's the owl that didn't really block the owl didn't block the normal hit, and then we had our warp as well for the instant catch up after the second rocket dash use there as well. We did come in for the rescue just so we want to try maybe get Weeping Clown to pull that rocket dash again, but it was unfortunate that Moru kind of knew what was happening, so we instant locks here after the rescue, get that Weeping Clown down, and kind of from there it's a huge snowball onwards too. I would say though, you know, with this much pressure from Moru's side as well, we at least managed to make it towards the top 4 right now. That's going to be the second game at least over, as we still have, you know, semi-finals and finals tomorrow. But once again though, it's a huge congratulations to WWW, and of course from any side, it's very unfortunate.
Yeah, they will be knocked down. We got to see so many good gameplays for Foriel, so I'm a little sad about that, but really happy for Moru getting that win. And I was gonna say something and then I forgot.
It's fine, but like with this movie on as well, at least we kind of do know, hey, Moru still has that bonbon and that breaking wheel pick that we have to respect, which is why any bandit as well. That wax artist is still a threat as well. However, this game, it's more about Moru being able to find those picks, more being able to find, you know, the openings that survivors has been given towards them as well. So like in our case here, from the side of survivors 2 or from WWW, I would say one of the bigger things we have to work on now really is just the rescues, and I think they will go a really far way as well in this tourney.
Yeah, we need to make sure to get those rescues before half. It cost the survivors quite a lot when they rescued after half. So yeah, definitely a good point. And it does look like we never got to see the breaking wheel. That's most likely target banned, so that was a little unfortunate, but we did see the wax artist, Hullabaloo, and Goatman, so we do kind of know the hunter pool for the side of Moru, and the survivors are going to be able to prepare for that in the matchup, but that's the same for all of the teams that will be playing. So,
yeah, definitely. And like, it's not only that as well, like from the side of any side too, I think Fuda did really well, like Sculptor from elimination, Nightmare being able to guarantee the tie, their Survivor being able to get a backdoor rescue up against a Hullabaloo for a 3-man escape, and you know, like Moru redemption game 3, and of course MVP given towards them as well.
yeah, and just as you predicted, is going to be the wax artist getting that MVP, getting that 4-man elimination. And I mean, for any side, even though they are eliminated, they still do get a little bit of a prize pool as a consolation prize. WWW will be getting a bigger prize pool because they are able to make it up, but yeah, just a great job with the mind games, and as Kuro mentioned, getting that rescue, freezing the seer so he could down the Weeping Clown immediately. That really helped to secure his first elimination. So yeah, definitely MVP for his wax artist.
Definitely. And of course, from the chat side as well, preferably speaking, we'd like to remain as respectful as possible towards each region as well. Yes, it is a tournament, but we are still as the same region, so we're gonna have to work hard together here to go in towards KOA and to beat IVL and IGL together. So just to keep that in mind as well. It is a tournament to kind of test out the waters, especially before, you know, the new patch changes comes out as well. Like, but with this, once again, it is a huge congratulations towards WWW, and of course from any side, you know, it's a lot of hard work for them as well. But we'll move on towards the interview phase. Alex will be joining us from WWW Survivor side. Hello Alice, how are you? Congratulations on your win today. How do we feel?
Oh my god, my heart was racing so fast. Like, I was so scared Moru couldn't pull that win. But luckily he did, as a great hunter he was.
Definitely. And you know, not only that as well though, it's not only Moru 2, it's also you and your survivors team comp as well. You know, you did a brilliant containment with that entomologist, you know, up against the Nightmare with so much pressure too. 114 seconds by yourself is absolutely huge, you know, especially with no items left too. So, you know, you should also give yourself quite a lot of praise as well. Your second game was also, your third game, you know, up against the clerk was also really good as well with that really good early containment.
Yeah, and a question that I wanted to ask was, after this matchup, what do you think your teammates did very good in, and what are the areas that you think your teammates need to improve?
I would think that my team has really great teamwork. The way we call for support and the way we help each other in the match, especially the last match, the clerk game, I think it's what makes us a team. But something that we really need to improve is our solo carrying ability. I guess it has always been our weakness, and yeah.
But like, I think with that game as well, like, I think from our side as well, the entomologist pick was kind of a surprise pick for us too. What kind of led you guys into, you know, picking that ento as our third or final pick? And did you kind of expect that clerk at all?
We did expect the clerk. We were kind of guessing the hunter would go with the wax, or maybe like a feaster, because Furiel is very good with feaster. And an Ento pick would be like a great counter to all of his mains, so we just went on with the pick. It was really great as well, and our teamwork was pretty decent as we've trained.
Definitely. We did see as well, the game 2s and the game 3s, you guys really did pop off from the Survivor side as well. And of course, from our side too, brilliant, game 2, brilliant game 3 as well from the side of his wax artist as well. And of course, once again, congratulations for the win. You still do have two more matches tomorrow. You're going to semifinals and finals. And of course, we wish you luck for that. Do you have any, maybe thing you want to say to your fans or maybe towards your opponents tomorrow?
I guess we'll just try our best tomorrow. We're not really prepared to go against UPDG. They are pretty much the strongest team right now. So I guess we're just trying to pull off a tie or just a single match with a win. That's all we're aiming for.
Definitely. But of course, have more confidence in yourself. You did brilliantly today, and we can't wait to see you tomorrow too. And once again, thank you for joining the interview as well. Have a good rest, Alish. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good luck.
Okay, goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chocho. Thank you.
Well, there we go. That is our interview from Alet there, isn't it, Gummy?
Yeah, I definitely have more confidence going in. I mean, I would be scared of that team as well, but we fought very hard today. You can fight hard tomorrow and it will give you the results, hopefully.
Definitely. And especially when they're the first team to go up against each other tomorrow as well, I would say, like, in this case, we're gonna more or less look forward to, potentially speaking, WWW more still has hidden trump cards left to use. We have seen Hush in quite a lot already in co-op pro plays as well, so I do think if, we've done our homework properly, there is chances that, WWW can kind of find a breakthrough point and beat UPDG. However, as of now, we don't know everything just yet, but it is still a win here from the side of WWW. Thailand versus Vietnam. For this time, Thailand has won, but moving on forward, you still do have co-op, you still do have IVS as well. But with this, we're gonna conclude game 2, match 2, as we move on straight towards the highlights.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon.
Spotlight's on, now here I am, dressed in scars with golden glam. Dance with eyes out on this game. Come on down, let me feel all your dreams. Feel the crowds, feed the flame. Stage itself, such twisted frame. Bury the past, walk this frame. You wanna show what you gotta do is call my name. I kick off gold, it's cold beneath. My mask still fits, I barely breathe. They beg for truth, I sell what they need. Take a bow, going out with a bang. Pull the gun, I call the rain. Spin the tale, I played it rain. Call my shot, I ran the rules. Killed the truth, just gave them what they all been
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be our third matchup of today for IVT SEA 2025 as well. I'm your commentator Grocery, and with me is Jojo. Jojo, welcome back. How do you feel after the second game?
I saw the second game, pretty intense, right? It was a huge turnaround for events. We thought that NE was gonna take this home, but WWW, Maru, my goodness, with the Wax artist, turning things around. So it just comes to show, right? You never know what the end result is gonna be until you see it until the end. So I think for WWW, they really did make their statement there, and they will be facing Team UPDG tomorrow. Yes. As we see the player roster here.
For our first team, it's going to be FK, Sunshine Daisy, Butter, Mellow. Our hunter is going to be Jala and Koala, alongside with survivors being Laish, Famlam, Baby Top, Send, and of course VVN.
Yes, of course. And for this team, I managed to talk to Baby Top, and he has some words for how he views this matchup for FT. But before that, let's look into our team roster for Team FT. We have their hunter HIM. From what I heard is that DDD flew this hunter to SEA, by the way. So this is outside of SEA Hunter. I'm excited to see how he's gonna perform here. As for the Survivor side, we have Yuan, a new member, Adi, Kuga, as well as Mini Blue. So we do see quite a number of familiar faces here, as well as a new Hunter face. So I'm excited to see how this Hunter is gonna perform here, whether he's gonna be outshining every other Hunters that they've had already, or is he just gonna be maybe on par with Meowpai, which is the ex-Hunter of FT?
Definitely, but like I would say from FT side, it's still almost the same roster aside from two new players, and alongside with Kuga kind of transitioning from Hunter towards Survivor side too. We did see him perform spectacularly up against Sprinters Goldman as well during the quad stages, and I am kind of looking forward to see how much he's improved after the past kind of 3 months.
Yeah, 3 months is definitely a lot of time for him to recuperate and become even better as part of Team FT Survivor lineup. As we see, FK will be selecting the Ever Slipping Town, and FT has banned out the Arms Factory and the Moonlit River Park. Kuro, how do you feel about this?
I'm quite surprised with FT banning a small map and then a severely big map as well. Because like, if you think about it here, with a small map like Arms Factory, I would understand it, right? So many pallets, Goldman's just not viable. And then like Moon River Park, kind of a bit different. You need to use more cages to traverse across the map. But then like, I don't think it's too much of an issue for a character like Goldman, especially with how much, he can gain as he snowballs around. But with this, I do think it's kind of, for me, bit ambiguous in what FT wants to kind of play around here.
Yeah, it could be, I'm not too sure. Maybe it's something they want to pick a map, or they want to deny a map that HIM may not be really good in. Yeah, and we still have zero idea, zero clue as to what HIM plays. As we look into this matchup here, Koala as FK's Hunter is a new name that we're seeing here, but it's actually a Survivor main person that is actually playing Hunter this time around. So I'm not too sure how he's going to be performing here as we see the ban pick begins.
It's going to be Seer Anti-Courier in first 2 bans from the Hunter side, as we pick up immediately Gravekeeper and Puppeteer. Very nice tanky characters to use, very nicely used up against Goldman as well.
Yeah, and that means that we could potentially be seeing that Goatman once again has been a kind of a favorite pick from Hunter's side, BO1 being that Goatman. As we see Magician at the same time, this kind of team comp is really reminding me of what 4AW Survivors picked in the first matchup of today.
Yeah, and like you see that aeroplane span as well. I do think from Koala's point of view here, it is a little bit obvious that we're going to go with the Goldman again. But with this kind of aeroplane span too, it's kind of to get rid of Kuga's character to use as well. Kuga has performed exceptionally well with aeroplanist, but then we're just going to come out with a mech. The more Cypher Rush, the better it is for us.
Yeah, so we usually don't really see that mechanic so early into the get-go here, but with FT strategy here, let's see whether the bot would be safe at the start of the match. Koala, not too sure what he's going to be picking here. Never really seen him on the Goatman just yet, so let's see what is it going to be here. But at the same time here, let me just look into FT side, right? FT, Yuan, it's kind of a new member that they had previously in IVA Demon King Arena stages. He was kind of a sub-member. He was benched out, but this time around with the lack of Survivor players, it seems to be that he has upgraded to becoming the main Survivor lineup alongside with Adi, Mini Blue, and Kuga. So his performance here would be... I'm not sure whether it's going to be a liability or he's going to be asset to the team here.
Definitely, yeah. And it's also kind of one of the things about, how many games you've actually played with the team and how kind of compatible you are here as well. But I would say, alright, it's not a bad pick as well for giving him the Magician too. Magician is a character that isn't really someone that you can punish. Because look, even if you miss one of your wands, that's okay. It's not like you're a perfumer. It's not like, you are playing... I don't know, but like it's not like you can cancel out his items too. So like with him being on this Magician as well, especially after buff too, I would say not a bad pick, and it does kind of work well with FT too.
Yeah, so I mean with FT right now, it's just a change up of multiple players, right? Previously in COA, we saw that Kuga joined on the Survivor lineup. Now we see Yuan. So a lot of changes within FT Survivors. We're no longer seeing the main 4 survivors from FT side. There's a lot of switch ups. So coming into this, we are seeing Koala with the Goatman against this team comp here. Kuro, do you think you're leaning more towards FK side or FT side when it comes to winning this matchup?
It's hard to say really, Chocho, isn't it? Because like if we think about just this one specific team comp, everyone has to rotate early game, which works really well with our goal man being able to stack up so much cages before you actually start chasing. But then you looked at the area selection mode and you're like, just what am I watching?
Yeah, I thought Yuan was gonna be inside the graveyard, protected by the mechanic and the puppeteer, but it seems to be that they have gone on with this L spawn location with Mini Blue at the center, Yuan at the first stop of the tram, Adi at Geisha, and Kuga right outside graveyard as well. So Hunter side, we are still awaiting, but Kuro, any potential guesses here?
I do think, right, if Goldman actually spawns near Geisha, it's really bad from a survivor side, but it seems like Koala kind of, in one way you could say that he kind of messed up or maybe didn't win the mind game here, because if you spawn immediately next to Mech, Mech has to go into Graveyard. Graveyard, yes, it's not a bad place to, kind of kite, but like Mech slow vaulting, and if you go towards the outer side of it, you're, by technically speaking, giving a free hit because of the cages. So like in this case, Mech being able to drop down a doll near a lock cipher machine and rotate away, it just works way too well for FT.
As we look into the personas here, trump card detention as well as an abnormal, very aggressive build coming from Koala's side. As we see FT, all of them brought in borrowed time, and mechanic with the Tide Turner alongside with Mini Blue, Flywheel on Yuan, and Kuga on the Tide Turner. So triple Tide Turners into this matchup here. Let's see what's it gonna be between FT Survivors versus FK's Hunter, and this live commentary is brought to you by Chocho and Kuroshiro Gaming.
And towards the game we go, this will be our third matchup today between FK versus FT. It's going to be round 1 first half here, as we see as well our goalman immediately chasing after Mini Blue here, but also double backing ourselves just in case we're playing mind games. So no mind games will be played today, as we aren't able to actually see where that Gravekeeper is.
Yeah, kind of did like a rerouting kind of situation there. Wasted a lot of time as we see Mini Blue still not wasting any of his resources here. Koala trying to bait something out, but it didn't really work out here. Now resentment is being built up here in the meantime, so 100 stacks on that, and all ciphers has been touched.
Mech stall in a little bit of a danger here though, but like you still can't forget, just because it's a mech stall doesn't mean that it can't contain. After all, we're trying to predict that mechanic is in graveyard, but little did we know Mech was hiding inside that 2-store area, and as of now, full eyes on towards this goat man. No matter what you can do here, can we get the down? We didn't get the hit!
This bot playing mind games here with Koala, and Koala now finally gets that ping on where the mechanic is, and Adi was able to place the second half of the doll on one of the ciphers and will be kiting on top of Mini Blue as well. So Koala, let's see what the gameplay is gonna be. He's just gonna walk past the mechanic's doll, and yeah, he's kind of in a lost situation, right? 1 minute and 30 seconds in, and still nobody chased him.
The unfortunate part for Koala here is he's losing every single mind game. The first one up against the first officer. Now we're actually near the bot as we finally get the ball down. But look, cage is still nearby. You have to break the cage. Mech is going to be able to run away on time. Not only that as well, Mech already bought so much time. So from my point of view, right, even if she does go down here, it's already 3.5 ciphers.
Yeah. Like, this is just the start of the guy, actually, though. And now a pellet stun coming through from Adi. I think at this point in time, he probably... Oh, another pellet stun coming through! Koala getting his hit really down pain over there as we see a terror shot coming through. So a second skilled Goatman we're seeing here. And Abnormal still not put into play here. And that's a 3.5 full cipher kite, guys.
Abnormal is kind of useless now, though, as many of you finally popped open that cipher machine of his. Great Hero can definitely come in a little bit early for the rescue too, but if he wants to do so, he needs to get into a shovel immediately. Koala, being able to find him here instantly, we're already on the other side. That's immediately in towards the shovel as well. But breaking that cage, I don't think is the best. You want to buy time until that shovel is gone. You don't want them to reuse it.
My goodness, now Mini Blue. Maybe I don't even think a Terra Shock here would honestly matter, as we see a free rescue coming from Mini Blue. Adi just waiting for that glass to be broken here, and Koala just letting Mechanic off the hook now and wants to focus on the ciphers.
This is really bad because Mechanic is the only one injured, so she does not have any decoding debuff. That Puppeteer one chip damage is not going to be able to give Mech any decoding debuff too. Mech now decodes at full speed. We've one extra cipher machine open, so Koala, if you don't go after that Mech, I think she's going to punish you heavily. Oh, we jumped in together!
Falling down from the skies, both of them, as we see Koala finally able to potentially get the second chair onto the Mechanic. Now fourth cipher will be popped now, as we see the fifth one. Two ciphers are being worked on.
But we still do have Abnormal here. The issue here lies with, will Koala take the bait of Abnormaling that cipher machine till the point that we don't have any trace to use later on? Yes, we will, as we're finally going to be able to get that. There's two survivors body blocking, Mech with Titan borrow time, and Kugat's just nearby trying to bait it out.
Yeah, it feels like Koala is doing everything in the wrong way, it seems to be, as we see the body block from Mini Blue and a pellet stun onto him as well. Now Adi is able to establish that distance and is now safely at the second floor. Mini Blue will be following closely behind, and Cypher is being pushed in now at 80%, and the back leap, the hit does not register through, and the pellet stun for the fourth time.
Oh, this is the first Goldman I've seen in a long while getting pallet stunned this much. Adi, one more pallet left around to play with, but we can pop here, but we decide not to do so. That's going to be a cage I use instantly. No resentment left on the side of our Goldman. We're just too tired.
The hit is thick. Koala, as we see him going for the gate now. Mini Blue is making precaution measures here. Does have shovels to work with. We are seeing the other gate being pushed now at 40%. Mini Blue might potentially go for the dungeon here. It's at the center, and this, let's see, is gonna be a forced escape for FT survivors.
Changing targets here isn't the best idea, because the moment Gravekeeper gets out of shovel, it goes into cooldown immediately. He still has another shovel on his hands to use. We're going over here instantly.
Koala, you're done. Koala's done, as we have seen the three survivors at the gate, and Mini Blue is making a beeline for the dungeon, looking an okay sign as he emotes out into the dungeon as well. So that guarantees a first 4 escape into IVT SEA.
Definitely. Adi here, the man, the myth, the legend. 3 pallets done solely by himself. Greedkeeper, another assault on towards the room there. That mech play was absolutely brilliant from his side.
I don't know what to say about Koala. I think this transition from Survivor to Hunter might not be the best for him, but at the same time, it's alright. I'm really close friends with Koala, so I think it's alright.
Yeah, I would say it's a lot of pressure as well, because you can't deny, look, you have to chase after a Mechanic or she's going to Cypher rush you. Adi being the one on the mech definitely hurts the most as well, especially when he's the player that's been on FT for the longest too. He's the most consistent and the one with the longest longevity too, right? So like in our case here, I think for Koala, the moment that mech was chosen out when you want to play Goatman, it was kind of, you know, he needs to perform a prison break, but that prison's walls are just too high.
I mean, that's a very good way to describe it. And at this point in time, right from the get-go, I feel like FK is really not on a good, you know, footing right now into this matchup here. As we see into the match stats, 108 seconds of containment time from Mini Blue, but Adi is definitely the MVP player here. 95 seconds of containment time with 4 pellet strikes.
Definitely. And like, it's not only that too, right? 4-1 escape round 1. Look, it's a 95-second containment from the side of Adi, solo containment by himself as a mechanic with Tide Turner as well. Only 10 hits from Koala. This is kind of below average or more towards the survivor side of the game, as we do see from this point onwards too. You see from the decoding stats as well, the Cypher machine kind of dropping down on that point after he used that abnormal. I felt like after the abnormal use, with kind of Gravekeeper Turret body blocking, especially with Mech nearby too, it just was too much for Koala to handle, I feel.
For sure. For sure. Koala, I mean, against such an experienced survivor team, right, from FD side, maybe excluding Yuan, but now that we're seeing this, I mean, for now, we haven't seen Yuan perform because it's just been decoding, but Mini Blue and Adi, the coordination, the teamwork that we're seeing from them is just next level. I mean, individual kiting by themselves is already amazing. So this is just what we expected from FT, but I wasn't expecting really too much of a full escape right from the get-go in BO1.
Yeah, it's a bit kind of unexpected from our side as well, especially when Goldman is a round 1 Hunter pick as well. But I do think Koala kind of got a little bit... It's panic, but it's also worry, just because of the fact that, okay, we're on the other side of the map, we don't have our traits ready because we just used up normal. It's a Gravekeeper we're going up against. The moment you get hit on towards the shovel with the cage, he's already out, running straight towards the, dungeon. So I think in that case, it was kind of hesitation alongside with panic from his side as well. It is kind of unfortunate from FK's side, right? But now it's up to the survivors to go up against HIM.
Yeah, and HIM, if okay, the thing is that's why I heard the RD flew in this person, HIM, into the team, right? Into the team. So he must be really, really good, because why would you fly someone all the way from outside of SEA into SEA just to play a tournament, right? So I think this is just going to be a very strong showing from HIM later on. But at the same time, I also wanted to relay some of the words that FK, Baby Top, wanted to say, because they understand that this is a very strong team that they are facing, and that this team was created in less than a month. So we can definitely see that, yeah, I mean, with the little time prepared for this, they might not be able to perform as well as a team that has been here since IVC 2023.
Yeah.
So this is just gonna be a huge showing from FT, but at the same time, FK, I think one thing that Gummy really mentioned is the consolation prize, even as within the top 8. So let's just take this experience away and let's see how FK Survivors is going to be performing here coming up next.
Definitely. And I do think it's not only that too. I think what kind of FT has done really well, especially from their roster side, is they've kind of kept, every member, well, they kept the roster to a bare minimum, so we can focus on each member individually, especially with Adi and Mini Blue being on the team for the longest as well. They're the ones that's actually able to help UN kind of, improve the most too. Not only that as well, like, with such a big advantage, round 1 when it's more hunter sided. Even for me right now, I do feel like we can save Goldman round 2. We can maybe pick an unorthodox hunter and just, put him on the stats page of 100% win rate hunter. Maybe choose someone that you're more comfortable to play with, who we've yet to see for quite a long time.
Actually, yes, because I understand that for IVT and EU, after the entire tournament ended, they have this like statistics thing. Yeah, Sprinza is like topping everything.
Yeah. And then, preferably speaking, a bit biased, don't pick Sculptor. I want her to remain at 100% just so I can keep that for myself. But ban pick base, here we go. It's an Abyssir anti-current first 2 bans here from the side of HIM.
As we see the Magician getting picked here, let's see if it's gonna be a replicate. Oh, we'll be seeing a Professor. The only Professor that I've seen that has done really well was actually in IVT and EU. Like, there was this one really, really good Professor.
I think Professor is too niche of a pick because it's usually used to go up against Skullman too, right? As we finally see that first officer after the Gravekeeper has been banned. But I just feel like with a team comp like this, especially after you've kind of gotten that 4-man escape from FT's side, HM doesn't necessarily speaking have to play Goldman here. Like, there's just, Hermit that could counter Professor, you have Loxarus that counters, well, maybe not counters Professor, but does decently well against him as well. and Bonbon. There's just so many that we can actually choose here. I feel like no matter what happens here for FK, depending on what FT wants, it's just based on if we want to save Goldman for, second round.
I mean, that would be a very good strategy that FT can go for here. I mean, what HIM really needs here, it's just a 1k. So as long as he brings detention at the end game, he should be good to go. There shouldn't be any issues here. As we see the confirmed picks from the Survivor side, Puppeteer, First Officer, Magician, as well as the Professor here. What do you think HIM could go for here that could, help him easily get I think a tie would be the best outcome here.
Yeah, definitely. Tie game wise, you still kind of, if I'm going to be honest, I'm a little bit more biased towards Breaking Wheel, potentially speaking, just because of Professor and because of Puppeteer as well. Just extra damage is kind of for the better as well. Goemon definitely isn't bad too. And you still do have Hullabaloo that counters the Professor too in his red zone as well. So there's honestly speaking quite a lot for him to really play, especially in this map too. If I would like to choose one, just from a personal preference, if you kind of want to guarantee a win, I'd say Anne, but we're locking in Wax Artist.
Wow, a Wax. Maybe he got inspired by WWW Moru with the Wax Artist at Chinatown. So we really wanted to show give a showing here with this Wax Artist, and the Wax Artist has been known to at least get that tie, at least get a one kill game. Eliminate one person, or if not, get a tie game here. So let's see how is it gonna be here. But Kuro, against this team comp here coming to BO1, do you think FK has got what it takes?
I think as long as you see, I feel like the biggest turning point here might actually be First Officer, but we'll talk about that later as Era /Mo comes in first, as Little's given towards Magician, that Professor spawning near towards S-Palette near Schoolgate. Underneath Balcony, the mini true story will be Puppeteer alongside with our First Officer near the entrance of Graveyard.
As we see, HIM will be confirming his pick at his spawn at the bottom left area at the fixed school gate. Professor is nearby alongside Magician at the center, so potential 2 chases there. Kuro, which one do you think HIM would prefer here?
I think he'd prefer First Officer, but FK has done really well to kind of divert First Officer as far away from the Hunter as possible. With Professor after a buff, he's able to kind of block that 100% wax, same as Magician's illusions as well, being able to block the wax too. But we can see the persona points here as well. HIM only bringing that one Titan alongside with Warp. We're not really going for any other confined space incidents nor trump card.
As we see the 312 build on Pamlam Zen, and for light we are seeing a Titan build alongside with Baby Top. So this is going to be interesting as we look into BO1 second half between FK Survivors versus FT's Hunter HIM. My name is Chocho and joining me is Crucial Gaming, and we will be bringing the live commentary of this match.
The game begins as we see here HIM second half of round 1 between FK versus FT as we lock the Cypher Machine first with Panic Berserker, Max Destructiveness and Detention, but it seems like Sen already being spotted out here. We still have a mini shell shock to use to get rid of the stack, but we didn't as the first hit here landed within 20 seconds of the game.
Really fast game right from the get-go as we see 8 stacks already on to Zen. Now he's able to get out of sight from HIM, but let's see, the Flyboat is also not ready at 14 seconds left.
One shell shock as well. Can we get it here? Him is playing as much as possible with the mind games here. It's going to 84 stacks, but we have to use it here instantly as well. That's going to be shell shock here. Popped open early, but that second one too, just on time. And a 50-second down is just too fast.
That's way too fast, and Warp wasn't even used in this instance, as we see him getting Chad at the center area. So Baby Top Cypher will be interrupted, but that should be okay, as we see Top will be coming in for that rescue on the first officer. Pamlam Cypher though, I think that might be one that will also be interrupted.
And not only that as well, there is also another chance for us to kind of lock the Cypher Machine near Puppeteer, but Magician a little bit too close for comfort as Baby Top coming in for the rescue. We still cannot forget though, with the fact that the more hits you give towards this character, the worse it gets for you endgame.
Yeah, especially when it comes to the rescues as well. You might potentially need a double rescue. Let's see if they do have the manpower towards that, as we see Zen just trying to kite away from the last Cypher. And Pamlam Cypher getting locked once again, so that 91% Cypher will be on a standstill, as we see that the 4th and 5th still untouched.
Yeah, and like we did see Sen being able to actually kind of utilize Dash Shell Shock to get rid of the stack, but we didn't really have any pallets nearby to use, unfortunately speaking, just to prolong that containment. As Famlam here, Magician immediately being chased here, we are not max presence just yet, so rescue is still possible. As of now, 86 stacks. We're currently Flywheel missed, unfortunately speaking. One hot box getting him down is all we need right here. Famlam, can we get it sometime as we're running straight towards the home there?
Okay,
brilliant prediction as the game continues.
Yeah, Zen kiting for his life here, as we see that the pellet stun comes through and his shell is ready for usage. Now, Flywheel is still on a very long cooldown, so I'm not sure if Zen will be able to last till then. Now he's trying to buy as much time not to survive.
Shell Shock.
Great job coming from Zen there, as we see the Cyphers are being pushed here, so every second counts for Zen here. Let's see if he's able to make it for another 20 to 30 seconds.
Oh, 89 stacks. The wax just started going down a little bit. Unfortunate for HIM, but at least we're able to contain for such a long time, as we want to get the hit a little bit closer towards the chair. But honestly speaking, Professor has done an outstanding job with a 40-second rebound kite potential here. 4 Cypher Machines are just about to be done. Wanted order on first officer hurts HIM even more. And with the last Cypher Machine here remaining, 2 near corner house, 1 just on the other side of the map.
Yes, we see Pamlam is trying to hide it out, but I think HIM manages to see him in eagle-eyed spotting. As you see Pamlam trying to kite for his life here as well, not able to use his Magician, wants to play the mind game tricks, as we see the hot wax successfully landing onto him now. The snowball continues, as we see that the 5th Cypher has just been touched.
It's very unfortunate for Magician, because if this was a new patch with the new personas, your blue sticker wouldn't be on the ground there as well. Hiding there, it wasn't a bad option. Definitely could have. The hunters usually definitely wouldn't be able to see you, but he is him after all, isn't it? This wax artist, as we see Light here come in for the rescue.
He is him. Exactly, as we see Light just getting ready for this, able to use his puppet early on and get that safe rescue. So the Tide Turner is in effect. Let's see Light. Oh, missing that so badly. Now him trying to potentially go for that double down, as we see Pamlam live for another day. Baby Top is trying to pull for that 5th Cypher, and one of the last Cypher is at check.
I mean, this kind of does make sense as well from the side of Wax Artist too. He knows that Magicians at half L2 can't come into rescue, and only first officer would be doing that as well. So we're ready on his hands to use. The moment Magician decodes the Cypher Machine, that's when we go and catch him off guard and instantly kind of, chair near the Cypher Machine, just to kind of deny all possibilities of a win here. Oh, no, not win, of a tie here for FK. So right now, Eagle Eye is going to be very important. The moment that Cypher Machine shakes.
Yeah, and as we look into this, let's see how FK can potentially at least try to go for a tie game. That would be the best case scenario, looking at how it's kind of shaping up as well. Baby Top is coming in for the rescue. We can see him on the bottom left, heading from the Geisha area. Pamlam potentially trying to snatch that Cypher, 91%, but is he gonna let Pamlam do this?
It's kind of crazy, but I think Wax Artist might have saw where Magician was. That's an instant warp over without any hesitation here. We're so far away from the last Cypher Machine. We've 1 Flywheel left to use. We need to Flywheel this immediately just to be able to rebound kite, but we can't get it out on time. Magician back on chair, and guess what? Cypher Machine is just here.
My goodness, it's just continuous wax bombing at that Cypher. So that Cypher will be on a standstill for a long time. Puppeteer is also half health, so he can't be here. Baby Top is the only person that can come for this rescue. So let's see Light still kind of far away from Cypher as well.
We got the rescue here on time, but it seems like Magician will get terror shocked, unfortunately speaking. Cypher Machine currently 18% on the other side here. We're at least able to guarantee a win here, which is good news for Waxers. However, there is still a chance though for a one-man escape, because as long as this isn't a 10-0, I think it's okay for FK, to be honest.
Yeah. It wouldn't be a great start to have a 10-0, but looking at the situation, it seems to be that him is playing his cards all right. And there's really nothing that FK Survivors can really do here. Baby Top is just waiting for the cipher to be done with that wax, but it's just every time, once it's like unwaxed, him is just there.
Yeah.
So they can't decode.
Not only that as well, I do think our Waxers now is kind of waiting for our warp to be ready, just so we can kind of have a really good end game. But like even in these cases too, it's kind of like you don't know when to pop. The moment you get 100 stacks of wax, you hot wax. Are you going to pop? If you are, brilliant. We immediately get extra wax on him, get him down and warp over. If you don't pop, it's just a slow death game. As now Baby Top trying to contain here for as long as we can. 53% Cypher Machine on the other side. We've one more pallet left here to play with, but you can just lock it with one blob wax.
HIM really just too good at this game, as we see that the down onto Baby Top instantly with that double hits, Trem coming through, Light running away, and just looking at this, right, I'm not even sure whether Light can potentially go for a dungeon escape, as we see the warp coming through and landing straight onto that Tinnitus here. Can he spot out Light?
We got a pallet stun exchange, which is nice, but 60-second containment up against a Waxer is Puppeteer 1 item left is really hard. That's to be Puppeteer used instantly. We can hot wax and then normally head down if we don't want to wait, but it seems like we're just going to play a little bit of a safer game here, as finally, let's congratulate them, the 4-man elimination from the side of HIM.
Yeah, congratulations also to FT for winning the VO1 matchup against FK. What a statement right from the get-go. A 10-0.
Definitely, yeah. But like, it's... I do think, right, Professor with that early game, we saw him placing down the pallet instantly. I felt like maybe just running would have been better. We had enough distance, but I do think we were kind of maybe worried about which direction Waxers was coming from. So with that kind of hesitation, instead of, maybe running towards double 11 near the graveyard gate, we decided to loop in that area instead. I think that kind of that's something that caused, potentially speaking, the snowball from kind of falling over on towards FK.
Yeah, FK, like as mentioned, is not as experienced compared to FT. So I think for now, FT is just really having a great game here. Good step in the right direction if you're trying to clean this up in the 2-0 sweep. As for FK, I think best case scenario now would have to be them winning BO2 and BO3, which potentially is a huge ask, considering BO1, they already got a 10-0. It's probably going to hurt them in their egos already. How are they going to even fight back for BO2 and 3? We just got to wait and see.
Yeah, definitely. And like with the match stats here, we see as well, right? 64-second containment on the Magician, 101 on that Professor, 51 on the Puppeteer, alongside with 73 on our first officer. Professor did a really beautiful rebound kite containment, very beautiful pallet stun after the second rescue, very beautiful wax deny on the second rescue too. He did do as much as he could, but I do feel like because how fast we got down early game, we couldn't really sell, we couldn't really try play a little bit more of a safer game, in which it did result in HIM being able to snowball slowly but surely.
Yeah, and this just as we look into this, right, of course BO1, this was actually FK's map selection and they got 0 to 10. So this is gonna hurt a lot for them, as we be potentially looking into FT picking the map for BO2 where they would know HIM would excel in. HIM
Definitely.
Quite scary, honestly. Just coming into BO1 with that Wax Artist, able to do a clean sweep Wax Artist with minimal mistakes.
Yeah, and like, I do feel going towards round 2 and like just moving on forward from this point onwards, like you still just have way too much advantage points, especially from the side of FT2. FK right now, they need at least 1 4-mine elimination, right? But before that, we'll move on towards game 1 highlights first, as we'll return back for second half, well, game 2.
And we are back for BO2 between Team FK versus Team FT, with FT leading by a huge 10 points. So, Kuro, we will be seeing BO2 with FT picking up the map really soon. But in your knowledge or what you would like to see, what map do you think we'll be picking out?
I do know that FT, like if we think about FT's match history here, they usually go for Chinatown for, second half, but like back, towards just a point again. 4-man escape from the side of FT, 4-man elimination from the side of FT's Hunter as well. So like with this moving on, and with FT being able to choose the map, they can go for kind of their potential picks, not potential picks, their favorite picks, such as Chinatown, which is one of those, maps that they have worked a lot around too.
Yeah, and of course with FT side, right, we've seen them for so many tournaments already, and for the past 2 years we've been seeing them be the champions of IVC. So they are the defending champions here, but now it's being revamped into IVT SEA, right? So
yeah,
a lot of us are expecting FT to be in the grand finals matchup, and with this match being their starting matchup in top 8, they seem to be geared up for what is to come for tomorrow.
Definitely. And it's not only that too, it's a huge showing as well from FT's Survivor side. Now FK really kind of has to fight back as much as possible. I think for them, like after banning out the opera singer, if we kind of want to maybe avoid the Ivy, we can. We don't necessarily have to play, full harass team comps. But like with this moving on forward, I do think maybe a speedy decoding comp might be the best for them, especially when like, they definitely contained well. Like especially against HIM, they did contain well. Second rebound kite was good. It was just a Cypher Machine being a tiny bit slower because of that bad early game.
As we look into the map ban and map selection here, FK has decided to ban out the Arms Factory, with FT picking up a Leo's Memory, with FT Survivors coming up first.
Survivors coming up first again from the side of FT. I guess, this is kind of good for... I do think it's kind of a bit better for maybe FT's Hunter HIM as well, but like regardless of who comes out first from the side of FT, I don't think there's going to be a lot of pressure for their Hunter. But FK's Hunter coming out first, I think it's just because last game Survivor, they do need to recuperate first. And then, of course, like it's just less pressure as well with the Hunter coming out first as well. Koala, potentially speaking, we could go for maybe some good pocket picks from their side, especially game 1. Goman didn't work out well. So for him, this is more about a redemption match.
Hot take. I feel like maybe they should have Giala coming up instead of Koala. Hot take though. So
you never know.
How
you never
it's
know.
gonna be here.
Yeah,
Giala.
I feel.
Go ahead. No, you go.
Fair. No, I kind of just want to maybe highlight. It's probably for Koala, probably a bit nerve-wracking for their side as well. But look, I think with a lot of experience going up against FT is nice. It's kind of one of the bigger things I say in tourneys like this. If you can go up against kind of FT, the stronger UPDG teams in general, you will kind of see what you're lacking the most. Maybe for FK here, they don't have the best condition they're in right now, but definitely it is a good learning curve for them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I really do agree with what you said there. And of course, if Koala is able to come up again, he's able to show, then sure. But if Jala is able to come up instead, and Jala is known to be one of the hunters that is part of SKY previously, he's played the Ivy Opera as well as the Geisha. So it seems to me that he might have potentially been more fitting in BO1. But now that it's BO2 already, I think this is a better time. It's definitely a better time to see him now, as we see him coming up now, and Koala will be benched out.
It's going to be Seer, Fire Investigator, first two bans from the Hunter side, and of course Opera Singer will be banned on this map. We will soon get our first two picks from FT Survivor side as well, but with Opera Singer out of the loop, you still do have Hullabaloo and Goldman available, well not Goldman, Hullabaloo and Ivy, available to use.
Yes. I mean, I think Jala will mostly go with the Ivy. I feel like it's more of a comfort pick for him, but for the side of FT, we are still deciding what to pick here. Acrobat being one of their comfort picks, right? Especially if they're spawned at the shack window. We've seen Adi kite out continuously in COA previously, as we see the Psychologist also getting picked up here. Actually, Psychologist, right, being picked up here. But it seems to be that Psycho has yet been very popular in SEA. We don't see that being picked up here a lot today.
I guess it is because of a lot of her kind of supportability, but her containability is a little bit lower compared to other survivors too, right? Like, not only that as well, Mech being banned from the side of Adi, we won't be able to see that Mech once again. She is pretty strong on this map, as Cordy is going to be our third pick.
Yeah, so what they're lacking here potentially could be that rescuer. Let's see, Jala, what is he going to be banning out here? FT, as of now, the team comp is looking pretty stable, right? FT side, they don't usually go for risky plays, OB heavy plays, and really just focusing on that solo kiting potential.
Yeah, and like if you look at this as well, right? Acrobat definitely given to Kuga, which is why we won't be banning out that arrow playness, but arrows is still available to use. That Merc being chosen out as kind of more of a guarantee rescuer that can get terror shock and still perform the rescue is nice if the IV does come out too. But I do think, you know, Chocho, with a team comp like this, it is pretty slow when it comes to decoding. However, everyone's just so tanky.
Very, very tanky. And even so, right, if the Acrobat has 3 balls to work with, Psychologist has stress, Coordinator with the gunshot, Mercenary 3 elbow pads, how is Jala gonna even go for that first person over here? And it just seems to be that they are geared up for whatever counter that Jala is gonna pick here.
Yeah, because like, no matter really what happens here is Acrobat's way too strong in Shack for you to chase him. Psychologist as well in 2-story area, 3-hit type character, a little bit hard. If it was only 2-hit type character, great, that's no problem at all. And then you have Mercenary and Coordinator. Cordy definitely probably running, you know, a more of a kiting persona build, and then Mercenary just being Mercenary, having nothing really to worry about unless he's actually first chase. There's kind of no weaknesses on this team comp when you try to, you know, play the top 2 characters remaining like Hullabaloo and the Ivy, but maybe for Jala we could potentially, like, if we want to, not a bad pick as I was about to say would be Acrobat just because of that cycle, but I guess Hullabaloo will be the final choice here.
Hullabaloo into this mix here. It's gonna be a tough first down, I would say. It's just how is he even gonna chase? Finding them would be no problem at all, but the chasing part is definitely an issue here. We know from FT side that they don't really kite on top of each other. They are able to make that spacing, die away from ciphers. I think the only way Jala might potentially be able to get this is if FT makes a huge mistake.
Yeah, and like not only that as well, one of the more plausible type of mistakes that they can make is with probably from what I would say is they kind of mistime the double surprise and get terror shocked while vaulting over a pallet. That is kind of the more likely situation that will happen because it did happen before. But like, as you can see with area selection mode, here we go. Safest place 2-story will be given towards the Psychologist, middle for Dash Coordinator, Shack Ash for the Acrobat, and of course Mercenary spawning on the right hand side.
Yeah, and if we look into this, right, even if Jala says go for the Coordinator can just hit towards the factory area. Yuan would gladly just leave the factory just for Coordinator to have a better time inside, just to kite. Kuga at the... my voice is cracking up. Kuga and the Shag. 3 balls to work with. What can you really do here as we look into the personas?
Persona Insolence trump card here on the side of our Hullabaloo here once again. We've seen a lot of detentions on other pro play fields, but it seems like for Southeast Asia region, we'd rather have that extra trump card to use. From the side of Survivors though, it's going to be double Titan here on our Psycho and of course Mercenary, Flywheel on that coordinator alongside with Knee-Jerk Reflex here for Kuga. Overall, pretty stable of a Persona trait to use. 2 Titaners can almost always guarantee you a tie game if you contain well early game.
Yeah, as we head into this matchup here, let's see if Jala has what it takes. It's going to be FT's versus FK's Hunter. My name is Cho Chun and joining me is Kuroshiro Gaming, and we'll be bringing the live commentary of this matchup.
Okay, Jala running that Insolence trump card alongside with Max Spiller breaking here, it seems, announcement and attack speed recovery. Inertia doesn't really work for Hullabaloo just because he doesn't really benefit from attack recovery. But of course, coordinator already 2 balls on towards her as we're missing just that firebomb and the gun straight towards the face.
Straight towards the face indeed. As you see Adi establishing that much distance after that gunshot is just amazing. This just comes from Corgi herself. As we see one more red bomb and Adi will be getting that first half damage.
Did we get it? We didn't get it here on time, Adi. Brilliant twirl there from the side of our coordinator. We're trying to do it once again here as we finally were able to cancel it. But Jala, we twirled by accident. We're a pallet on below and now coordinator is able to contain for another 4 seconds for free.
What? Adi really kiting out Jala here like it's nothing. With this Hullabaloo and the double surprise here, doing nothing at all.
Oh my lord, the flywheel just used to get away from that red pallet zone, and now we're playing around this one single pallet for such a long time. No hit here just yet. That's gonna be a twirl there used for our pallet, and finally first presence has been opened.
Wow, playing with the terrains really well. Adi making a statement here as we see that a white bomb and a red bomb, and he will be down. Another white one.
Oh,
still missing that zone.
Oh no. We have to twirl, Okay, that's finally down here, at least from the side of Jala. But it took too long. 100 seconds until we actually get this coordinator on towards the share. 2 fast decoding survivors outside, with Mercenary Cypher Machine already at 80%. Yuan being the first survivor coming in to rescue as well.
Yeah, as of now, the FT side survivors, they are not making any big mistakes. In fact, they are making miracle plays with those kiting and playing around with those terrains. Now Yuan will be coming in for that rescue, as you've mentioned, with that tight turner. So let's see how safe this rescue is going to be here. Missing every single bomb shot.
I feel like for Yuan, we brought movement speed boost when you're going towards this chair, which basically allowed him to dodge so much hits. He's now still currently full health in this sense as well, as we're able to get the window vault over with a little bit more of a speed boost for McCordy's innate passive. But right now, we're just missing 2 more bombs on our hands to use, but it just snowball over again. But thankfully, that double surprise was on the other side.
Goodness, Adi. I mean, the fact that he was able to kite from all the way that corner to this area here, I think it's a very good job, well done. But he will die on top of one of his teammates, Cypher, Mini Blue, as Mini Blue does not have a tight turn. Mercenary does though, so this is... Sorry, that's Mini Blue. Mercenary is coming in for the rescue. Sorry.
No. Well, I mean, in this case, right, you can't forget Acrobat's Cypher Machine and Psycho is decoding the last 2 Cypher. As long as this tight turn pops out, 12% is enough of a 20-second time for Mercy to pop that too. So from the side of survivors right now, they're really looking for that 4-man endgame.
Yep, as we look into this, another red bomb and he will be down here, but a very safe rescue coming from Mini Blue, nothing surprising there, but he's trying to go for that double down and he's able to. So this Cypher will be on a standstill as he changes to abnormal.
He wants to guarantee the tagging, but he knows if he doesn't abnormal that it'll be over. However, we're running towards the wrong side of the map right now. Adi already on the other side. Kua coming in as the Acrobat. We fireballs to use, we snowballs, and we've also mobile on our hands to use as well. So now what matters is how much body block can we get, or even can we bypass this Acrobat at all?
He loses sight of Adi.
No way, right?
Yes,
no.
wait, I think.
No,
okay.
we saw. It's okay. But you still have an Acrobat you have to bypass right now. Acro versus Acro. Why are we doing this to ourselves? Adi, beautiful pallet drop down. Acrobat once again, but we didn't really block there with that body. A little bit unfortunate. Kuga, fireball. No, that's a snowball there used on a football. A little bit unfortunate. Can we come back here, Kuga? We need a lot of body block for our Cordy right now. And we
It's
are
a
able to
red
get
ball.
it.
We need a red zone as he sees the down onto Adi here. Can he pick him up in time? Can he pick him up in time?
Oh, can we? Ah, close.
Okay.
Close,
All
close.
right. At least he picks up the right person here, so that will guarantee at least a 1k here, but it's definitely not enough. FT Survivors, we still see Mini Blue is pushing the Moonlight Gate there. We see Kuga making a beeline for it. There is no dungeon here, and I'm pretty sure he used up all of his balls to support the coordinator there. So let's see.
Psycho, body block. Psycho comes in for the body block. Kuga has to go behind Psycho right now. We can't get them up on towards us. Do we get it? We didn't get it. It's two escorts on the other side, but it's just not enough. No tight turns left on our hands to use. Both of these players can't get out on time, but Mercenary came a bit too late.
A little too late indeed, as we see that Kuga might be seeing himself back into the mana. No more Titannus to work with. We're seeing on the bottom left Mercenary potentially wants to go for more. No.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, we
Right,
thought we were
so
going, we
a
thought we were
tie
going
game.
for the chair.
Yeah, I thought that he was gonna thought he was gonna be a little bit greedy there. Maybe something might happen for Jala to potentially turn things around, but FT has decided to play a little bit safely, and it works out for them. A tie game against a Hula Blue in BO2. Any highlights you'd like to mention, Kuro?
Probably coordinator using that flywheel to get away from the red zone to vault over the pallet and contain for even longer. I feel like Adi's condition today is kind of top notch.
Yes, he's always been top notch. I feel like with his kiting, I'm not sure. He's just been kiting so well. Previously, when he first joined FT, he was playing a rescuer, right? Then he upgraded to becoming a main kiter for his team, and he has done exceptional job. We can see it from his gameplay right here with this containment time of 143 seconds of containment time.
Yeah, it's kind of like a lot of this containment time was solo containment early game as well. I do feel like if it wasn't for the abnormal kick from the side of Hullabaloo, definitely could have still been a 4-man endgame with a 3-man escape. Acrobat, very beautiful body block during the, endgame phases, but I do feel like from that point of view, if you want to guarantee blocking the Hullabaloo away from those entrances, usually crouching down gives you a little bit more of a character wish to do it.
Yeah, and it also seems to be that Jala changing to abnormal was the right play because he was able to at least guarantee Cordy to be down here. And Kuga also did a great job trying to do a distraction play as well, but he used up all his balls. He ended up with nothing at the end game, so he was unable to escape. Though support was trying to, be sent through from Mini Blue as well as Ren at the end.
Definitely, yeah. And I do feel like, with that type of really good early game from the side of the survivors, Jala did do pretty well as well with, knowing what to focus on afterwards. We want to go for the mercenary, get him down as soon as possible, and then, go after the coordinator right after we abnormal too. Because if we just let mercenary by himself, that 12% cipher machine remaining on that cipher, 20 seconds is more than enough with, accelerated decoding too.
Yeah. And of course, I would also like to mention that the FK side, Jala, he was able to do a double down on the mercenary, right? The fact that I think that was also a pretty crucial play, if not the double decoding from mercenary alongside with who was it? Psychologist.
Psycho, yes.
Yes, I think the double decoding would definitely be enough for Cord to stand up, and all of them had a borrowed time as well. So great play coming from Jala. He was able to be very detail oriented, but just that Adi was able to outplay him from the get-go. It's just something that Adi is great at right now.
Yeah, and I do feel like, we're 100 seconds in towards the game and we've still kind of had, 10% left on the other cipher machines. We can kind of probably say it was slow because everyone was rotating early game, but then the moment Cordy was first chased, I feel like from that point onwards, we should have just started decoding, but I do think there was maybe a slight mix-up on the locations of the cipher machine, just because, once again, it is a Hullabaloo. We don't want the last 3 cipher machines to be too close to each other, or else it'll just give Jala too much opportunities from mid to end game too.
Yeah, I think this is actually a good point that you had because HIM in the matchup just now in the Ever Slipping Town, the ciphers were also in one side of the map. It was a straight line and it allowed him with the wax artist to just wax bomb everywhere. So there was really no progress on those ciphers. So very important play, interesting play coming from FT as well, and it worked out for the better. As we look into BO2 second half between FK Survivors versus FT's Hunter him.
Yeah, now it's kind of, it's a map that's been chosen out by FT. It's a Leo's Memories map as well. And not only that too, still Goman is available. Goman's good enough on this map as we've seen before in pro play. And of course, there is, the likelihood of Opera being played as well. There is a likelihood of Hullabaloo being played as well. But I do think, from the side of FT's Hunter, it probably would be best to play Goman to kind of guarantee maybe a win game here once again.
Yeah, I think Goat9 would definitely be best here as we look into our winning conditions, right? My goodness, I'm just like lagging and crazy. The winning conditions. So BO1 first half, we are seeing a tied game. So coming into BO2 second half, the winning condition here for FT's Hunter would be a 3 kill.
Yes. Definitely. And you also see, the Seer and the Mechanic here being banned out already, just so there's no Cypher Rush progress too. And of course, Goman being banned out, which does leave HIM with only 3 options left from the meta side, which is Ivy, Hullabaloo, and Opera.
Yeah, so it just creates such an opening, right? You were talking about the Goatman, now it's being banned out here, but there's still so many other options for HIM as you look at this. Fire Investigator and Mercenary picked up here.
First 2 characters pick does, Mercenary 20% decoding debuff, Fire Investigator 5% decoding debuff. It will be slower decoding early game, but their supports and rescue is kind of top-notched in this case as well, as our Cordy has been banned as our 3rd ban. Not a bad ban overall, but I do think 3rd pick has to be a decent decoder or container.
I think I agree with what you said, right? Decoder might be better. Exactly. We're seeing the Prisoner here, but thing about decoders is that they decode fast, yes, but kiting potential-wise as it's corrected itself is not the best because the only thing he has is the electric shock, or maybe if he kites around his chain, his linked up cipher, maybe it creates an opening, but HIM might just disconnect that cipher as well. So right now, looking at this, we're seeing an Explorer, a double decoding team comp here. We do know there is this strategy going with the Prisoner and the Explorer decoding.
I feel like in this case, it's still too risky for FK, because the moment Ivy will be the best suited kind of, character to use here, right? Especially, Explorer can either spawn in middle or in shack or in factory. That's okay. But the moment Ivy comes out, it's like, oh, Phantom comes out. You see where Explorer is already because it's kind of indicated to you with a small kind of spotlight or kind of icon. You immediately each teleport, and that kind of just takes Explorer's whole potential away. But even if you don't chase after Explorer, Prisoner is an easy chase for Ivy as well, like 1 blink, 1 hit down, and you have 2 other slow decoders out there too, so it's not too much of a issue here for Ivy if HIM wants to play it.
Yeah, but Kuro, if you have to pick one of the 2, right, between the Prisoner and Explorer here, which one do you think would, really make that impact to remove that cipher decoding progress? Is it gonna be Prisoner or the Explorer?
I think it's gonna have to be Prisoner just because of that connected cipher machine too, right? It's too annoying, especially from the side of Ivy, where your Ostracon gets destroyed, Prisoner's pushing the cipher machine near where your Ostracon is, and then you think there's no one decoding that cipher machine, or you think there is someone there, you teleport over, and no, there's actually no one there instead, so you wasted a teleport too. I think kind of, in one sense, Prisoner is the most annoying one, just because of that kind of global cipher machine support.
Yeah, that was probably going to be the case here. We might see we thought there's going to be Ivy, but nope, the Hullabaloo coming straight in. So Explorer will most likely not be seen at all during the entire match here. Prisoner is the opening that Hullabaloo can go for, but predicting the spawn locations, Kuro, where do you think these 2 vulnerable characters are going to be spawned at?
I think they're going to have to put... There's 2 issues here. If Explorer goes into miniature mode and Hullabaloo uses his red zone to kind of skirmish across the bushes, we have a chance to find him. And if we bring Hunter's Instincts as well, However, are you really gonna allow Prisoner in Shack? Yes, you are. Oh no, it's a bit scary here, but Prisoner in Shack, it's not good for. It's not good. It's not that good for Hullabaloo, especially when you go up against a Hullabaloo, right? So deploying a Prisoner in middle is good, and then Explorer being in two-story area just means that we've successfully baited him. But like with this, Hullabaloo is gonna lock in the Moon Gauge spawn.
Yeah, so Explorer will probably just go find his pages. Probably not gonna be found here, I hope. And Light will most likely be transitioning into the factory area, getting ready for his first kite. So him, definitely he has to go for one of these decoders, right? If not, these two decoders are just gonna fly right off when it comes to decoding. And Zen with the Fine Investigator might not be the best optimal chase here as we look into the personas.
It's going to be instant detention here on the side of HIM with trump card as well. Our first detention Hullabaloo for the day. It will be a Flywheel on the side of Fire Investigator, Titaner for our Explorer, Flywheel Knee-Jerk Reflex on the side of Prisoner, alongside with Titaner here for Mercenary here too. This will be day 1 match 3, round 2, second half between FK versus FT. As in game 1, it was 10-0, so FT was able to take the win. And of course for game 2, first half, it was a tie game between the two teams. And of course, moving on straight to our second half, the commentary will be brought to you by Chucho and Kuroshiro.
$3K is what he needs to end this game in a clean sweep. As for FK Survivors, tie game is what they must have here at the very least. As we see that the Prisoner has already rotated from the outside staircase area and still no bombs on him.
It was nice dodges from the side of Prisoner, but it's also hard to land those bombs on staircase too, especially with double surprise. Prisoner being found instantly, and for that instant chase, it will hurt, but not going to take the window as we want to go towards the pallet instead. Double surprise is now ready, but it seems like Prisoner, we might just get 2 extra free balls on ourselves to use, and there we go, pallet drop down with no return on investment.
Yeah, as we see Light really making a great kite here in the white zone here, able to use the electric shock to potentially negate that first hit onto him, but the swirl able to remove it as well, and Light still able to get that hit.
We've finally opened our first presence here, but we're only 1 more ball away from getting Prisoner down. We're looking at a double surprise right now. That's a flywheel that can be used, but it seems like we successfully twirled away here first. We have to be very careful here from HIM's point of view, because that flywheel, as long as it comes out, there's nothing to be afraid of. No hit down here, just say we hit a little bit too early. Oh, it's not a good look here for... Oh, no, we got the Terror Shock just about on time.
My goodness, as we see Light is down here. Now third cipher is on a it hasn't been touched yet because Explorer is digging up those pages. So for now, Cypher's actually looking not too bad, right, Kuro? 1 minute and 30 seconds in, and it's almost a 3 full cipher.
This Cypher Machine decoding progress definitely is better than last game as well, and Prisoner did kite long enough for the Cypher Machine to be done. This can be tie guaranteeable, but Explorer first one for the rescue, this might be a little bit risky, because if it ends up as a double down, we have Warp to catch up towards Prisoner immediately as well, so we can't allow that too.
Yeah, Pumlam coming in for the rescue. Titaner successfully gets that rescue, able to tank 1 hit Light. We'll see that down now. No second kite potential here, as we see that the third cipher is being worked on. Fourth one has still yet been touched. Now, fourth one has been touched, but Explorer is the one touching it. So fifth cipher is technically still untouched.
Yeah, but as long as Explorer can get that Cypher Machine towards 50% and dig for another page, I would say it probably is more than enough. Let's see here, Explorer already digging the remainder of the pages here nearby. There is a Mercenary here too who's already hiding, waiting for that rescue. But if we really want to win game 4-man endgame here, it means that it needs to be a successful body block.
Yeah, Baby Top coming in for the rescue, successfully gets that onto Light, able to tank 1 hit. Light does have a shock to work with. Fly will be up in about 10 seconds.
But double surprise, can we land it? Oh, beautiful electrocution to dodge the first double surprise. This just allows us to have an easier containment time, but that one vault over is more than enough, as we, unfortunately speaking, missed that other one, as a terror shock hit down would be more than enough here. Explorer page currently at 27%. HIM here. Seems like it's going to be a guaranteed tie game, maybe, from the survivor side, but we can't forget the tension is on this hullabaloo.
Tension hullabaloo is quite a red lighting, but you know what, if it works, it works. HIM coming in straight for baby top can tank one hit before he actually downs, have one more elbow pad, but he'll probably save it for the end game, as we see Explorer and the Fire Investigator decoding two separate ciphers, so all 8 ciphers has been touched.
Explorer Cipher Machine is now prime, because we have that 74% Cipher Machine too. It's 29 now. We're going to pop it open instantly here as well. Mercenary on the other side. Fortunately was able to get that borrowed time on ourselves as well, but when Opal left on our hands to use, we need to get this down instantly. But there we go. He goes down, but the gate is already open. So in this case, if we don't drop down anymore, then it just means that it'll be an easy tie game from the side of survivors. We dropped in a bit too late, and that's why Investigator's gate opened.
Oh man, I was really hoping if he could warp after he downed the mercenary, maybe that could have helped him a little bit more. But now that the gate is open, it creates an opening for Zen to play around with HIM, as we see Pamela potentially coming in to heal the mercenary on the bottom left.
Oh no, we got spotted out instantly, I think. We did it?
Okay. He survives for another day.
Can we struggle? Can we struggle? The question is, can we struggle an elbow pad out? Yes, we can struggle an elbow pad out. Okay, where's the other 2 survivors right now? Where is our Fire Investigator with an airbag?
The dungeon! He's going for the dungeon!
On the other side, but what, the airbag isn't here? Can we get it? We got. Oh, okay. It's fine. It's fine.
Alright, so FK survives for another day. They were able to get the tie game that they desperately needed to prolong this into a BO3, but another challenge comes up, right, Kuro?
Yes.
The 10-0.
That's gonna be a long day, I feel. That's gonna be a long day. Preferably speaking, I think now, where FK gets to choose the map. If FT wants, they can get their hunter to play first, and kind of, as long as he can guarantee a 1-man elimination, I would say by that point it would be game over, because there's just not enough points.
Yeah, just not enough points. So I love the fighting spirit coming from FK survivors. They really had that potential at the same time to bring this potentially to a 3 escape just now. That was, if they got it a 3 escape, I feel like the stress levels for BO3 might not have been so high. But I think it's also a good showing already from FK team to go up against FT, able to tie things out, by the way, 4-4. And at the same time, HIM, seems like he performs well in the wax, but his hula blue,
A bit, I would say probably because also, Hullabaloo after the recent nerfs and being played up against so much as well, it's kind of, I would say a lot of the things that Team FK has done was brilliant. They do know that Hullabaloo isn't a character that can change targets easily early game, which did also, allow them to Cypher Rush really fast as well early. It's one of the things that FT wasn't able to grasp on, unfortunately speaking. It's also just because, we don't know who will be first chase. In this game, we kind of did know instantly, okay, it's going to be that prisoner first chase, especially after the spawn. And as you can see too, a 90-second solo containment.
Yeah, very great kite just from the get-go. Three full Cypher kite if we kind of consider the Pamlam's Explorer's pages. 200% on decoding on him, and Zend on 209, 110 on Baby Top. So they didn't over-decode. They decode on a just nice manner. So love the distribution of ciphers coming from FK. They did a great job here. Let's see if they're able to replicate it coming BO3. But seems to be that Hullabaloo is also not performing as well as he was before already. You mentioned the nerfs, right? We saw from Jala, he got a tie with the Hullabaloo just now. Now him also got the tie with the Hullabaloo. So seems like, yeah, Hullabaloo seems to be falling a little bit off the meta already, and maybe Ivy and Opera Singer might potentially be on the higher rankings for that. But let's hit into our highlights first, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you at BO3. And we are back for BO3, where FK somehow has to get a 10-0 to potentially turn things around. But Kuro, we are looking back into this where FK will be picking their map in BO3. So they do have a standing chance to potentially turn things around. But its chance is just really small. So I need your thoughts on this. What do you think BO3 is going to be like?
It's hard to say for BO3 because Goldman has been banned, yes. The one going into permabans now is Hullabaloo, and if you see point systems here, it's too much. I do think it's a lot as well. It's also the fact that FT gets to choose who comes out first. You know, I feel like from FT side, they'll allow the Hunter to come out first just because he needs a bit more on stage presence and just to get used to the stage a little bit more. But I would say with this, if the Hunter comes out first, I feel like all survivors will have to play meta comps, will have to play, you know, as much team play as possible.
Yeah, I think at this point in time, maybe we might see some of the, I mean, you mentioned the meta ones, but I'd like to mention also the potentially support OB characters come in now from FK Survivor side, because if they need to get that 4 escape, right, solo kiting won't work because Hunter is just gonna tunnel down on that single survivor, get that 1 kill, and GG. That's it for FT. I mean that's it for FK, and FT will move on into the semifinals of tomorrow. So let's see what FK decides to go for when it comes to their survivor lineup. But I think, like what you predicted, FT's Hunter will most likely be up.
Yeah, and I do think, right, with one of the decoders gone from the side of FK, that just means one less Cypher Rush potential there from their side too. But like, I would say, you know, with their permabans in round 1, it does work a little bit well in their favor. They get a choose map now. They also get to have a really good, you know, Priestess still available for big maps. You also still do have your, if I'm not wrong, Puppeteer still available, but it also could not be there too. But Aeroplane is, Acrobat, Patient, Psychologist. And of course, you know, with Forward slowly rising as well as a really good harasser from Game 2, Game 3 onwards, there is still a possibility for FK.
Yeah, I think also one more thing is that we have been seeing in the IVT and the EU, the team comp that goes around the Forward and Meteorologist. So I'm not too sure whether that is going to be played here. I do know that one of the SEA teams in our first match of the day tried that team comp, but for EW I believe, but it didn't work out because they didn't come to OB. Yeah, so let's see if the execution wise from FK side would be the game-changing meta here. We do know that baby top is S4 Meteorologist. So I'm excited to see what's going to be happening here. Yeah, and Pamela is S3 Novelist and also S5 Priestess. A lot of support and solo kiting potential here coming from the both of them. I'm hoping to see some kind of synergy that goes around that. And let's see also if Antiquarian will be let out here by HIM.
I think my personal opinion now is get Novelist out and play Harass, because I think best case scenario here is Novelist Batter as like your top 2 kind of picks would be nice, especially when you can support. If Batter gets chased, Novelist can just be there to look at the Hunter, swap it around, Batter picks up ball, keep recycle and go, or even potential to having, you know, Thief as well, which isn't a bad choice too. But I do think it's just, a lot of these really comes back to round 1, right? You get the ban 2 Hunters now, which means if you want to play Harass, Ivy has to go, Goldman has to go, which leaves you with Opera Singer available for HIM to pick as well. So it's hard. It's really, really, really hard for FK.
I think I agree with you picking up the Novelist. I feel like they should pick up all of those things, right, that can really play with the Hunter's hit, really like get it in. and like maybe he might play certain like make some missteps that they could capitalize on, and then that could bring them to a 4 escape. That could be the potential strategy that FK could go for, but let's look into the map bans and map picks at FT. Depending on the arms fact with FK picking up a Chinatown that FT might be actually good in.
We allowed the Hunter to come out first from the side of FT, and FK Survivor will be facing up against HIM here once again. However, in such, like, say Chinatown is a really universal map right now where a lot of characters will work, especially after buffs from Breaking Wheel, the Wax as we saw before as well, Soul Weaver 2, Night Watch, but I would say, you know, with Chinatown being chosen, Priestess probably will come out, which is the most likely, Novelist as well, which isn't bad, but if we over support, I just feel like our Cypher machines won't be enough.
Right, that's another issue, right? That survivors have to look out for over supporting that disrupts Cypher progress, and decoding those ciphers is the name of this game. If not, those gates can't be opened. So FK survivors have to play this really smartly. Novelist picked here, great. Priestess picked here, great. But let's hopefully not see too much time taken on those support. If not, there's no point.
Yeah.
There's no point at all.
Yeah, it's especially with the fact that it's an objectives game as well, where you need to escape too. So what I do feel like now is like there's kind of two sides of the coin right now. If you support well, your containment is going to be long. If you drop down all your support items for the first containment, but they kind of get incapped within 30 seconds of the game, you're left with nothing afterwards, which does leave you very vulnerable against a Hunter as well. With a big map like this, it's good for Opera Senior, it's good for IV, so like regardless of what you do, chasing them is going to be hard. Right, chasing them regardless of what happens is going to be hard. If HIM wants to go for a comfort pick, that's also fine too. But I would say FK survivors right now will have to go for a lot of harass play. The batter has to come if they have one. Novelist also has to come if they have one. Weeping Clown isn't bad as well. Knight isn't bad as well. Ford as well. But once again, yes, you can't decode with those characters.
Yeah, so okay, as of now, the strategy, I feel like for FK survivors, right, they have made certain adjustments. In the first BO1, they were unable to get those ciphers popped, right? So in BO2, the adjustments made was the double decoding team comp, which I love because it worked out for them. They were able to tie things out, and that's the kind of result that we expect from a double decoding team comp as well. So coming into BO3, they have to get a 4 escape, which let's see what adjustments they're gonna make. I feel like as of now, the adjustments that they are making is good. It's definitely a good step in the right direction, but asking a 4 escape is just so tough. HIM can just tunnel down on a single survivor, get that elimination, and GG.com, that's it.
Yeah, and like it's not only that as well, it's kind of like with such a big map like this, even if you do have a bad early game, claustrophobia will help you as long as you bring it. Your exit gates are so close to each other, so one warp is enough. You don't even need to bring trump card if you don't want to. And not only that as well, Cypher machines are pretty close towards each other. We have to remember, near hotel side of the map, there will always be 3 Cypher machines there, right? It's either 2 in hotel and then 2 on the outer side. In the rare cases, there will be 4. So if you don't decode those Cypher machines, you're kind of stuck in a really long loop. If you spawn in those areas and get chased and no one comes to decode, it's also kind of a death loop for FK survivors.
Yeah, so it's just so many things to consider. You know, we talk about the Priestess, but there we go with the Priestess getting banned out here. Let's see if FK picks up the Antiquarian. This gives them the opening, right? And we see the Feast getting banned.
A respect ban from the side of FK. The last time we saw Feaster was co-on group stages from the side of CN side, right? With first Feaster from CN getting a full elimination up against GW. However, Doctor will be priority picked here from the side of FK. Then if we want to pair it up well with Doctor, it should be Ench. There we go. That's what we were looking for.
Okay. All right. What are we expecting here? What do you think the survivors are going? Like, what do you think?
You know what's next?
Hunter?
Batter. No, just go batter. Just go batter. We go batter. We'll go pushback. We'll go body block. And then once the body block comes through, batter pushes back again, Doctor goes heal, Doctor body blocks again. There we go, brilliant. Psychologist, triple. Oh, there's so much heals, they're so tanky.
I'm actually intrigued as to how this is gonna turn out here, Kuro. It seems to be that you know what they are going for.
No, do you know what's even better? Get Novelist out right now. Doctor body blocks, Ench stuns. Novelist just keeps farming those bucks. That's how we should play this, right? If you think about it, it does make sense. You block one area, the body block comes from the Doctor, Ench gets a free stun stack. Novelist keeps feeding the presence, the book. And then once Doctor gets hit, Novelist comes around, swaps over locations, Pallet Stun comes through with Gardener, the Doctor with Great Power. We keep healing, the cycle keeps going. But of course, Explorer here being the last pick, FK's really gonna go full try hard on this. Oh, we will see how they go.
Okay. Alright, so I do understand that Pamlam is actually S2 Enchantress, but the Enchantress is not on him. In fact, it's on Light with Pamlam taking on the Doctor here, Baby Top on the Psychologist. So let's see what HIM goes for. I feel that is this even great? Is this even great at this point in time?
Well, to be honest with you, just play Breaking Wheel and everything's over. That's kind of what this team comp is about. It depends, right? Because this is really good for Goldman and for Ivy. It is really good for Goldman and Ivy. Extra hits for Ivy, can't get someone down fast enough. Goldman, one Doctor is enough to make his day kind of ruined. But I would say if HIM wants to have a good game, like an easy one, Breaking Wheel would be the breaking point of this team comp.
Yeah, I definitely do think that Breaking Wheel would be the answer to this. And HIM, does he want to, I don't know, go hits on with this by picking something else? He's gonna pick the Ivy against this. I know you mentioned something about the Explorer versus the Ivy. The Explorer can be spotted out, and going against the other three. Kuro, how do you think this is gonna fare?
I think probably first chase is given to Ench. It's one of the safer options too because she can't really hide. Explorer, it just depends on where we spawn is what I would like to say. But definitely Doctor and Psychologist should not be chased at all. If you only need a one-man elimination, Ench is probably going to be given priority.
Okay, alright. I don't know, every time I see the Enchantress, it reminds me of something that the Japan division teams will be picking up instead of the SEA one, but let's just trust. I'm not too sure if I trust this spawn as well, but Kuro, take it away.
We're gonna be able to see Enching middle alongside with Doctor right in front of that Ivy spawning at top right of the map, Baby Top here as our Psychologist at Lantern, Umbrella Gauge, and of course 2-story given towards Explorer. However, it's not easy to hide on a map like this which doesn't have bushes, and just for you as well, Chocho, the Enchantress game you were thinking about was probably the last year IVT NAEU finals where the finalist, there was, an Ench up against a Gamekeeper. And that Enchantress bullied the Gamekeeper. It probably could be that game that you were referring to, but with this, here we go, the Persona points.
Thank you for jogging my memory as we look into this trump card detention as well as the bling on him. As for Survivor side, 0, almost 0. We do see a 3-6 build on Zen's Explorer. The rest is a full kiting build, except for Baby Top, which is having a 6-9 build. So this is gonna be potentially the last half of BO3, first half between FK Survivors versus FT's Hunter. My name is Chocho and joining me is Crochet Gaming, and let's get into this crazy team comp that we're seeing here.
We're running Max Hunt here with Berserker throwing detention on the side of our Ivy as first chase here. Can we find that Explorer fast enough is now the question at hand.
Yeah, Zen ran away, so he will be safe for now. There is no tinnitus being propped up here. and him just in a lost situation here. Zen able to run towards the center, still unfound. And Doctor is under the bridge area. They're all trying to find a safe opening first. Baby Top will be the first chase here, and that's Psychologist.
Oh, teleport coming out here from the side of our Ivy, but look, that's going to be an Explorer right outside of our range right now, but no, we did decide not to go for it. If we go out right now, there it is, there's the Explorer that we're all looking for. That teleport over is going to be brilliant, as now he has 56 stacks of of fear.
Of fear. As we look into this, they will be pausing now, so this would be the second pause of the day with this matchup here. So looking into how it started, right, we thought that maybe Psychologist might be getting chased first, but now the Explorer getting chased first. How do you think this is gonna turn out here? The ciphers are not really moving much.
Yeah, I think a lot of early game was given to kind of rotation and, you know, just trying to get out of the map as much as we can. But also at the same time, I would say it's pretty lucky from the side of HIM being able to find that Explorer right in front of him too. In one sense as well, right, we do see Explorer after buff, that 20% movement speed boost after standing still allowed him to only get 56 stacks instead of 60 stacks too. So like we do see, you know, Explorer can work well against Ivy, but in this case, can we really contain?
I am, if I remember correctly, the Explorer actually brought a 3-6 build, so there is 0 potentially kiting from his persona builds.
Yeah.
So he's probably gonna struggle quite a little bit. 56 stacks already. The first hit should register really soon. HIM seems to be a lot more comfortable with this Ivy pick as well. But as of now, not looking the best start for Team FK Survivors, especially if they need that for escape.
Yeah, and I do feel like in this case as well, one of their plans probably was, you know, force Ivy to chase after someone else, but we're going to get back in towards the game and actually see what happens here. Explorer is lagging.
Not good, not good. He just stood there for a good 2 seconds on the same spot, and that free hit with 58 stacks is not good at all. As you look into this, him is just gonna blink in and get that basic hit, and the first down will be in the first minute and a half into this matchup. Yeah.
We're closer towards the two cipher machines where the survivors are decoding. Light immediately in front of us as well, alongside with Baby Top here too. At least Eng can somewhat get a few more stacks on her side, but I do feel like, look, if this was Eng after the buff, especially in current patch as well, that one stack is going to be able to do you so much more.
Yeah, we're seeing a very intense rescue potentially happening here. Pamlam on 80 stacks right now, able to get that free rescue, but I think the attraction is denied with that pellet bolt.
And that beautiful flywheel as well from the side of from Doctor, just to prevent a double down here too. However, Explorer is at 33 stacks here, which is really unfortunate. The moment we get the Leaster, one revelation would be more than enough to kind of get him down, but we didn't land that one, unfortunately. Explorer, we have such a great rebound potential right now.
Yeah, if only he had like a slight kiting build, I feel like it would make things a lot easier for him. As we look at him just kiting at this pelleted area. Pamlam wanting to come in for that body block, and all 5 ciphers actually looking pretty good, Kuro.
This is what I was looking for. Doctor just has to keep coming back with the pallets, keep body blocking as much as we can. But Explorer here, we got in towards miniature mode there, trying to get a little bit of a speed bump, but unfortunately speaking, is not able to get towards the pallet. Now then, we aren't able to crawl in between there too, as Doctor right now by herself.
Yeah, and this is a basement chair. And remember guys, HIM just needs a 1k, and that's the winning condition that the FT needs. Teleporting on top, and we see Light getting ready for potentially that rescue here. Attraction nearly there.
It is a no damage rescue here. Thankfully, Explorer here now getting healed because it's a Doctor downstairs. I think we'll be able to actually heal here on time. 72, 80, 90. There we go.
As if nothing happened at all now. Explorer is full health with the help of Pamlam's Doctor, playing the body blocking strategy at the basement. Risky but effective. So Doctor doing the attraction here. Explorer getting the first hit, and Pamlam also chasing after him. Light does have 1 stack to work with.
Oh, we teleported wrong! Oh no, that's the wrong Ostracon. It's in the same direction, but just the wrong elevation point. Doctor currently still upstairs. We're now looking for the heal. But the issue is you can't leech on towards the Doctor. I keep calling her Garden for some reason. And now, Blake missed. Oh
no! The hit registers, unfortunately. Now, Pamlam is coming in to potentially heal this Explorer, but it's not quite enough. We'll be seeing Zen send out not just yet, because Light is in the vicinity.
Oh no, wait, Gardner? Not Gardner. Why do you keep calling her Gardner? Doctor's here right now. We're able to get the hit. We're trying to crawl away from this area as much as we can. Ench 24 stacks on our hands to use as well. Doctor going downstairs looking for the heal here. Psychologist coming in for the heal as well, but now it's kind of a matter of time. Ench doesn't have flywheel on her hands to use, but the elevation is so good for him. Doctor, the healer of it all, will finally go down, but regardless of what happens here, there's still an Ench.
That makes no sense. The hit registered onto Pamlam. As we see the stun by the Enchantress. Zen still on the floor, Enchantress playing with fire here, and Cypher is being pushed by one person, Psychologist.
Oh, we got that beautiful 100 stack to deny the stun down. Doctor did really well, Ench did really well as well, as Psycho was the only one out there decoding, unfortunately speaking, as finally that empathy will come true for the Enchantress, as she's the one now that needs to perform the rescue. But for HIM, one-man elimination is kind of all what he needed.
Yes, we see Baby Top will be pressured at the Cypher here by HIM. Light also running in to potentially come for this rescue. No Titan as mentioned previously. And a safe rescue registered onto him, so...
That target hit was crazy from Ivy.
Agreed. Crazy hitbox there as we see Light still trying to cut it out here. Does have another stack to work with. Should be able to safely get into the... Yeah, I think he...
Oh, the basement. Back in basement we go.
Teleporting over again.
You know what? Home sweet home. Home sweet home.
Okay, as we see this, Pamela will be checked here now again, as we see also Light trying to push that 50% Cypher, but HI understands. He understands where the last Cypher is. He knows what he needs to do.
But last Cypher is nearby. If we want to rush that, I don't think it will be a good end game here. Doctor, we want body blocks, but even if you do try to heal here, there's too much survivors nearby, which means too many Ostracons, too much fear radius. So now it's kind of like, yes, you want the rescue, that's no problem, but Ench won't.
Oh my goodness.
Bosh.
What is happening? As we see Baby Top, the hitbox coming through from the IV once again. My goodness, the hit connects, and Baby Top will be seeing the chair for the first time. And we have Doctor being the full health individual that will come in for the rescue. Enchantress forced to decode another Cypher. So all 7 Cyphers have been touched. Pamlam is getting ready for the rescue.
I think I'm okay with this, Chocho, because like Ench hasn't been on chair just yet, and it's just the Doctor. The blink hit open, the flywheel didn't converge.
Not good.
The revelation to cancel the vault over.
Yeah, and the flywheel didn't come through as well. So, Pamlam, really unfortunate sequence of events there, as we see Light trying to come for this rescue, trying to stun as well. Too many things to work with. As we see Pamlam just managed to touch down on the floor, but the distance is enough for HIM to just get that basic hit, and this would secure that 5-point lead in BO3 first half, which means that FT wins the quarterfinals matchup here and will proceed further to tomorrow's semifinals.
You know what? This was entertainment at its finest. This is content that we want to see. But FK, I would say it's formidable. They did a really good job on trying to make this team comp to work. It also did work as well, right? On towards the early game phases too, as we saw, Doctor doing a spectacular job with the body blocks. But self-heal has been used by Doctor, self-heal has been used by Enchantress. That aside from machine at 81%, as the surrender button will be submitted.
submitted indeed. As we see FT, congratulations once again for being the winner for Team Yuan. Adi, Kuga, Mini Blue, and HIM did an amazing job coming into this matchup here. Could have been a 2-0 sweep that they did there, but FK really putting up a good fight against this formidable team. We gotta give them a pat on the shoulders. As for FT, can't be over the moon too just yet, because tomorrow's matchup is going to determine whether they will be at the grand finals matchup of tomorrow.
Definitely, and like especially from the side of FT2, they've done a well performance job as well, especially from Survivor's side. I do think a lot of spotlight was given to HIM just because it's his first time on the team as well, and you know, like with him slowly moving in the team, I would say they have a really good chance for, you know, IVS and of course for Koa moving on forwards too.
Yeah, so FT as of now, of course, they need to rest and, you know, practice, of course, team practice. So we'll just give them their flowers for now. Tomorrow, we'll see if they're able to match up perfectly against whoever they're going to finish up with, because we do have a fourth matchup today, and that winner of that matchup is going to face up against FT. Not easy at all, but we will see how it really turns out in the end. But as of now, let's just look into our match stats. 170 seconds of containment time from Pamlam.
There we go. That's where that's where the doctor comes out. I don't know why I keep calling her gardener, but I would say, you know, it's a good team comp that they've drafted out. It's a really hard team comp to kind of make it work too. So I will give an applause to FK here for making this work and, you know, giving FT quite a hard time here. If it wasn't for finding Explorer immediately after, you know, leeching middle Survivor, which is Psychologist, I think they would have had a really good chance at either winning or even tying this game.
Yeah, so this is just, I love the team fight coming in from FK, right? And it proved to be that it could have potentially worked, because we saw that HIM, he was making missteps here and there, right? The teleporting to the stones, it didn't really work out for him for like twice. So
Yes.
The mind game, the playing with the mind game, it did work in the hit, but at the very end, the hit that registered onto the Explorer, I think afterwards, they really tried to help him, but it's just really unfortunate.
Yeah, I do think if it wasn't for, well, in one sense, because Explorer was in basement, Doctor was able to get that full heal while Enchantress was baiting as well. But on the other sense, it's kind of like, okay, we're now trapped in basement. We got an Ostracon in basement, but that Ostracon allowed us to force HIM to kind of miss teleport. And then back in the basement we go, where Explorer did actually get out and towards the upstairs area where you can't really do much. But I do think in, you know, that one blink spot where the Ivy did do, Explorer kind of did peek back, in which Ivy got a brilliantly perfectly timed revelation, which kind of did cost the game from that point onward too, because I feel like Doctor had enough time to come in for body block if it wasn't for that beautiful revelation.
Yeah, I think it's just perfectly written, right? And also really unfortunate, right, that the first hit onto Explorer was, I think it was a little bit of the lag situation. So it was an early hit, early down. I felt like if there was no lag, maybe it would have been a different situation at the start, and Cyphers would have progressed a lot faster. So bad sequence of events.
Definitely,
right?
definitely.
And FK will be out of the tournament because this is a do or die situation. There is no lower brackets. Once you lose, you're out. And this is the brutal reality of this tournament here. As we see, as of now, we have Team UPDG, WWW, and Team FT that has moved on further into the semifinals. So one last spot left, and that spot will be announced in our next matchup, match number 4.
Definitely. And of course, for the next matchup as well, we can't forget it will be GX versus HLT here. In the team of GX, as we will see later as well, there are quite a lot of familiar faces too, so that's something nice to see. And in the side of HLT, we do see 2 to 3 familiar faces as well, so like I do think it's kind of like a clash between kind of veteran players too, so that'll also be nice to see.
Yeah, I think if I'm not wrong, it's a Thailand versus Thailand team, but our MVP would be to RD, the mechanic, is our first Survivor MVP of the day.
I'd say well deserved because I think like it's either between his mechanic or his coordinator. And giving it, and like giving it to Mech, I do think one of the main contributions to this is the Mech was able to escape after all, and it was a long containment time solely by themselves, and just with one tight turner too.
Yeah, I think it's definitely amazing, right? From Adi's side, he was able to do well in both the coordinator and also a mechanic that is known to be kind of a weak character. People just like say like, okay, yeah, if she's down, as long as the bot is, I'll just decode that cipher, that's it. But no, Adi really made that statement by saying that no, my bot can definitely kite. In fact, 2 pellet stuns. And with my main body, 2 as well, 2 plus 2, and that's a total of 4 pellet stuns in a single round. So definitely well deserved, and we'll most likely also be seeing Adi for that post-match interview.
And especially with like from his side as well, it's such great improvements. Like I think he's gotten way really strong. But we will be able to see an interview here. I think it's going to be Adi that comes in, but we'll see how it goes.
Hello. Okay,
Hello.
firstly, of course,
Nice to meet you.
congratulations to team. Nice to meet you too. Congratulations to FT for winning the matchup here in the quarterfinals, and you guys will advance further into tomorrow's semifinals. So against FK, right? I know you guys did a lot of preparations for it, but before that, let us know how you feel about winning this matchup first.
Very excited because this is the first IVT, so I really want to get higher about the ranking.
Yeah, I think also your MVP on the mechanic, right? We were talking about it. It could also have been on the coordinator as well. So it was our first Survivor MVP of the day. Definitely well deserved. But how would you rate yourself, Adi?
I don't know. I just decode, then we win.
I don't know, what did you did you? That's a lie there, Adi. That's a lie that I won't accept. Did you decoded game 1 and game 2? Game 1 and game 2,
I
100
got
per second containment?
81%, yes.
Oh,
I got one
honestly
cipher, yes.
speaking, right. Well. I mean, honestly, from your performance as well, it was honestly spectacular today. Mechanic solo containment was absolutely brilliant, alongside with your coordinator as well. Very nice side steps and dancing around the palms of that hullabaloo too. I think what I probably would ask is, we all know your brilliance as well. Probably your training routine is something I would like to ask. How did you honestly predict Jiala's second game without hullabaloo? You flywheeled the red zone to kind of counter the hit and vaulted over pallets, which brought you to a whole 100-second containment time.
Well, actually, I just try to get far away from the teammate cipher. Then the last thing is try my best to kite. Yeah, that's all.
So what you're telling me is it's just innate talent. Just full-on talent.
Must be nice to be naturally gifted, Adi. Yeah, and also I think this is the best time to ask you this because I do understand that you have Yuan as a new Survivor member and also HIM as the Hunter player. So could you just give us a quick introduction about these two players and how they have been faring in your own trainings?
Oh, actually, we use China server for our training, and I think that's helpful because we also be stronger in the Wi-Fi issue. So that's how we learn, like improve ourselves. Yeah, that's all.
Oh, that's all. But what about HIM? Like you managed to bring in this hunter, right?
Yes, he's a really good hunter, and he did well in the training. So I wish tomorrow he can show the 100% skill in the tomorrow match for him.
Yes, and we cannot wait for tomorrow's matchup. And thank you so much, Adi, for accepting this interview, and also all the best for Team FT coming to tomorrow's matchup.
Good luck for tomorrow,
thank
Adi.
you.
We wish to see you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank
you.
you.
Okay, yes. He hearted you guys. So This is just amazing, right? I think for FT side, the fact that they had many changes within the Survivor Team com lineup, and they've also brought in the HIM Hunter and also talked to us about their training strategies, which is to train in the Chinese server. So,
definitely,
Kuro,
yeah.
Yeah.
No, not really. I say Adi's still a very humble person, but of course we look forward to seeing them tomorrow once again with FT's matchup, but we're going to go on straight towards highlights before we move on towards match 4.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon.
Spotlight's on, now here I am, dressed in scars with golden glam. Dance with eyes out on the skin. Come on down, let me feel all your dreams. Feel the crowds, feel the flame. Stage itself's a twisted frame. Bury the past, walk this fame. You wanna show what you gotta do is call my name. I kick off gold, it's cold beneath. My mask still fits, I barely breathe. They beg for truth, I sell what they need. Take the bow, going out with a bang. Pull the gun, I call the rain. Spin the tale, I played it plain. Call my shot, I ran the rules. Kill the truth, just gave her what they all regret. The stage will rock the scene.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This will be our final matchup today in IVT 2025 Southeast Asia server. I'm your commentator, Koshiro, and with me is Gummy. We've just finished the matchup between FT and FK, and now we're finally on towards our final matchup between GX and HLT.
Yeah, I mean, according to what you guys were talking about, they're both Thailand teams, so it's going to be interesting which Thailand team will be better in this round. We have a lot of players that we've known and heard of a lot from GX on GX's side. Should we talk about them now or wait till the?
I think we can wait for their team roster as well, just for a very nice introduction here too. Like with the two teams finally facing up against each other, I would say from a little bit of a sneak peek from their side, we're gonna see a lot of familiar faces as well. But then just to recap a little bit as well, first game it was you and Chojo commentating, and it was who that one again? It was UPDG that one, yes. And then second game it was WWW. Third game it was FT, and finally for our final matchup today, GX versus HLT. The winner of this matchup will be facing up against FT. And with what we've seen with FT, they've been a really, really strong team.
Yeah, and for GX, they're a combination from GH team, EMP, and UTP. We're gonna have Hetien from former team Sky. Momoka used to be GX, so same hunter. On the side of Skyfall, previous GX hunter Neru from Sky. Anu Soren, don't have much information, but I'm sure they're very talented. Yazen is also from GX, and Marant from GX. So a lot of familiar faces.
Yes, definitely. And if you've seen this team combo as well, it's Skyfall who was in, sorry, not Skyfall. Skyfall was in GH before, Neru from UTP as well. Now in this team comp, we have seen Marant performing really well on the harassers as well, and having Hetien and Momoka. Momoka last year was second with their team. If I'm not wrong, I think it was Utopia or it was another team name, but Momoka came second in IVC last year, and then having Hetien here kind of just boosts the morale a little bit more from the side of GX.
Right, and the team roster for HLT is Seishu 6, and then for the survivors it's 6, Kudo, Gaje, Boo, and Tur. And Gaje is from the former GX team, so a little bit of competition.
Definitely. But if you see here as well, from HLT, Seichu was the sub hunter for Gaje when they were in GX. So seeing Gaje right now transition towards a survivor role, very similar to Kuga and Miaopai, I think it's going to be quite interesting here too, right? Potentially speaking, giving Seichu a little bit more spotlight. But of course, we are able to see the map and picks as well.
Yeah, it looks like GX will be banning the Red Church, and HLT will be choosing Lakeside Village as their first map, and the GX survivors will be going first, so it will be HNT Hunter.
For HLT Hunter to come out first, I would say maybe for Seichu, it's kind of hard to say for Seichu right now because he's not been in the spotlight so much. He's more of a round 3 hunter previously before, in IVT last year. But look, it's already been a year. We'll have to see how well he performs now. We're not too well versed, but what we do know is his pocket picks are really good. And of course, from GX's survivor side, it's a huge mountain that Seichu has to cross.
Yeah, I mean, we do have previous Sky members. They made it to Koa 8, the group stages. So some of the hunters we could expect from Hetien would be Ivy Opera Wax Artist, and from Momoka, previous EMP, is Ivy Opera Dream Witch, and all this wonderful information is provided to us by Chocho, so we do appreciate it.
Thank you, Chocho. But also at the same time, it's kind of Skyfall and Madon has been playing together for such a long time. They have really good compatibility. Gaje being in the mix as well from Hunter to Survivor, it gives the Survivor more of a Hunter's point of view on how the game plays. Neru, who was in Sky during the Koa seasons as well, alongside top 8 in general, is a really good Survivor too.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going straight to ban picks. We have the ban onto the Seer and the Explorer. Doesn't want to give those extra owl hits and do not want to let the Cypher Rush happen for survivors.
And like you see the Magician and Aeroplane is here first two picks on a map like this as well. It's got to go up against the Goldman Wish as we see the Puppeteer being banned as well. Greenkeeper as a tertiary pickup, the third pick here from Survivor side. It's kind of a really solid comp from their point of view, but with the with the Meteorologist, excuse me, it is a very, very decent team comp from what I would say. They can heal, they can contain, they can decode, and they can rescue.
Yeah, the really good thing about Meteorologist is she can kite, but she can also heal, and that's a very versatile character, and if you don't have a healer in certain situations, it could be very dangerous. That's why a lot of the teams used to bring Psychologist, but the problem with Psychologist is she doesn't have that kiting ability. You know, Meteorologist has that kiting ability. She can utilize the clouds, she can push with wind, so she could also help with kites. So very good hunter and survivor to help out the teammates.
Definitely. And I do think as well, like with this team comp, it's kind of like no matter kind of what happens, everyone can contain. Gravekeeper being a very solid user, solid rescuer as well. Alongside with, as we've seen before too, right? The moment cages come down, Aeroplane is stashes, Magician with the wand is able to buy so much time, and just Wendy being Wendy, Meteorologist being Meteorologist. She has quite a lot of utilities to be fair, but what I probably would say is a lot of the times what a Meteorologist main does is just to push the Hunter towards an obstacle and then get rid of those cages.
Yeah, so it's a great team comp to go against Goatman. Oh, and as soon as I mention Goatman will be the Hunter's first pick. It does look like we're going to be seeing the meta for Seichu. And another interesting note, we also see the ban on Seer and Antiquarian. We almost always see that happening, and it will also be banned once again.
Yeah, but it's kind of rare to see Antiquarian being played that much up against Goldman as well, but it is understandable why she's banned too. However, we can't forget the error selection mode here. It's going to be Aeroplane is at small bow, Shack given to Magician, meanwhile Big Rock near the big gauge is given towards Skyfall here as the Gravekeeper, and you're going to be able to see Neru as our Meteorologist spawning at Big Bosh.
Yeah, and the Hunter has chosen to spawn in Cornfield in between the Magician and the Airplanist. In your opinion, which would be the better chase?
I think we might go for... It's not easy to chase after any of them in this case, because like Magician can body block with the one near the pallet, and then like Aeroplanist is near small bolt near where the double pallet area is, so like regardless of what happens here, I feel like chasing after whichever will result in the same kind of containment time. But I would say, right, getting rid of Aeroplanist would always be for the best. You don't have that extra 2% Cypher Machine decoding progress.
Right, and we're gonna go straight into the persona. We have Blink, Detention, and Trump card on the Hunter. On the side of the survivors, we have 2 Tide Turners and 3 Flywheels, only 1 Borrowed Time, and a full kiting build on the Magician with the knee-jerk reflex.
Seichu here, Trauma Potential alongside with Blink here. This will be day 1 match for round 1, first half for our IVT Southeast Asia 2025. Commentary will be brought to you by Gummy and Kuroshiro as we will soon head on towards the game.
So it's going to be Goatman. He's heading towards Marant as the first chase. We do have a lot to work with. We still have 3 jetpacks and hover, and it looks like he's already transitioned way past the little boat, and he's waiting at triple boats for this Hunter to approach him.
We have double pallets here to play around as well, but we can't forget it's such a big open area too. For Marant, it's not an issue when it comes to playing up against the Goldman, but we're running straight towards the face right now. That's going to be a jetpack out immediately on time. Beautiful controls, but the last huff and puff just wasn't enough as finally that hit will register.
Right, inside of the cage, so that's 50% damage already. He still has 2 jetpacks to utilize, so it's not quite over, and the Hunter's just waiting for the resentment to pile up. He did use 2, and he was able to outlast 1 cage, so looks like the resentment is ready, so he's going to be setting up his 3rd cage.
A bit of a bigger cage here compared to before. It does allow Marant to kind of play around such a big area like this. We did use our jetpack as well. 10 seconds is almost about to be out, but the blink open. However, cage just disappeared on time.
Wow, just a great job on the side of this airplanes. Was able to avoid that blink hit. Could have been, if it was a few seconds earlier. Oh, gonna utilize hover and make it to the other side of this wall instead of going through this cage. Is staying away from this hunter, doing a very good job. Has a pallet here, outlasting yet another cage. And now the hunter is forced to chase him on foot, waiting for the resentment to pile back up.
Marant has done such a beautiful job with his jetpacks here. We've one more cage left, we can use it. We have to get a hit in no matter what, but there's a flywheel on Marant. Marant did not get that flywheel out, but it's okay, because even if it came out, there's nowhere he can go. 2 Cypher machines are fully done, 1 last Cypher machine there for our 3rd Cypher at 85. GX has such a great game.
Yeah, and Skyfall's already nearby, getting ready for this rescue. Hunter does have tinnitus, so he needs to be careful here. He's going to go right into a shovel as he's approaching this chair, trying to get there at full health.
I feel like from the side of Seishu, forcing that rescue would have been better, just so you can kind of get the second chair down as soon as you can, so you don't get Cypher rushed. But right now, Skyfall, we're going to be able to get up here on time. That's going to drop down instant hit, instant rescue, but it's okay. It's all what we needed here as Neru come in for that support.
Yeah, and it looks like he's going to take an immediate hit onto the aeroplanist. He does have Tide Turner, so he's going to transition away. We also see the meteorologist was making her way towards this aeroplanist, but it might have been to help him kite, but it looks like he was hit before that, so he's going to be going down here next to the exit gate.
It's still okay though. You see the Cypher machine has 60% for a Magician right now. Magician can come into body block after the second rescue. You also have that meteorologist pushback effect too on our hands to use. 70% Cypher machine on the Magician. Gravekeeper with wanted order. He needs to be very careful here, but Neru also can't rescue this early.
Yeah, and it looks like the hunter's going to be going after this meteorologist. She's going to utilize her wind and then break this cage to make her way towards the chair. She also does have Tide Turner, so if she gets this rescue, he will have more time.
That was so well done by Neru, but Gravekeeper, we have to be very careful. Cypher machine currently at 32%. It's being decoded so slowly, but at least the rescue comes out first. That's what matters the most. Magician either has to come into body block or to decode. Right now, we're going to be able to double back here on time, but that's a beautiful body block for our Neru. Now then, 22 stacks of resentment left on our hands to use. Neru, you need to push back or you need to block, but sadly, we weren't able to do any of the two.
Yeah, unable to body block. It looks like the hunter is back close near Marant, and he's going to be able to cage him. Oh, getting him down immediately with that blink, and so unable to allow the meteorologist to come help, but it doesn't look like the survivors planned on supporting anymore, because over support could be very dangerous. We do see meteorologist hasn't quite gotten back up, and the hunter is back onto the survivor, going to be able to chair her immediately.
The only issue now is Seishu has to go look for Skyfall instantly. Magician has stopped decoding, but he can be interrupted with a rescue. We can get stuffed here as well, but we just don't have that much resentment, unfortunately. We're going to go for that Cypher machine at shore, near the beach side. But this can still be a win for Seishu as long as he finds where this Magician is.
Yeah, and the survivor is doing a very good job hiding, not feeding Hunter tinnitus, so he's a little afraid to leave the chair too far, because if he gets too far away, he might allow that backdoor rescue, and they would be buying more time for survivors to prime up that last Cypher machine. It looks like they're going to be starting a new Cypher machine away from this chair, and it's being primed up to about 56%. Survivor is approaching, there is tinnitus, but Hunter hasn't quite found out where he is.
We are going to be able to see him right now. That's going to be Magician here coming for the rescue. One normal chip hit is okay, but if we rescue this early, I do worry about the Cypher machine decoding progress. Magician is still waiting here for a little while longer. But the thing is, Seishu here is waiting for the rescue so we can tunnel head down. The now issue becomes we flied, but it should have been a pushback.
Yeah, so it looks like he will be able to pick him up right before the Cypher machines are primed, and that is going to be... She'll be returning to the manor, 2-man endgame, Magician with chip it, but down immediately. So now it's going to be... Hunter could possibly look for this the last remaining survivor, Gravekeeper, but he's going to pick him up. Is he going to go for the slugging method? He can drag him as close as possible to Skyfall, drop him, and then go for the slugging method, but Cypher machines have been primed. So a lot of decisions to be made. It looks like he's going to be chairing the Magician.
We do still have teleport. We have 120 stacks of resentment. I think we have enough time to really walk around here and see where this Gravekeeper is. If there's no tinnitus here, we can slowly move our way either towards middle or towards the beach area. But as of now, Skyfall, we're very close towards the dungeon in which it is below Big Bosch. However, can we dodge this tinnitus?
I mean, the hunter's being very careful here. He's always staying nearby this chair, so they could utilize that to their advantage, but it's going to be after half. Hunter is still looking for the survivor, utilizing the cages. Now a lot of resentment has built up, and he's becoming a little more brave, and he's going further and further away from this chair, just waiting for tinnitus to be triggered.
And it has just been triggered, but the question is, can we find him on time? 20 more seconds until this magician will be eliminated. We see where the Gravekeeper is right now. That's going to be instant hit down. The shovel did not come out on time, and let's congratulate 4-man elimination from Seichu. A brilliant comeback.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking like a very good situation for the survivors, but he was able to down the meteorologist when she was trying to body block, and then immediately down the airplanist. When they were getting the rescue onto the meteorologist, he was able to immediately down her before it was primed. It was so close. It was like around 95 or 92%. So if they survived, or if, as you've mentioned, he could have possibly used the wind to push the hunter away, that could have just bought them the few seconds they needed. They just needed like 4 more seconds, but yeah, he was able to down her fast enough.
And like you see here with the match stats as well, right? Marantir for the first containment, 97-second containment solely just by himself, was able to get 3 Cypher machines done. But Seichu here with a brilliant comeback from mid to end game onwards. After we got that double dead on towards the meteorologist, it was just a snowball for him. I think we were a tiny bit too greedy on that last Cypher machine near double 11 where Gravekeeper was decoding.
Yeah, so a little bit on the choices. If possibly the meteorologist didn't go down with the airplanist, they wouldn't have to spend the time healing her up off the ground. And because she wasn't able to heal up, the hunter was able to pick up the meteorologist right after just carrying the airplanist. So a little bit of choices made the difference, and in this situation, it really helped the hunter get that 4-man elimination.
Definitely. And like, it's also the fact that you see here as well, right? Seichu only with 12 hits for a 4-man elimination. We do know that the remainder 2 hits was detention hits. So like being able to find survivors so fast, especially after getting a Gravekeeper down without him being able to get in towards the shovel after his buff, we can see as well, right? From the Goatman's perspective too, for someone who does have slow attack animation, it is still to be feared. It is, honestly speaking, still to be feared. However, Seichu was able to kind of rebound from that bad early game that he had. Now moving on towards the second half, it's going to be HLT survivors up against GX's Hunter.
Yeah, and we have 2 choices for hunters on the side of GX. We have Haetian and Momoka. I'm kind of wondering which hunter will be coming out first. We've seen them play quite a lot, and we all know they're very talented hunters, and possibly if GodJ will be coming to face against his old team as a survivor is also exciting to see.
Definitely, and it's not only that too, right? It's also the fact that now HLC having that 5-point advantage for an elimination game from their hunter side, they can play this very safe. It is a big map after all, so like as we saw from last game as well, mechanics definitely really doable, especially up against Skullman. You can go Embalmer for guaranteed tie games, or you can kind of move on towards a self game or a multi-tie turner team comp.
Yeah, just trying to buy as much time as possible, playing the long game, having a lot of tie turners definitely help. And yeah, just trying to get that 1-man escape. I wonder if the hunter will allow Embalmer to go through, or if they'll end up banning Embalmer to get rid of that kind of opportunity for the survivors.
Yeah, it's a bit of a hard one to say because like in a lot of games where we did have Embalmer available open to go, teams usually go for more counter picks. I do see why as well, just because Embalmer in this current day meta, round 1 and round 2, it's a bit hard really to pull out his full power, his full potential. But like with this, probably, you know, the best thing now for GX's Hunter would be just to close the point gap as much as possible. If we can get a 4-man elimination, great, but the kind of bare minimum now is a tie game.
Yeah, and it looks like Momoko will be playing the Hunter first, and we see an immediate ban onto the Seer and Antiquarian once again.
Perfuma and Puppeteer here, first 2 picks already. It's just to counter Dash Goldman as much as we can. Professor there being banned as well, just so there's no more extra free hits or free body blocks on the side of survivors. If survivors won here, they can't just get that rescuer out, and it seems like it will be first officer.
Right, so the survivors just need to prepare to get that one-man escape. Our last choice is going to be the magician we've been seeing magician being chosen quite a lot. Those illusions are very helpful, and you can really mind game this hunter. So it looks like on the side of the survivors, they don't get a hunter ban because it is the first round.
Yeah, and like not only that as well, from survivor side, it's probably all gonna be knee-jerk reflex and flywheel builds, just so we can contain for as long as we can. But like I would say a big kind of opening play here for Momoka would be not to play Goldman. I will say Ivy would work pretty well here as well if you want to chase after Dash Perfumer first, because at the end of the day, 4 hits on Puppeteer, potentially speaking 5 hits on a Perfumer, and then Magician is kind of a 50-50 whether or not you can get a hit past that illusion.
Yeah, so another hunter that I could suggest that's been doing very good in competition is the Nightmare. We have seen Aka play Nightmare and even in IVL, and they're getting the 4-man elimination. So GX really needs that 4-man elimination if they don't want to give the win to HLT. So a lot of pressure onto the hunter's side.
Yeah, and I would say probably is another one probably can be Wax Artist, especially how well he's done today. But it seems like Momoka is gonna lock in Ivy here instead. We have 2 potentials, which is get Puppeteer 100 stacks without him using his puppet, or get Perfumer 100 stacks without her having her perfume up and ready to go.
Yeah, a lot of decisions that have to be made on the hunter's side. We see the survivors are locking in their spawn points, and it's gonna be the Puppeteer on Big Boat, Perfumer on Little Boat. We have the Magician in Shack and the First Officer in the middle as their stable rescuer.
With this then, if we want to, I think what our hunter here can do for Momoka, you can potentially spawn, in between Puppeteer and First Officer, just because everyone's on one side of the map. Put your main body near towards Big Boat and start locking Cypher Machines near Shack and Small Boat.
Yeah, since the main body and the ghost can go in different directions, she's going to send the ghost towards the survivors' Cypher Machines that she wants to get infected and slowed down. The main body will go for the survivor that she's going to chase, or she's going to utilize the main body to go after survivors, keep them off Cypher Machines, search the survivor that she wants to actually chase, infect that survivor, and teleport right to her.
Definitely. But with this move on forwards, it's going to be GX Momoka here as Ivy with Instance Detention alongside with Blink up against HLT survivors Kudo, who's playing First Officer with Tightener, 6 as Magician with Flywheel and Knee-Jerk Reflex, the Perfumer on Godjay with Tightener and Flywheel, and of course last but not least, you're going to be able to see Boobie here with Tightener and Knee-Jerk Reflex on that Puppeteer. This will be day 1 match for round 1 second half for IVT 2025 Southeast Asia server between HLT versus GX. Commentary will be brought to you by Kudoshiro and Gummy.
And we're getting started right away. The ghost is heading towards Kudo and Godjay. It looks like the main body will also be heading towards Little Boat. It looks like the ghost is very close to Godjay. Will be able to infect him if he can catch up to this survivor. Will be infecting her immediately. Oh, it looks like the main body is waiting for her on the other side. Immediate hit onto this perfumer before she could even utilize her perfume.
That's so good from the side of Momoka right now. Such an early first hit here, especially from the side of Perfumer, but we can't jump down here just yet until the perfume is over. So right now, a lot of distance being pulled away from Perfumer, but there is still Hunt on the side of this Ivy.
Right, and she's waiting around here at the walls. The ghost is now heading towards the middle to go and try to slow that Cypher progress, while the main body's still going after this Perfumer. And it looks like Perfumer is transitioning towards Little Boat. She will be able to get the infection onto the middle Cypher, and main body's heading up the stairs to try and get the second hit onto this Perfumer.
Perfumer, the second bottle used, but we're still not able to get out of this area. There's way too much Ostracons nearby, so this could be pretty deadly for her as well. We still do have Flywheel though, so if we can fly with one of the Ostracons, we did try to do it, but unfortunately it was mistimed. And that's a 60-70 second down, around 1.5 Cypher Machines done. It's not enough here from the side of HLT.
Yeah, especially this is an Ivy. She's a very strong late game hunter. She struggles in getting the down onto her first survivor, but in this case, this is a very fast down against an Ivy, and we already see the ghost continuously reinfecting this middle cipher machine, so that's gonna hurt the cipher progress, and she's gonna be back on the chair.
Kudo is already nearby as the next rescuer. Well, as the first rescuer here, we see first officer already coming in for that rescue. We can still buy a little bit more time. We just have to be a little bit more careful here in what we do, but I would say after this rescue, selling wouldn't be a bad option, but a no damage rescue makes it way more different.
Right, and the immediate hit onto the perfumer, but we did get saved with Ty Turner, so she'll be able to transition to a better area. There is way too many Ostracons in this area. She wants to go to an area that has a little less Ostracons, and she's going to be making her way to triple pallet, and the main body's keeping tabs onto this perfumer, and the ghost is going to infect that middle cipher machine again.
For Momoka right now, you need to get as much of those Ostracons. You need to map control as much as you can, because the moment Perfumer goes away, gets eliminated, your Ostracons gets dismantled within 2 seconds. And not only that as well, First Officer got a no damage rescue, which works out really well for them. They don't need to heal. All they need to do here is either to sell or continue to Cypher Rush.
And it looks like Boo Boo is making his way towards this chair, going in for that rescue, going to go into his puppet form so that he could eat that damage, getting the immediate rescue with Ty Turner. Hunter, unable to get any hit onto this puppeteer, has to quickly down this perfumer.
Perfumer though, we have Fly already in around 20 seconds if I'm not wrong here, but Perfumer, there's still a blink that's on Momokat's hands to use. We want to save it for later on, but that's finally our maxed, well, Perfumer going to go down. But like, everyone's full health, so no matter who you chase here, it's just going to be so hard to get them down.
Yeah, and so it looks like she's going to send her ghost towards the next target. She's picking up the perfumer and carrying her, returning her to the manor. Now that she's at full presence, she does get more corruption. She's going to be teleporting right to Boo Boo.
Boo Boo, we have 8 seconds here, so we should be able to at least get... Oh, that's a very nice cancellation on the max fear stacks. But right now, we do have to open an extra cipher machine, unfortunately speaking, and we do have to be wary about Blink.
Right, and he's going to be on his puppet form for the last time because he's at 75% damage. Hunter is going to be sending her ghost away, and she's just going to try and get this hit onto him, downing the survivor. Oh, blink right through this pallet. Now she's close enough. We'll be able to down this puppeteer right away.
Yeah, and like you see as well, First Officer decoding that 40% cipher machine. However, I would say it's really close towards where our survivor is now being chaired, so this might not be the best idea. If we really do decide to rush it, Momoka could potentially look for a 3-man or even a 4-man elimination.
Yeah, it's very important to have lots of cipher machines, especially when you're going against Ivy, because she can just infect you, teleport right to you, and it looks like she's sending the ghost towards Big Boat. Oh, taking a hit. The First Officer is able to get the rescue before half on the puppeteer.
We're running in the same direction, which wasn't good, which was what kind of forced First Officer to use his items there as well. Boo Boo trying to contain for as long as he can, but in this case now, it just means First Officer can't come in for the rescue anymore. We could try rush that 50% cipher machine, but like really in this case, changing targets for the First Officer might be game changing.
Right, and it looks like the Hunter did have to change targets to this First Officers because she didn't want more progress on that cipher machine. The ghost is going to be infecting the Big Boat cipher and will be bringing the First Officer to the chair, but it is his first chair. However, Puppeteer cannot go for this rescue because he's at 75% damage.
Yeah, like it's not only that as well. I feel like from HLT survivors, we kind of rushed this a little bit too much. Against Ivy, it should be slow and steady. We rushed that cipher machine at Shaq, and like Puppeteer wasn't able to get out of the area too, even with, you know, 2 little Lewises. This does put HLT in towards a really bad spot, but at least that that locker is going to be able to buy us some time. However, blue sticker is on the ground.
Right, and so the main body is coming to take him out of this locker. Will be infecting him as soon as he leaves this locker, able to get that 100% corruption and down him immediately. The only full health up survivor is the Magician.
I'm not sure about that cipher machine pop though. Unless Puppeteer actually gets chaired, you don't have to pop that cipher. You can immediately rush for dungeon, but right now it's a detention Ivy. It's going to be really hard for us to play around here. Going to be Momoka, we're going to be able to leash that on time as well. Magician's Wand has been used just so we can pull away with that speed boost, but now 6 is by himself. 1 flywheel, Ninja Reflex ready as well, but Blink is on the hands of Momoka in the next 12 seconds.
Puppeteer was able to heal himself back up and possibly head for the exit gates, but the main body is on 6 and the ghost is on the Puppeteer, so multitasking on the side of this hunter, but she's not losing track of these survivors.
Puppeteer has to be very careful. He can't get leash and instant teleport hit down, but that's going to be a blink open there instantly on our side. Puppeteer can't take out that Cypher Machine anymore. He needs to leave, because if he doesn't, it'll just be too much of an easy game from the side of Ivy. Now, he's able to get out on time. No blink on our hands to use. We have to use these pallets and windows as much as we can.
So the ghost is going to keep tabs onto the magician so that when he self-heals, she can teleport right away, and the main body is back onto this puppeteer. He's at 75% damage, so he can't go back into his puppet form, and if she downs her, this is going to be very dangerous because puppeteer does not have self-heal available.
Magician use of self-heal there as well. This is pretty crucial. If we can actually get the gate open, that'll be great, but it's really hard right now. Puppeteer, no items left. But Blink is already in 100 odd seconds here. But Ivy already got them all injured, so like even if you don't have the tension, it's alright.
And it looks like she's going to be teleporting towards the magician next, hoping to get an early down. He doesn't have any more illusions left, and the ghost is keeping tabs onto Puppeteer, so it's just a matter of time before she can just down one survivor. She's going to teleport to the remaining survivor.
Yeah, Momoka's done really well here with the end game progress, but Boo Boo, Puppeteer by himself. If he does get leashed, it's okay, I feel. Just also because of the fact, like, you know, we are near one of the last Cypher Machines nearby. But I feel like the teleportation is able to come true, but it didn't really land on towards the right survivor. But like, no one has any items left, so I don't think he's going to be able to kite on.
Yeah, 92% corruption. Oh, we'll be taking the down immediately. No self-heal available. It's just a matter of time before this ghost finds this magician. Once again, he's hiding inside of Big Bow, and now the ghost is heading towards him.
I feel like the bigger issue here was the Cypher Machine pop, right? We do know that it was a teleportation looking for the magician, but no, I feel like no matter what happens there, no matter who gets chased, since you are all, you know, since magician is at full health anyway, it doesn't make sense to pop. If we try to Puppeteer, it'll be a whole different scenario, but in this case, I feel like that pop was kind of game-changing.
Yeah, and it looks like the hunter is actually struggling to find this magician, so that's buying him a lot of time, but is it going to buy him enough time for the Puppeteer to bleed out? He still needs to wait quite a while. We popped the Cypher Machine, so that means if you don't touch the exit gates, the crows will be on you, so not a lot of options left for the side of the survivors. She's just slowly going to be looking around this dungeon area, but it doesn't look like the magician is there. It does look like the main body is very close to 6.
Magician ran straight towards where Ivy is. But Puppeteer still has at least 1.5 minutes left until he bleeds out. If we vault over this window, then it's really one blink hit down. Let's congratulate that Momoka for this beautiful 4-man elimination.
Wow, so the hunter is really working overtime. We got the 4-man elimination for the HLT hunter, and we got the 4-man elimination for GX. I was thinking that HLT did have that advantage in this game, but not anymore because they tied up round 1.
It's especially with the fact that we use an Ivy to get that 4-man elimination as well from the side of GX too. So game 2, they still have a vantage point. Yes, Goman will be banned, but Ivy is still available for either Momoka or He to play.
I mean, also that early down and the early hit onto the Perfumer, it kind of made Perfumer's item useless because she can only use it when she's on the small boat and then she'll vault, and then the hunter has to wait before she vaults, but she can't utilize it to eat a hit, and that was very huge for the side of GX HLT survivors.
Definitely, yeah. And like, it's not only that too. Momoka's early game on that Perfumer was brilliant. The Phantom at the backside of Perfumer, meanwhile, Momoka's main body was flanking from the front, able to get that instant double revelation, free 80 stacks on towards that Perfumer was absolutely brilliant. But HLT also did well, to be fair, especially with the fact that they were able to get so much of the Cypher Machine done with Perfumer going down that fast.
I mean, we can see that Boo Boo did get the most hunter containment time at 105 seconds, but it was after the Perfumer would already returned to the manor, so a lot of the resources on the side of the survivors were very dwindled down, and we can see the second survivor to have the most containment time is only 65%, and that's the Magician, who saw the hunter mostly after the Cypher Machine was popped.
Yeah, and it's not only that too. It's just Momoka really strong from her side from their side as well. I do think right, it definitely would have made it easier for Ivy if we hit the rescuer, just so then they're forced to heal, so then the cipher machine decoding progress and all that. In which that is one thing that HLD has done very well. But with this result is really what matters at the end of the day. Momoka being able to return that 4-man elimination and to tie out game 1. I think it does bring everything back to 0.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned before, you said in order to get that 1-man escape, you're going to have to bring 3 tide turners, and that's what the survivors did, but it just didn't buy them enough time, and the first early down, especially against Ivy, is very dangerous, and I think that just really hurt the survivors a lot.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that, like, it's a bit unfortunate, but Perfumer, ideally speaking, is really good against Ivy, especially when you can run out of the zones just about on time as well. But it's not only that too, it's with the fact that she buys way too much time, especially for someone who is not a single hit survivor too. And that is what Ivy is afraid of as well. But after all those highlights, we're going to be actually able to see the main highlights of Game 1 between HLT versus GX. Welcome back to IVT Southeast Asia 2025. I'm Mikasa Kuroshido, and with me here is Gummy. We've just finished the first game between HLT versus GX, in which both hunters returned a 4-man elimination, in which it ties up game 1. Now we move on towards game 2, in which I think, if I'm not wrong, this time it should be GX's survivor. Well, GX that chooses a map.
Yes, that is correct. Since GX banned Red Church in the first round and HLT chose Lakeside Village, so it does look like if GX can choose a map that benefits their survivors, preferably, seeing that there was a very large elimination for Hunter's side, they may need to choose maps to help their survivors at least get that 1-man escape.
Yeah, and I would say as well, preferably speaking, they should be given for Momoka, especially after the amount of pressure that the Ivy has taken up during their first game as well. Moving on towards the second game here too, we still have Goldman available for GX to use. We still have Ivy and Hullabaloo. No, sorry, we still have Goldman, Opera, and Hullabaloo as well. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's going to be Goldman permaban for the side of HLT, as they do have Opera, Ivy, and Hullabaloo to use instead. But, you know, at the end of the day, I do think now it's kind of where we're seeing Goldman is more of a priority pick if you want to win, and Ivy, it's still doable, but it's just a bit harder.
Yeah, and in this instance, having that big map and being able to teleport back and forth, and as long as you can get down these survivors fast enough, Ivy definitely does give you that 4-man elimination. But yeah, this is a second round, and now the survivors do have a ban. It really depends on what the map they choose. But yeah, I mean, are they going to continue to go for the top 4? We've seen that the GX Hunter and HLT Hunter do main the top 4 meta hunters, so I guess we'll be expecting the meta hunters for round 2 as well.
And like, I do feel like with game 1 being tied up, I think game 2 is where we kind of draw the line between the teams as well. However, there is still game 3 in which we've seen between WWW and NE as well, in which it was a clean reverse sweep from their side too. But like with this, it's at a point where we're like, okay, for our second half of the last matchup, who did we see? It was Perfumer, it was Puppeteer, there was also the first officer there being used as well, and compared to GX's survivors, it was the Aeroplanist. Who was it again? Sorry, it was Aeroplanist, it was Meteorologist, and there was also the Gravekeeper being used there as well. So it's a lot of different survivors here being put in towards the permabands. But then, like, if you think about it as well, right, it's kind of just recently we actually haven't been able to see any opera singers today.
Right, and we already have the map bans and picks. HLT will also be banning Red Church. Doesn't look like any of the survivors or hunters want to be playing on this map. And GX will be choosing Ever Sleeping Town, and the survivors on GX will be going first for the first half.
I think GX made a really good decision here, right? Because their IV is out of the way, so then like this map is really good for Goldman or Opera Singer. So in this case where HLT doesn't have Goldman anymore, and like we only get one hunter ban, it does suit more towards GX's team comp compared to HLT.
Yeah, I mean, Ever Sleeping Town, we can possibly expect a lot of the hunters actually. We do see a lot of Opera Singer, Hullabaloo, and Goatman that does pretty well. Yeah, so a lot of options still left for the hunter side. I think it really depends on how well the survivors do, because we can clearly see the hunters on both sides are able to get that 4-man elimination. It's going to be how much survivors can actually get out in round 2.
Definitely, and it's also with like, you know, I do think in this case it's a bit harder to say, because we had GX's survivors. What basically they've done here is they've kind of gotten rid of the really good containers in comparison to HLT survivors, in which what they've done in this case is they've gotten rid of good survivors that counter Goatman, right? So like in our case, it's kind of like it's now a bigger map. There is definitely more pressure on the team that picked Goldman first. So in relation to this, it's kind of like, okay, we need to pick a really good team comp that counters Goldman, or maybe Opera Singer depending on who we ban, because if we don't, this means game 2 will be given for free to GX.
Yeah, and another thought that I thought about, Ever Sleeping Town has very straight passageways because of the way the houses are lined up. So that actually could help the wax artist land the wax straight across, because the survivors have to keep turning corners, and if they don't do, that's going to be an open area for wax to possibly get the down. And as we saw in the previous matchup, wax artists did perform very well.
Yeah, and it's also with like, I would say it's kind of an outlier when it comes to wax artists. Sometimes you do really well with him. Sometimes it wouldn't be too, how would I say this? It wouldn't kind of go the way you wanted to go, especially with survivors body blocking or even Cypher Rush sometimes. But I would say with the advantage point that GX has right now with 2 extra meta hunters that they can use, I think they probably will go with a bit of a safer route too. But yes, the wax artist is still there and available to use, as you said.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing hunters be more creative with their hunter picks, because yes, the meta for hunters are very stable and they do give you the results, but at the same time, a lot of the survivors are practiced against them, and they're used to these survivors, and sometimes we see hunters just bring out a different character and it just really works out. We've seen the sculptor come out and get that 4-man elimination in Ever Sleeping. In other tournaments, I think NAEU, we saw the Breaking Wheel come out and get the 4-man elimination. So surprising survivors also seem to work because they're not as used to practicing against other hunters. But seeing that both hunters keep choosing the meta for hunters, it's most likely that they're going to choose them. But if they do end up surprising the survivors, they can find a different, since the survivors are going to choose the survivor comp that goes against those meta hunters, if the hunter can find a different combination to help him, he could possibly go for a different choice.
But it's going to be Seichu here coming out first from HLT side. Goman is in the permaban rounds as we got rid of the forward and priestess for our hunter.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen priestess do incredibly good in maps such as Ever Sleeping and Chinatown, so definitely a priestess ban does seem good for the hunter if you don't want to keep chasing them through the portals. And it looks like on the side of the survivors, they will be banning the opera singer.
It will be Fire Investigator and the coordinator here used immediately as well. I do think if Seichu has the IV, we can use it too. Seer getting out of the way, as finally that first officer will come out. Not a bad team combo overall. First officer does do decently well, as we saw last game against Ivy. And of course, Fire Investigator being Fire Investigator allows you to not get leached if you're within your airbags.
Yeah, so the hunter doesn't like to be harassed. He's going to be getting rid of the forward and the anti-Quarian. Doesn't want to hit survivors multiple times, so the seer is gone and don't want to go through those portals. And the last survivor pick is going to be meteorologist.
With this team comp, it's you can support, you can harass, you can also heal. Containment-wise, it might be a tiny bit slower compared to the usual, but I think it's pretty solid after all. For Seichu here, Ford being banned is pretty surprising because usually if you want to play IV, Ford really wouldn't be your kind of pocket ban.
Yeah, I mean, if there is a survivor very good at Ford, that might be a specialty ban, target ban, so that could be the choice, or the hunter just really does not like dealing with forwards, especially when you down the survivor. If the forward is continuously hanging around, and that also might force hunters to bring excitement, and that means they have to get the down on the survivors without using excitement, so that will be harder for the hunter side. So in order to eliminate all those possibilities, he's like, I am not gonna go for forward.
But that breaking wheel being chosen out here from Seichu instead. Okay, breaking wheel up against this team comp. The best chase for him probably will be coordinated with Dudu to decide to bring excitement, but like you see here, right? Flying investigator, when airbag kind of locks you away. Just meteorologist being meteorologist is kind of annoying as well. And in a map like this, you just so many areas where like graveyard long window counters you, even middle counters you because of the amount of pallets to use as well. I do look forward to how well Seichu performs with this breaking wheel.
Yeah, I mean, for the breaking wheel, the priority is just to get that first presence. If he has that first presence, he can actually really work around those windows and still get the spikes onto the survivors. So as long as the breaking wheel can get that first presence, shouldn't be too hard.
But of course, we'll move on towards the area selection mode we go. It's going to be middle given towards first officer, the balcony given towards the coordinator, alongside which the tram spawn here near the gate for Dash Wendy. And of course, Flying Investigator spawning towards the entrance of the graveyard too. We will be able to see Seichu here spawning at geishas, in which we're right in front of the first officer and right next to that Flying Investigator.
Right, and if you go into your real form, you can basically transition to anywhere as fast as you want. So you're going to go for an area that's harder for survivors to loop. And another thing I see Breaking Wheel do a lot is just change targets a lot.
Definitely. And we do see here as well, instance confined space here just for that long window. Ash Graveyard 2, alongside with Blink here for our breaking wheel. Survivor's persona will be Knee-Jerk Reflex alongside with Flywheel on that coordinator, Tightener on our first officer, Flywheel on Dash, Fire Investigator, and Knee-Jerk Reflex on our meteorologist. This will be day one match for round 2. First off, between GX versus HLT. The commentary will be brought to you by Kurosho and Chocho. Gummy, sorry, but
and it looks like he's going to be going into his real form right away, and his first chase is going to be the meteorologist. Looks like he's going to be working around this one pallet. He's trying to bait the hunter. You're going to do loop-de-loops here, but Hunter's going to be forced out of his... and is going to be able to push with that wind right away.
We missed that trap, a little bit unfortunate, but Maran still has 2 pallets here to play around with. That's going to be a speed boost over. We did not get the spike there on time. That's a little bit unfortunate by Seichu. No second spike here landed just yet, not even a first spike here, as now the Twirl did manage to get the first one there, though thankfully. We have Blink ready in 24 seconds. I think we're just going to look for that next immediate second spike and see if we can get this meteorologist down ASAP.
He was able to finally get that second spike. Was able to get the trap, and now immediately downing this meteorologist extremely early down for the side of this breaking wheel. Things are looking great. It looks like he's just going to be cheering her, and yeah.
For the side of survivors here, Neru is very close and nearby who can perform the first rescue, especially with the fact that it can be a no damage rescue as well. We're getting stuck here a little bit from the side of breaking wheel, but what matters here from Neru is we want to force this breaking wheel out of wheel form and then gun him after the rescue.
Right, I mean, she does have a little bit of... she's going to be able to utilize the stun gun, immediately get that rescue before half, and allowing this full health coordinator to transition away. Hunter's trying to down this. Oh, blink down onto the meteorologist right away. She is not allowing this meteorologist to get that rebound kite at all.
I would say that's a very good decision there made by Seichu, especially with Blink immediately in towards cooldown here as well. Nedu, who is still full health after that rescue, now has no items left on their hands to use. Coordinator, we're left by ourselves right now. That's a brilliant flywheel as we can slowly get towards the chair. We're not max presence just yet, so Nedu can still perform this rescue.
Right, she's doing a very good job dodging the spikes, but Hunter seems like he's slowly closing in, is able to get the first spike. Now she needs to make her way towards the chair, is able to get the rescue before she's trying to body block, but isn't able to body block, downing this meteorologist and returning the first survivor right back to the manor.
That was a good attempt there made by Nedu, but I don't think Nedu can leave this area at all, especially with the fact that this is the best area to contain a wheel too. We're going to be able to get that spike there instantly as well, but we have to stay within here no matter what, for two reasons. One, you cannot get trap hitted there, but with that pallet being broken, I think it'll be a lot more different.
Yeah, and it looks like she's trying to go towards this one pallet. Oh, he misses his trap, so that's giving her more time. He's gonna go right back into his wheel form and close this distance because she's getting pretty far away. Is able to land the spike on her. 3 spikes on this coordinator. She needs to get out of this area, but she's too close. Is able to get the trap onto this coordinator and will be downing her immediately.
It's very unfortunate here, but Cordy down near her 50% Cypher machine, which is not what we want to see from GX's survivor side. This now will be really hard for GX to actually find an opening or even being able to, finish this last Cypher machine, especially up against the breaking wheel.
Yeah, Skyfall already coming in for the rescue since he is at full presence now. He needs to be very careful. He's going to be able to get that rescue before half with Tide Turner. Doesn't look like the first officer is going to be injured, but the Hunter does want to injure him, so he's trying to land another spike onto him. He's doing a very good job dodging. Looks like he's forced... Oh, it's not the first officer, it was the coordinator.
Cordy, we're waiting for a little longer here before Tide Turner runs out, but it seems like we're going to be able to fully utilize that Tide Turner time as we finally go down. Cypher machine wise, it's not too bad, especially when first officer did a no damage rescue. We can have Fire Investigator to rescue as well. His Cypher machine, it seems like, is around 80%. Then I guess in this case, the question is, can Cordy flywheel the snap?
Right, and it does look like he's going to be blocking off the stairway above the second story of Corner House. Hunter's just waiting for him to jump down, and as soon as he jumps down, he's going to try to land that spike. And Fire Investigator doesn't look like he's planning to go anytime soon, but if he does want to go for that rescue, he needs to go soon because she's going to expire on that chair.
Seems like we're not rescuing here. Not rescuing is okay, but ultimately, at the end of the day, your 80% Cypher machine is nearby. First officer is not decoding the other 50% Cypher just because it's too dangerous with no pallets left. And now in this case, Wheel is going out to look for another person.
Right, so it does look like he's heading towards the first officer, unable to find him. First officer has gone all the way to Graveyard, and we see that yeah, it looks like he's going to be going for this first officer. Does have that strong window to work with. Can be outplayed with those spikes, but needs to win those mind games.
But first officer still has 2 full pocket watch on his hands to use those. So right now, I think best case scenario is we snap first officer right when he uses his watch and then immediately change targets. But Fire Investigator already finished his own Cypher machine now, so I think we're kind of stuck here for a while.
Yeah, so it looks like first officer is going to utilize his pocket watch, and Hunter is trying to land one more spike onto him. Utilizing the long spike, is able to finally get the second spike onto him. First officer trying to transition out. We do see that window is blocked off, and now the Hunter slowly closing in, but not able to hit the after image of this first officer.
We finally decided to snap right now as we change targets for that Fire Investigator. But I don't think Fire Investigator is someone who we want to chase when the Cypher machine near you is at 53.
Yeah, we see 2 last Cypher machines, one at 70 and one at 57, so survivors just taking turns. The Hunter chasing survivors, and they're just taking turns, taking away the Hunter's attention. Will be coming back to this first officer once again. Isn't able to land that spike, and he's just going to be blocking off that window once again with confined space.
But we still do have our pocket watch here to use, but I think we're going to save it for later on. We're going to change targets immediately towards Fire Investigator right now. 78% Cypher machine, if I'm not wrong. But it is a max health Fire Investigator, so this is still a challenge.
Right, we do see one spike onto the fire investigator, but Hunter's changing targets. No, he's gonna go straight back. No, he's going back to the first officer, utilizing his extended spike. And it did land. Oh, he's gonna blink and down this first officer. Cypher Machines popped his endgame. Two survivors up and running. First officer utilizing the pocket watch right away.
But the issue now is we didn't lock that window at all. So for breaking wheel, if we want to chase after the first officer, that just means we're looking for a 3-man elimination. But it seems like we're trying to bait Skyfall as much as we can. I think in this case, probably Fire Investigator can look for the escape. We use an airbag as well, just to get towards the gate a little bit faster. Here, we're going to change over here instantly. Flywheel has been used to get towards the gate as well. And I think GX is going to look for that 1-man escape.
Right, and it does look like the Hunter is concentrating on downing this first officer. Fire Investigator is opening up that exit gate 70%, so it does look like it'll be open in time, and it's looking like a 1-man escape for the side of GX survivors.
We do have our next transfers. We do have our next pessimistic ready, but with this first officer, we're currently at max presence once again, and that's to make instant snap down. Still though, very nicely done by GX for that 1-man escape, and of course congratulations to Momoka, not Momoka, right? Yeah, Momoka, sorry. For Seichu, which dash 3-man elimination.
Yeah, in this instance, they were able to get that 1-man elimination and that 1-man escape, and that could make all the difference because in the previous times they kept getting 4-man eliminations. So yeah, looking good for the Hunter. He was still able to get that win for the first half.
Definitely. And like with this, I would say it's not as much pressure left on HLT survivors anymore, right? But then also at the same time, it's kind of like if we can tie this game out, we kind of do take home the second game. But also at the same time, from the side of GX's Hunter too, it's kind of like even if it's tight, it's okay. It's not that much of a point difference.
Right, yeah. Just need to get that 1-man escape to secure the tie. 2-man escape does give them the lead. And in this instance, HLT survivors do want to get that lead since the Hunter was able to get that 3-man elimination. We saw a surprising pick of the breaking wheel. It wasn't one of the 4 meta hunters that we talked about. How is GX's Hunter going to respond?
They still do have Goldman Opera Singer, so I think it is doable from their side, but I would say they're more advantageous. It's just more about stress level now, how well either Momoka or Hetian or Hushin can kind of handle it by themselves. Because like, you know, we did ban out the Opera Singer after all up against the Seichu, so that's one less kind of meta hunter for him to use. But then the breaking wheel did kind of end up as a turning point for that win. But moving on towards the match stats as well, Gummy, if you wouldn't mind bringing us through.
Yes, we did see that Skyfall was the survivor with the most containment time at 141 seconds, but we do also know that he was in a very good area, as you've mentioned before. It is the one window area inside of Graveyard, and he just played around that one window. Hunter did bring confinement, but he had to keep getting out of his wheel form to block that window. So we do see a lot of containment on Skyfall, and yeah, the next survivor with the most containment in 96 seconds is going to be Neru as the coordinator.
Yeah, overall, it's good, I would say good rescues from both rescuers' side, but it's probably with the fact that our transitioning going towards the Cypher Machine, in which where it was decoded, wasn't really the best choice. Potentially speaking, even going up towards balcony near middle definitely would have been better from their point of view as well, but overall, from what I say from GX, as long as it's not a 4-1 elimination, it's good enough.
Yeah, and great recovery for the GX survivors because it was a very early down for that meteorologist, and every time she was rescued, the Hunter downed her immediately, which allowed the survivors to be still at full health, but being able to eliminate that first survivor so early into the game really helped the breaking wheel.
Definitely, yeah. And I do feel like it's also because of the fact that, you know, we didn't really get that second tie turner after the second rescue, which did, in one sense, kind of refresh the chart a little bit way too fast. Not only that too, meteorologist not being able to get out means that Cordy does not have time to actually get away from that breaking wheel, which did result in a very fast second chase.
Yeah, and also on the side of the survivors, when they chose not to rescue that coordinator for the second time, actually did help out. So that allowed the first officer to work on a new cipher machine, and the cipher progress was enough for endgame that when the first officer was chased, they were able to pop that cipher machine. So very good decision making on the side of the GX and good recovery after that early down on the meteorologist.
Yeah, and it's also with the fact that like our cipher machine delegations were pretty nice too. One cipher machine left near graveyard, which allowed us to kind of buy quite a lot of time in that sense as well. And just Flying Investigator not rescuing there did change quite a lot of the outcome of that game, because if he was injured in that case, I think for Breaking Wheel there, it would have been just an instant double spike snap and then a slug game from that point onwards.
Yeah, so wonderful recovery to still be able to get that one man escape, but will it be enough? How well will the HTL survivors play against the GX Hunter? We've seen Momoka play in round 1 and round 2. Will Hetien finally be showing himself in round 3 is kind of what I'm wondering, or is Momoka just going to be the main hunter at this matchup?
Well, aside from all that though, we're going to move on directly towards the second half of game. Hunter got a 3-man elimination last game, and for our first 2 bans, Seer and Antiquarian.
Right, and so it's going to be Momoka playing for GX as the Hunter once again. On the side of the survivors, they will be banning the Goatman in the global bans. We did see that Ivy was played, so Ivy will not be available, and the survivors will be picking their players.
Magician and the Aeroplanist first 2 picks, not bad overall, but up against an opera singer, I would say this is more early game based than it is mid to late game.
Yeah, and their third pick is going to be the Gravekeeper, a very stable rescuer, also can tank a lot of hits, so doesn't mind being the first chase. And fourth pick, Lucky Guy. What are your thoughts on Lucky Guy?
I think Lucky works pretty well here. I think it's also with the fact that like chests are always in quite nice areas. You have like 2 chests near the middle, 1 chest near the other side of the map near Schoolgate, Graveyard being a chest area alongside with 2-story at the corner house having a chest as well. I think this is more based on pocket picking, whether or not we want to have an extra, doll to decode, or even potentially speaking, just an extra gun for harass.
Yeah, I mean, we could also see Momoka coming in with the Breaking Wheel as well, and if the Breaking Wheel can transition between the Lucky Guy and the bot, they could actually get rid of the bot early on. But I mean, a fast hunter like Opera Singer can also be very helpful to just move quickly down survivors. But yeah, we have been seeing Lucky Guy bringing the bot and has been quite useful for that Cypher Rush.
Yeah, and it's also with the fact that Hullabaloo being chosen out here, it does work really well with Lucky Guy here being picked. If it was the Opera Singer, I felt like we probably would have went with a gun just for a little bit more of a harass potential. But if we do decide to go with the Hullabaloo instead, I feel like Lucky Guy might be looking for a doll.
Yeah, and right to the spawn locations, we're gonna see the Rescuer in the middle. We're gonna see Lucky Guy off towards Dancing Geisha right next to the Hunter, and below the Hunter we have Boo Boo, and off to the Fake Gate area we have the Magician set up.
Mocha spawning here towards the entrance of Graveyard. We are very closely towards Lucky Guy here, so potentially speaking, early game chasing after him would be the best case scenario. I would say as well, right, item usage wise for Lucky Guy, if he can, gun will probably be my priority, because no matter how you choose with elbow pad or even with the rugby ball, you just can't outrun Dash Hullabaloo.
Yep.
And with the personas, here we go. It's going to be Instant Attention alongside Wish Warp on Mocha. And Survivor side, it's going to be Tide Turner on our Gravekeeper, Tide Turner, Knee-Jerk Reflex for that Aeroplanist, Knee-Jerk Reflex and Flywheel on Magician, and of course Knee-Jerk Reflex and Flywheel on Gaji as well. Who is playing Lucky Guy? This will be, they will match for round 2 second half between HLT versus GX. 3-1 for HLT currently. The commentary will be brought to you by Kuroshiro and Gummy.
And it looks like the Hunter will be going towards God J first. The Lucky Guy, he needs to get a First item, it's going to be the pocket watch as this, looks like the tram is going to get in the way, but the hunter will slowly make his way towards corner house and he sees the blood trail, so he's going to make his way to the second floor.
The pocket watcher is a great item, especially when you do get the two balls landed on towards you. I feel like from Lucky Guy's point of view, it's when we get a snowball or a mobile on, we just want to use it instantly. But it seems like we're just going to pop it open here first because we fully believe that Momoka wants to chase after us.
Oh, winning in the mind games, he dropped down to the basement, so that confused the hunter and allowed him to make it all the way back to the second floor, waiting around this window, and it looks like the hunter's just gonna go drop down on that hole and try to catch up to this survivor once again.
Our double surprise that we managed to land the mobile there, thankfully, but we're still within the mobile zone right now as the fireball finally there gets registered as well. But as of now, double surprise has just immediately ended to 62 seconds into us as a game. Gaje is doing a better kite compared to last game, and this is kind of what we wanted to see as well.
Yeah, just needs to avoid the white zone, but it looks like the clone will be ready anytime soon. He's trying to transition to the double pallets and is able to avoid that clone, but it can be relocated one more time and will be able to finally land the first hit onto the Lucky Guy.
If Lucky Guy wants to, he can actually get on towards the tram right now. It's just because he can buy so much more time. And with the Cypher Machine here already at 3 Cypher Machines done, the tram is just a cherry on top right now.
Yeah, Hunter is just going to wait for him to get off at the next stop with that warp utilization, but 3 Cypher Machines have already been completed. He's going to be, able to down him immediately as he gets off this tram. We'll be able to cheer this Lucky Guy for the first time.
But the containment time is more than enough. It's around 115 seconds until we get Lucky Guy on towards his chair. We've already started the last 2 Cypher Machine as well, and with Aeroplanes coming in as the first rescue, we would be able to at least Cypher Rush later on too, but right now it's going to be a hover there being used to come in. If we're not careful here, this could result in a double down.
Oh, but was able to get that rescue without getting injured, but Hunter does want to still injure the survivor, but he doesn't want to lose this Lucky Guy, so he's going to be back on this Lucky Guy, going to trapeze right over those obstacles as Lucky Guy tries to make it inside of the graveyard.
We're missing 1 rep up. There we go. Landed just about on time as well. But with that veteran speed boost alongside with normal attack kit boost, we're so far away from the last 2 Cypher Machines. We do see as well, right? Aeroplane is already on that 35% Cypher Machine, which is the lowest. And of course, he does decode the fastest in this game. Great Creeper being able to make it in here and Wanted Order not on him as well is just great.
Yeah, second chair for the Lucky Guy. Gravekeeper coming in with the shovel so that even if he's hit far away from this chair, he can still make it at full health. Hopefully at full health or almost at half health. He will be able to get that rescue. He's going to be forced out of his shovel. Is be able to get the injury on him right away. He's at the chair. He needs to get the rescue. He is able to get the rescue and a hit onto the Gravekeeper. But Lucky Guy still up and running with this tide turner.
Great Creeper getting away from this area. It does make sense. Lucky Guy doesn't have power time here anymore, so no body block potential should be seen here. We're missing 1 more mud ball left on our hands to use, but that flywheel needs to come out really well from Gaje in order for us to kind of rebound this as much as we can. Flywheel, you know what, it's okay, but we're gonna pop open the Cypher Machine here instantly as well. Other gate is already being opened. Gaje has done a brilliant performance here with this Lucky Guy kite.
Right, so the Hunter will be chairing this Lucky Guy for the final time, returning to the manor. They're opening up that exit gate. It's around 80%, and he just needs to get to that exit gate as quickly as possible.
Kudo, Gravekeeper, what Wanted Order? That's a bit unfortunate, but it's okay. We can still dash as the Gravekeeper here as well. We should be able to make it towards the other side on time. Can we maybe though is now the question on mind. If we can, that's going to be the icy on top, but even if we don't, that's okay. Because HLT got a 3-man elimination last game, and tie game is all what they need for this one.
Wow, excellent job on the side of the survivors. Lucky Guy just bought so much time that by the time he was chaired for the first time, 3 Cypher Machines were all completed and they were working on that last 2 Cypher Machines. So really MVP to the Gaje Lucky Guy.
Definitely. And it's not only that too, it's with the fact that like early game potentials here we saw as well. Momoka not being able to land the first 2 double surprises kind of hurted their first chase as well. But like with an area like Shrine there too, we had Flywheel, we had Knee-Jerk Reflex. The only kind of unfortunate part for Gaje was not able to kind of line up that Flywheel properly. The timing was correct at the end, but it was really just, you know, the distance between himself and the Hunter.
Yeah, I mean, in the beginning of the game, I was going to say that Lucky Eye being chased first can really hurt the side of the survivors because he only has one item and he may or may not get the item that he wishes when he chooses other items that are only like 50%. But, I mean, he made it work with that one pocket watch and the mind games. Just excellent job to this Lucky Guy. I did not expect that long of a kite. We're going to be able to see how many seconds he contained this hunter, but it's basically a 5-second kite if you think about it. 5 cipher kite.
Definitely, yeah. And like it's also with Lucky Guy only using one item as well. Like we didn't really bring any other items towards Lucky Guy to use just because of kind of, the team comp that was used there as well, in which we actually can't. But from Lucky Guy's side, potentially speaking, if we had more items, it definitely would have been better as well. But with the match stats here too, Lucky Guy as God J, 122-second solo containment time.
Yeah, and we can see that the magician did not see this hunter at all. 0 containment time and 200% decoding.
Yeah, and it's kind of like a lot of pressure was given to Gotcha as well, especially after his first kite as perfumer in that Lakeside Village map. But with him coming out as Lucky Guy, being able to perform this well and being able to kind of give back what Momoka has given him in the first game, it does show that even as a hunter main, their survivor is really, really, really good too.
Yeah, and another moment during the game where it could have been possibly very dangerous is when the Gravekeeper was so far off coming to rescue the Lucky Guy on the chair. He wasn't Shovel, he was hit outside of Shovel very quickly, and then he was injured. And he was about to get down before getting that rescue, and then he did get the immediate down onto the Gravekeeper, and he had to go after the Lucky Guy. So that could have been a very dangerous moment for the survivors, but they made it work.
Yeah, and I do think it's also I would say, right, one of probably the mistakes I think that HLT has done there was just the aeroplane is coming in for such an early rescue too. I do think maybe it's a little bit too much resources used, but also at the same time it was very risky as well, because if we force a rescue there really early, I don't think the outcome would have been any more different. However, we're going to move on towards a highlight of our match 2 for our final matchup today. We'll see y'all back in round 3. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This will be IVT Southeast Asia Region 2025. I'm Mikasa Kuroshiro, and with me is Gummy. We've just finished the second game of HLT versus GX, and there was HLT being able to take the game away with a trim elimination and a tie game for themselves as well. So as of now, HLT is currently winning. GX is just a little bit behind, but it's not something that's unrecoverable.
Right. So the total points is GX has 8 points. HLT has 10 points. HLT has won a round, so if GX wants to stay in the game, they need to be able to win round 3 with more points or same total points.
Yes, and like with that in mind as well, right? That just means one of their teams, one of their factions has to either get a trim elimination or a trim escape, and the other one just needs to tie, so we can go towards overtime rounds. But with this in mind as well, if we think about it, right, it was GX it was GX Momoka who did have that opera available to use, decides not to use it and go for a Hullabaloo instead, which did result in a very nice tie game. However, it wasn't enough to kind of bring it back compared to Seichu with that breaking wheel of a trim elimination game 2. But moving on now towards game 3, right? We do now know, okay, the 2 Hunter permabands from GX's side right now is the IV is gone and the Hullabaloo is gone, so we still have Opera and Goldman. And from HLT side, it is Seichu's Goldman and Seichu's Breaking Wheel 2. So if Seichu still does have other pocket picks he can use and GX doesn't know about it, I think he could do a clean sweep.
Yeah, I mean, coming in with a Breaking Wheel and being able to get that 3-man elimination and get that win for his teammate definitely helped out a lot. And so yeah, I mean, seeing non-meta hunters just doing very good is another strategy that teams have been using, and seeing Breaking Wheel on Chinatown again, we can see Breaking Wheel is a very viable hunter pick. So that was good to see. That still allows HLT to choose from the 3 meta hunters, whichever ones that's not banned. And on the GX side, since they did choose 2 meta hunters, they'll have 2 available, and GX will have 1 available for them.
Yes, but then like game 3, we have 2 bans from Survivor side as well. So I think now it's all about pocket picks and who they really work well with as well. But we'll see. We'll have to see the map ban picks as well, because in this case, it's kind of more based on who gets the upper hand with the map picks too, and what map will be chosen as well. I do think they'll probably give more leeway towards the survivors, just because now it's game 3, it's a bit more survivor based, and it's not the new patch just yet, so survivor can still play around the hunter as much as they can.
Yeah, and if we look at the previous picks, on the side of GX, they banned Red Church and they end up choosing Ever Sleeping Town. And HLT actually got the win in Ever Sleeping Town, which was a GX pick, so that's very interesting to see. They're working with whatever they have in order to, and that utilize that breaking wheel. On the side of HLT, they also banned Red Church and they end up choosing Lakeside, and which they tied round 1. So it seems like both teams don't want to play on Red Church.
Yeah, it is a map now. I think from what we've seen for the meta hunters, it's not too good because of the amount of pallets and the more amount of supports that survivors can do as well. Or maybe it's because Goldman's too strong in that map alongside Opera as well. Yeah. It kind of does go hand in hand.
Yeah, so they need to pick a map that isn't too good for the hunter and allows enough survivors to make it through. We've been seeing a lot of map picks. We haven't seen, well, I don't think I've seen Moon River Park when I was commentating. It's not a very popular map.
It hasn't been chosen out quite a lot from the Southeast Asia teams as well, though. I think the popular picks are usually Lakeside. We did have Leo's once. We didn't really see Hospital. We didn't really see the small maps overall, but I think big maps overall, it's Ever Sleeping Town and Chinatown that has been preferably picked. Lakeside as well, which has already been picked twice or thrice today already. So I think it's more based on favorability of the teams too.
Yeah, I mean, Moonlight River Park is such a big map, and it looks like we're going to have the map choices. GX is going to be banning the Red Church once again. We're going to be seeing Leo's Memories picked by HLT, and it looks like GX's Survivor is going to go first, so HLT's Hunter will be playing first.
With Leo's Memories of a pick, I do think it's bad. It's not bad for HLT, but also at the same time, the moment they chose that map, it kind of just means Opera gets fully countered in Leo's as well, just because of that 2-story area. Goldman will definitely be permabanned, but I think from GX's side, permabanning the Opera and Goldman isn't a bad choice. It's just more about now it's who's going to be that 3rd pick. Walk Stardust could potentially work well here, but it's only worked a few times. It's too big. Well, there's too much obstacles in this map, so there's too much kind of cutoff points where you won't get waxed at all.
And we have seen some survivors picking that Explorer because there's lots of good hiding spots for Explorer, but it looks like we're going to have the first ban picks, and it looks like we're going to have a ban onto the Ford once again, and the Antiquarian does not want to deal with these harassers.
GX's survivors decided to ban out the Opera and the Hullabaloo. We got, well, permabanned is Goban and Breaking Wheel after all, as Meteorologist and Prisoner will be the first 2 picks from the survivor side.
So they want to try and get that Cypher progress finish, and the very good thing about Prisoner is that he can connect those Cypher machines, so if the Hunter is pressuring a Cypher that has a lot of progress, the survivors are going to rotate out of that area and the Prisoner can possibly finish up that Cypher machine. But if Prisoner is chased first, I mean, he does seem to struggle, but he does have also that stun, so he can, make it work.
Definitely, and like we see the Explorer being banned out there as well, because we don't want to see Explorer and Prisoner in the same team comp again because of the Cypher Rush. Mercenary here being chosen out from GX's Survivor side, as Acrobat here will be our final ban. We kind of are just missing, potentially speaking, a really good container or even a supporter overall. you can go patient with this one, or even you can potentially speaking go postman for extra decoding speed boost, and those always viable as well, or even psychologist for that extra hit potential. But it seems like Manhunt is going to lock in that novelist instead, which definitely speaking isn't bad, but he's the only harasser in this team.
Right, yeah. I mean, the meteorologist could help a little with the winds, but she only has 3 items left to utilize. So, I mean, in that sense, we do see that the novelist can really get those pallet stuns when necessary, when he's chased first, and then when he's going in for the rescue, he can switch with the hunter if the hunter's closer to the chair. So we've been seeing him being used pretty well, but not the strongest harasser. Doesn't really have much of a choice though, because Forward and Antiquarian were banned.
Yeah, and like we see here as well with the selection here, it's going to be Manhunt here on our meteorologist, Skyfall on that mercenary little boy for the prisoner, and of course it will be novelist being given to as the names are banned on my screen, to Neru. So like with this case, right, like you have Opera gone, you have Hullabaloo gone, you could go Ivy here just to counter that novelist if you want to, but I generally don't think it's going to be enough, especially with like the amount of staircases in this map.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be HLT Hunter. He played the Goatman and Breaking Wheel, so we can expect an unexpected, unconventional Hunter coming in here, and it's going to be the Anne.
I think Seichu is going to play this as kind of stable as possible. Tie game is really all what he needs, unless the survivors actually get 3-man or even 4-man elimination, but it's not bad. It's just this is hard against meteorologist. This is also hard against the novelist as well. And like if prisoner is first chase, we can't just get novelist to come in instantly to switch positions. So Anne's cash will immediately be nullified.
Yeah, I mean, Anne is a very good stable hunter, and she does very well against those survivors that harass because she can just stun them and she can jump towards them. It's gonna be interesting. I feel like her ideal chase would be the prisoner, but it really depends on the spawn points, right? And it looks like they will be spawning. We have the novelist in the middle, we have the meteorologist at Shack, we have the prisoner inside of the factory, a very safe area for the decoder.
And like with this spawn location as well, yes, Neru is a little bit further away, but at least you still do have Manhunt here near middle for a bit of a pushback when Anne gets her cats out as well. I do think from our point of view here, either top right or bottom right would be the best scenario here. We're gonna spawn top right here, thinking that prisoner would be spawning in the 2-store area, but no, it's gonna be novelist right in front of us.
Yeah, so it does look like she will most likely be going for that novelist. It would have been better if she was near the prisoner, but it does look like it did work in favor for the survivors, and we'll have to see what kind of persona the novelist brings, if they're prepared for this first chase or not.
Yeah, and like with this as well, we're going to be able to see confined space detention with warp here from the side of our disciple. Nanu here with knee-jerk reflex, Skyfall with Tie Turner, Anu with knee-jerk reflex, and of course it will be our meteorologist on knee-jerk reflex as well. This will be day 1 match for round 3, first up between GX versus HLT. HLT currently 3 points up ahead of GX. The commentary will be brought to you by Kuroshiro and by Gummy.
And it looks like the hunter near Christmas trees, utilizing the cats to jump towards her first target. It does look like she's going towards Maran as the first chase, who is the meteorologist.
It's not a bad first chase, however, you can't land any cut on towards this Wendy because of her flying ability here as well. That's going to be a pushback there used instantly just to get out and pull even more distance too. And we do see here as well, prisoner just rotated out too, so do we want to change? No, we don't.
Yeah, and it looks like she was able to get that window vault, so now she's going to be transitioning back inside. She has a pallet to work with, and the hunter is just waiting for the cats. Now the cats are ready. She's going to be able to latch onto the meteor for the first time. Will be forced to break this pallet. Wonderful push by this meteorologist. That wind was spot on.
We decide not to use warp there in order to catch up there instantly, but it seems like the warp will be used here instead, as that's going to be a vault over there just on time from Manant as well. Now we have to get rid of the warp, as we do still have items left on our hands to use. So I just feel like from Seichu's side, that warp should have been used a little bit earlier when the cat was still on this meteorologist, but that's okay. First set will still register, and we are 75 seconds in towards the game.
And Hunter going to be throwing the cats. They will be latching on as she's making her way up the stairs to the second floor area. Assistance by the novelist, switching the Hunter and keeping her far away from this meteorologist.
Anna's currently kept at bay by this novelist, but novelists can also still come nearby to gain more and more of those pages and storybooks to use. Malantir, we don't have knee-jerk reflex ready just yet on the window, but we do have our clouds ready as well, as we've just saved there earlier on too. So right now, we've someone nearby to actually give you a pallet drop potential, and giving a free hit here for Anna isn't the best, but a cipher machine, if you look at it, almost 3 cipher machines done.
Yeah, I mean, novelist helping out this kite because meteorologist's items keep getting blocked, but she doesn't have any items left, so it doesn't really matter. She's going to be transitioning into the prisoner, and it looks like the prisoner is going to be the next survivor helping her kite out this Anne.
But prisoner can stun here instantly, and this just means that you can't pounce on towards the Wendy anymore. This meteorologist is pulling out so much time from the containment.
Yeah, I mean, the survivor support is amazing. They're just keeping her alive, but she's at no items. Looks like the hunter will finally be able to jump and get the down onto this meteorologist. The novelist did get injured during that time, but if we look at the cipher progress, we have 3 cipher machines completed, the 4th cipher machine at 70%, and this is only the first chair.
Not only that as well, we still have Tightener on our hands to use. There's still a prisoner left in this map as well. So right now what we're trying to see here is right after Mercenary gets rescued, how much more pages can Novelist get? Everyone still has borrowed time.
Yes, and it looks like Skyfall is going to be coming in for this rescue. The cat isn't able to latch onto the mercenary. He's able to get that rescue with Tide Turner, and that's going to allow the meteorologist to leave the cipher machine that currently has a lot of progress and transition towards this corner where the cipher machine is completed. So staying away from all the cipher machines, and she will be going down as soon as Tide Turner ends.
This is beautiful backdoor pallet stun, but this is really good from Survivor's point of view too. We have Mercenary still at full health that can come in for the rescue. We have 2 survivors basically decoding Cipher Machine, pushing Prisoner Cipher Machine instead, and by the time that Cipher Machine has been decoded, it'll be Prisoner at around 70% decoding progress. So basically right now we're looking at a 4-man endgame.
Yeah, 4 cipher machines have just been completed. Last cipher machine at 80%. We see Skyfalls coming in for the rescue once again. The cipher machine is going to be primed and ready, and they all have borrowed time, including this survivor that has been chaired. Will be taking a hit here and will be able to get that rescue. Cipher machines are primed now, and it looks like the mercenary is trying to catch a cat for the survivor. Body blocking, and she's going to get the hit onto the meteorologist. Cipher machine is popped. It's the end game situation. 4 survivors up and running.
Say she couldn't find an opportunity there to cat jump, which is a little bit unfortunate because I feel like we could have gotten the novelist down and then go for the meteorologist. But right now, Exegate at 56%, we have a warp and not a teleport, which just means as long as Malan gets up the staircase here, it'll be a guaranteed win game from the side of GX, and this is really all what they need here in order to relieve some pressure on Momoka for us to get that tie game.
Yeah, and we can see that the exit gate has already been opened up by the prisoner. Meteorologist is going to die as far away as possible. All 3 survivors are already at the exit gate, and that's a 3 survivor escape for the side of GX.
It's brilliantly done by GX, especially for our meteorologists as well. A really good first containment too, with those brilliant pushbacks as well. Now the question lies with our second game, in which it has to be Momoka or maybe Hetian who has to play Hunter on this map as well. GX at least was able to get the advantage point since they were the one who was able to choose the, HLT was the one who chose the map, right? But then GX took advantage of them instead.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I just really want to say amazing job on the side of the support on the GX survivors. Everybody helped out with their item at least once. We saw the meteorologist was able to utilize her entire bottle. The assist from the novelist, switching up, giving her more distance, and then we had the assist from the prisoner. The meteorologist kept going back and forth, getting support where she needed, taking hits for the survivor, and also being able to get that full health rescue really just helped out. Yeah, I mean, survivors, that Cypher machines were ready in no time, and it was in-game situation before we knew it. They completely countered this, and so just amazing job on the side of the survivors.
Yeah, and it's also with solo containment as well from their side. We see here 181-second containment by that meteorologist. We did see support from the novelist as well, and of course from the prisoner too, which did further increase that containment time for this Wendy. From the side of Seichu though, 0 Cypher machines remaining with 3 pallets destroyed, only 7 survivor hits, and of course 4 knockdowns in total, which was all given towards this meteorologist as well. It is more or less, I think this game kind of has been lost the moment we chose out a Disciple and up against this team comp.
Yeah, I mean, in the beginning we saw the hunters getting 4-man eliminations, but as the rounds progress, as you've mentioned before, it's becoming more survivor-sided, and they're getting more and more survivors out. And in this case, it's a very good advantage for GX because they did lose round 2, and so if they can just keep this momentum, they could possibly get a tie, and that would give us an overtime match, so even more matches to commentate.
Yeah, and like I do think now it's Seichu playing all 3 games definitely did tire himself as well, which is why we do see as well, like maybe game 3 the performance really wasn't the best, but he's done really well game 1 and game 2. Now it's up to Momoka from the side of GX here as well. We still can't forget though, HLT survivors do contain really well as well. So like in our case, it's kind of now more or less about can we maybe return a 3-man escape? A tie game is also good enough too, as you said, for OT, but I think 3-man escape is something that we're looking for here.
Yeah, so what I was wondering is, should have HLT's Hunter have chosen a different character? Because seeing how well the survivors did against Anne, it seems like they were very prepared, and the support they gave, I feel like the teamwork was amazing. So if the Hunter was able to choose a different character, would he have been able to down the Wendy faster? Will be able to possibly outplay her? Or yeah, I mean, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think yes, right? Because in that team comp, you just have too many characters that counters the Disciple. Mercenary being Mercenary can't really chase after him first, and just Novelist and Meteorologist being able to cancel your cat animations overall is kind of a huge threat towards the Hunter too. In our case here with this team comp, best case scenario, if you want to chase off after a Wendy, I felt like we could have went maybe Geisha. I felt like if you wanted to slow down the Cypher machine decoding progress, Hermit wouldn't be the best option, but it is still there for you to use if you want to change targets, especially at 2-story areas too, so you can find a prisoner, or even, you know, there is still there is still Nightmare that we talked about, so you can catch up towards them fast enough, or maybe even Joker, even though it's not the best map for him.
Yeah, I mean, the survivor personas, none of the survivors had flywheels, so Joker would have actually worked, but they'll have to really mind game the persona build, so that could have been very risky. And on the side of GX, we saw the Hunter playing Ivy and Hullabaloo. They need a Hunter that could at least get a 2-man elimination to tie up round 3, or they need to get a Hunter that's strong enough to get at least a 3-man elimination. They'll be able to win round 3 and win from the total number of points. So a lot of pressure on the GX Hunter side. What kind of Hunter will be able to give you that advantage and just be able to finish up the game in round 3 so that you don't have the pressure of overtime?
I think overtime might be unavoidable in our case here, especially with Leo's memory. The only chance that, you know, I think for right now for HLT, it's more about can we tie this game? I feel like as long as we tie this game, that's all really what matters, and go for overtime. For Momoka, we want the 3-man elimination, but tie game is also good enough too, as Seer and Anti has been banned.
Yeah, we always have the Seer and Anti bans. They're the most banned survivors since the last time I checked. And it looks like on the side of the survivors, they will be banning the Goatman and Opera Singer. So, and we can see Ivy was banned, and what is that?
Ivy, no, it is Goatman and Opera Singer banned there, and it seems like Entomologist there being the third ban from the survivor side. And global bans from the Hunter side is Ivy and Hullabaloo.
Oh, okay, it was Hullabaloo. So all of the meta hunters are now out of the game, and they have to choose from the non-meta hunter characters. And it looks like on the side of the survivor, they were able to sneak in the explorer.
Just about on time for Explorer. We also do see Fire Investigator and Wildling as well as Forward there has been banned too. There is a chance Momoka might want to play Clerk, is what I think, just because Clerk is more prone to a forward harass, but there's also, you know, the likes of Night Watch that is very scared as well, and with many other hunters too. But with Momoka's kind of hunter pool in general, it is quite vast for us to actually predict, but I think we can rule out what star this isn't going to be played on this map. I don't think Anne here would be doable as well, especially with the amount of Cypher Rush progress, and with Acrobat and Fire Investigator being able to counter you pretty hard.
Yeah, I mean, in order to down this survivor as quickly as possible, hopefully the hunter can spawn near the explorer and doesn't take too much time finding that first survivor. That would really help Momoka to get a lot of survivors down quickly. But yeah, I mean, they're looking for the least possible is they have to get a 2-man elimination. So if not more, you need to be able to secure that 2-man elimination. What hunter is going to give you those results in this instance? We could possibly have the Soul Weaver. Haven't seen Soul Weaver. Oh, it's going to be the Breaking Wheel. Interesting.
Breaking Wheel changes things a little bit for two reasons. Reason number one, because of his new recent patch, 5 seconds is actually enough time to lock a window and catch up before they kind of transition to a pallet, but also at the same time, there's just way too much pallets and windows around for survivors to play. So for Momoka right now, it is a do or die situation. We are going to be able to move on straight towards the era selection mode as well.
Yeah, we can see the Explorer will be taking the middle area. There are lots of obstacles, so he can hide, and it's going against a Breaking Wheel that goes past survivors very quickly, so there's a high chance that the Explorer will most likely be safe. But on the side of the other survivors, we're going to have the Breaking Wheel spawning right next to the Explorer.
I think about him being safe, we can throw that slowly out the window. It's not the best because you see, when you spawn in that area, wherever you spawn in middle, you're always either near closely towards the staircase or closely towards the Cypher machine. So in this case, I don't think Explorer has any options to hide. The best thing he can do right now is to run.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to have the Persona webs ready. It's going to be Blink, Insolence, and Broken Windows on the side of the Hunter.
And of course, from Survivor side, it'll be Titan on the Explorer with Flywheel on Acrobat, Titan and Flywheel on the Wildling, and of course, Ninja Reflex for our Fire Investigator. This will be Day 1 match for round 3 second half between HLT versus GX for IVT 2025 Southeast Asia region. Commentary will be brought to you by Gummy and Crochet.
And the Hunter going straight into his wheel form. He is going to be going for the first survivor. It does look like he has an idea where this Explorer will be, but he is hiding in the grass, and it looks like he's going to be going back into his human form and going after 6 instead.
Acrobat first shakes his head looking for Explorer. Explorer has Titan though, so I feel like that's just giving up on treasure here. With Acrobat being able to get straight towards an open area, I don't think Momoka is going to be... Oh, never mind, she got that very first spike already.
Yeah, he was able to avoid getting any injury for the time being. You're going to utilize his bomb to avoid this trap. Wonderful job on this Acrobat. Hunter is going to be forced back inside of his wheel form to close the distance and possibly get another spike onto this Acrobat.
But Acro can twirl around here for a little while longer. We do have balls ready on our hands to use it, so we can probably jump over the window there first and then slowly ball back here just on time as well. Brilliantly done by 6. We're 60 seconds in towards the game. Blink is ready, but no second spike just yet.
Right, it does look like 6 is keeping a very safe distance away from this Breaking Wheel. He's back inside of his Breaking Wheel form. 6 is heading towards the shadow, is able to get that second spike, and misses his Blink. Flywheels! And he's able to avoid this Blink. Oh, but it will get trapped here and we'll be able to take that down. That is a great mind game, but it looks like he was stuck here at this pallet.
Right now, since everyone was kind of rotating early game as well, our Cypher machine is a bit slower compared to the usual. Explorer with 33% page stacks as well. And I don't think anyone's going to come in for rescue. Wilding with Wanted Order, it's too risky.
Right, and they do have 3 Cypher machines if we include the Explorer's page, but it does seem like the Explorer page has stopped at 33%. They just need to get the Cypher progress into the Cypher machines. Hunter is in his wheel form, terrorizing the area so that the survivors can't approach. Yeah, and they're very far. Oh, we do see the Explorer is actually nearby.
Do we? We do see him now. Explorer might be a little bit too late to the party, especially when we're so far away. We can get the second spike on, but no, we got stuck there a little bit. That's a little bit unfortunate here. Change Q straight towards the human form, but can't get a trap down on time. Yes, we can, and that's gonna be a nullification on that rescue too. Only 2 Cypher machines done. Kudo tried, but it just wasn't enough.
And on top of that, Explorer had a 33% page, so that's not going to be in the Cypher machines anytime soon. Being able to just send the Acrobat to the Manor with only 1 down is really going to help, and that immediate down on the Explorer cut off way too far away from that Cypher from the chair. Survived that was chair. It looks like Hunter's going to be changing his target and try to down this Wildling.
Or for Wildling right now, that's immediate 2 spikes here on our hands to use as well. We do have flywheel here still left to use, but the question now being, Gotcha, beautiful flywheel used. We also got rid of that trap as well, just on time too. That was brilliantly done by our rescuer. But now it will be a double down scenario. Wildling being able to pick up that 33% page, but there's only 1 survivor out there now decoding.
Right, and we're gonna have 1 survivor down. Hunter is right back onto this Explorer. He isn't able. Oh, he's able to just get that spike onto him. Now, it doesn't look like there's much options left for this Explorer. He's just continuously looping the boxes. He's trying to transition, but he's trapped in the walls. Oh, he's still doing a very good job avoiding that 1 spike. Hunter is going to be coming out of his wheel form, landing that 2nd spike, and it does look like he didn't get that hit. Oh, but he is going to be able to utilize his snap and finally down this Explorer. Wildling still on the ground with that 33% page.
I think I realized today that if we want to kite a breaking wheel as Explorer, just go miniature mode. He won't ever hit you, it's fine, you're too small of a hitbox to even get anything on you. But as of now, Wildling did get up on time. We see Boo Boo nearby as well, Fire Investigator on his way in for the rescue too, but he does not have flywheel. So right now, I think the moment we change forms is all what's necessary here. Wildling coming in for the backdoor rescue. But with this rescue, it'll be self-heal there being used as well. We got a snap down. Good night, Kudo. Good night, Wildling. Boo Boo being nearby, seeing their demise.
A double down on the side of this breaking wheel. He is just downing survivors left and right. They're unable to get these rescues, and if they are rescued, it's a double down situation. Wildling down against does not have self-heal with that 33% page. We don't see the Cypher machine progressing very well, and Hunter's already on his next survivor.
Momoka, that's a brilliant 2nd spike on time and an immediate surrender from the side of HLT GX. Let's congratulate them for winning the final matchup of today. It was a brilliant performance from the side. Well, it was a brilliant reverse sweep for them, and of course for Momoka as well, finally getting that 4-man elimination.
Yeah, I mean, they did incredible support. Survivors supported each other incredibly well in that 3rd game, and the Hunter also did not slack off. He got that 4-man elimination with that breaking wheel. I mean, I think everything started to go downhill when the Hunter downed the Explorer and he failed that rescue. So things really worked well for GX.
Yeah, and I do think it's also as well, probably HLT panicked a little bit with Explorer coming to rescue. Yeah, selling probably would have been better. They know themselves that early game, Acrobat kept kind of interrupting Explorer when it comes to taking the page, and we saw Wildling and Fire Investigator as well needing to transition to start decoding the Cypher machine. So even by the time that Acrobat did go down, which is around 100 seconds or maybe 90, around that point, Cypher machines were only 50% across all 3.
Yeah, so they didn't have enough Cypher machines. They had a page, but it was partially picked up. And then the Explorer was trying to go for that rescue because he is a survivor that has Tide Turner. So idealistically, if he was able to get that rescue, it would have made a big difference. But sometimes you just have to sell survivors, especially if they're far away and you can't really make it to the chair. And having that wanted order on that Wildling really hurt the side of the survivors if you think about it. Because Wildling would have been a much better survivor to go for that rescue.
Definitely. But then, like, at the end of the day, the issue there was Wilding having wanted order and being on the other side of the map was just way too risky too. I feel like with the pathing from, you know, the Explorer as well, maybe going from the back instead of directly front towards the chair would have been better, or just not rescue overall. Because if you think about it, with Explorer on the field, tie game is still very possible as well.
Yeah, and if we look at the match stats here, the most survivor containment time is the Explorer, and that's at 73 seconds. So, yeah, I mean, the kite on the side of the Acrobat, only 62 seconds. I don't think it was enough for the survivors.
No, definitely not, especially with so much early game rotation as well, not being able to decode the cipher machine. It's just way too hard from the side of HLT, but they did perform really well as well. I think it's just Seichu last game being very tired and playing and up against a full country team comp could also be one of the reasons why this costed them their win.
Yeah, so very good turnaround on the side of GX. They were losing game number 2, so they were at a deficit, but they were able to get the win for game 3, and the total number of points exceeded HLT, so they were able to get that win, which was very unexpected. We expected that they'd probably get 2-man elimination. We were expecting overtime, but yeah, great mentality, mindset support on the side of the survivors. That aggressiveness on the side of the hunter just really gave them that win. We're gonna have the MVP. Any thoughts on MVP?
I think probably Momoka. I think Momoka deserves it the most right now. Double format elimination and being able to tie for game being able to tie game 2 was good, but I think it's the 2 format eliminations for GX.
I mean, we also had that 3-minute kite for the meteorologist, so that is also a possibility. I mean, that containment time is pretty crazy. So yeah, a lot of potential MVP players on the side of GX. We also do have an interview, yeah.
And like with the interview, we'll know soon as well who we will be able to meet. But then, like, if we think about it as well, for tomorrow's matchup, it will be UPDG versus WWW, and then it will be GX versus FT. So it's, you know, top 4 teams right now. All of them are really strong contenders. Most people on GX was from GH before, all veteran players. FT already in co-op for so long as well, all veteran players as well. And we see UPDG as well, as who was mainly Sky last year, being in the top 4 here too. So for IVT Southeast Asia region right now, we now actually have the top 4 teams for tomorrow for semifinals and for finals too.
Yeah, it's very exciting to see we've seen the matchups in the lower brackets, but now we get to see how well the survivors do against the winners of each of their brackets, and we'll be able to compare how the experience and how they're going to be able to counter these survivors and hunters, because they've now seen the gameplay of each team. They know what the hunters picks are going to be, they know what the survivor picks are going to be, so they're going to be able to prepare more, even though it's only one day. But they'll be able to come up with strategies, how to help their survivors, how to help their hunters, how they're going to counter them. So that's going to be exciting to see.
Definitely, yeah. And like, it's also I do think there is still some teams that haven't shown their full cards just yet, especially with the fact that, like, there has yet to be a single opera singer to be seen. I don't know whether that's because, you know, of players' kind of personal preference, or maybe we do rather have pocket picks coming out to surprise players in order to, potentially speaking, look for that win game.
Yeah, I mean, we were able to see some Nightmare gameplay. We saw 2 Breaking Wheel gameplays, and they both got the 3-man elimination each time. Oh, actually, the 4-man elimination this round, but they were all able to perform pretty well. So being able to see the additional hunters coming in is pretty interesting.
Definitely. Like, it's also now with, you know, with the moment we actually start moving on here too, we saw Momoka's Ivy being able to formal eliminate game 1. We saw a lot of other characters as well, like the Hullabaloo being able to tie as well. There is definitely potential for Hullabaloo to still win, but I feel like a lot of times for today, all our Hullabaloo mains have been one-tapping their double surprise quite a lot, in which they have been kind of mispositioning their item usages. So as long as all hunters move on towards the top 4 can fix this, I would say Hullabaloo is still someone that we can fear.
And we will be having that interview very shortly. The person that will be interviewed will be shown on the screen.
Oh, we don't know who it is just yet, but we
Yeah.
will also know. Well, we'll see how it goes. But once again, congratulations for GX for winning. And let's move on towards the interview phase then, if we're ready. Hello, Skyfall. Congratulations on the win. It's been quite a while since we've seen you. How are you feeling?
Very good, very tough game.
Definitely, yeah. It was a really good game tree from you guys, and with Momoka being able to pull back a 4-man elimination for you guys as well. I would say you guys done very, very well. You've handled the pressure very well as well, and really congratulations for winning this and go on towards top 4. My question for you would be, tomorrow you'll be facing up against FT. How do we feel?
Just play it all.
That is fair as well, and like it's kind of wish
no
you
matter
guys getting...
no matter what team we face, we just play.
Just play. Yes, we have to enjoy the process as well. And it's not only that too. It's also really nice to see you guys back together as well, playing almost the same Survivors team as you were in GH2.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, and my second question was, we got the tie in round 1. In round 2, HLT did get the advantage. We got the final win on GX on the 3rd round, but what are some of the things that you didn't expect and that really caught you off guard?
We have some mistakes. We didn't stick to the plan, but we cheer up and we fight. That's all.
That is very fair. That is very fair as well from your side. But I do think, you guys did very well as well, especially with game 2, where you were playing the first officer, and there was a really good containment from the side of our Survivor team as well, and you were the one that was kind of handling most of the pressure mid to end game with trying to preventing Seichu from downing you as fast as you can. You did also reserve 2 pocket watches there too, but what was your kind of mindset for the final containment, or just trying to buy as much time to get that last cipher machine done in game 2 when you went up against that breaking wheel?
I know that the dungeon is in the middle, so I try to save the items, but I cannot, because the cipher machine, when it popped, the hunter position is very nearby me, so I cannot save that watch. If I can save that watch, pop more sooner, I would try to go to the dungeon.
Definitely, yeah. And as it's during your rescues as well, right? You didn't use a single pocket watch as well, in which for your second containment, you just bought so much time for survivors being able to at least guarantee that 1-man escape, which for that game, I'd say you were definitely the MVP for that. But congratulations today once again, Skyfall. We will see you tomorrow in semifinals, and hopefully we'll see you in the finals as well. Do make sure to rest up well, and thank you for taking our interview today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Skyfall. Good luck tomorrow. And there we go. From GX's side, what probably we can say is it's nice to see them back as a full team here once again, or semi-full team, depending on if Anu is a little boy, or maybe they just name change or hire someone else. But I would say, their performance is good, pretty solid from the side of GX. Definitely having some stuff that we need to work on, but I think for now, for them, they're really enjoying the process.
Yeah, I mean, being able to turn that around in round 3 really just did help them, and very unexpected. We thought that it was going to be a long fight, but no, they're we're going to finish it in round 3, and they showed an excellent performance. I'm guessing round 1 and round 2, that was just warm up for the Hunter and the Survivors.
Yeah, I do think it's harder to say as well, right? Because round 1, we saw GX Marin containing really well. There were some shortcomings, unfortunately, which did end up with a 4-man elimination game. But Momoka being able to pull a beautiful first chase up against that perfumer also just brought everything back. From what I think, based on what I think, right? I would say maybe from the side of GX, they do play well. I think it's just a bit more about building confidence and just a little bit more communication, and they will definitely go a long way.
Yeah, I mean, if the Survivors support just as well as they did in Game 3, I mean, I'm still amazed by the wonderful support, just going back and forth. if they can just pull that off and, you know, work on their communication and support, I think they'll get very far, and hopefully we'll be able to see them make it to finals. And yeah, we'll see GX going to the top, because they are the team that was GH, so they were the team that represented Southeast Asia for KOA for quite some time in the past, right?
Yeah, I think it's like 4 or 5 years before we saw we saw 02 and FT coming along, and of course Sky last year too.
Yeah. So they could be the next, this could be their comeback, but they will have a hard journey to fight against, because the previous FT players and previous Sky players, they have the new teams made up. Upper Dog. Upper Dog is pretty scary. They finished their game in 2 rounds that I got to commentate. Pretty alarming. And then FT, they got that. They have the FT players and that one hunter that was flown in just to play for this team.
Yeah, and it's also, you know, like, it's really hard matchups now, because GX versus FT, it's a rematch. It's been a rematch for the past, you know, 2 to 3 years. And then when we have UPDG versus WWW, WWW will be the underdogs of that one, just because of how many veteran players we have in UPDG. But the finals, once again, is just another, you know, rematch between these top 3/4 teams once again.
Yeah, and we've been playing the best of 3s up to semifinals, but in the finals, you will be able to see the best of 5s, and MVP will be going to the IVGX Momoka, getting that. Was that 4-man elimination in the beginning?
Yes, 4-man as the IV, and then 4-man as the breaking a wheel for game 1 and for game 3.
Wow, so carry on the side of Momoka. We didn't get to see Hetien quite yet. Not sure if they're going to continue this pattern where it will just be Momoka playing the entire time, or they're going to switch things up, have a wild card available, possibly have Hetien play with a specialty character. Yeah, it'll be exciting to see in the later rounds.
Definitely, yeah. I feel like maybe they want to save Hetien for his opera singer, since his opera singer is really, really, really good, as we didn't see anything today at all, which is, I feel like, a little bit sad, because I would like to see some opera from Southeast Asia region. I guess for IVL IGL, it's kind of a bit more different, because we see them every day. But with this, you know, we've a lot of breaking wheel, a lot of wax artists today, and of course, one nightmare game, if I'm not wrong, being played out as well.
Yeah, and on the fact that all these survivors made it to game 4 is also means that the prize pool for even when you're eliminated, you still get much more. So making it to top 4 is also a very good accomplishment, especially against these teammates.
Yeah, and we see here as well, right? Today's results, UPDG versus 4AW. UPDG was able to take the game home in 2 games. WWW versus NE, it was a reverse sweep for game 3, in which it led WWW to win. Then it was FT versus FK here. Very dominant game 1 with a 10-0. It's a very hard game to come back, which FT has won. And then finally, GX versus HLT, in which it was also a reverse sweep as well. As you see in round 3, it was an 8-1.
Yeah, we did see UPDG dominate in their matchup, and FT also dominated in their matchup, because they did make it to round 3, but they still got that 5-man elimination. And seriously, getting that 10-point differentiation in the first round is, yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Insane, yeah. And like you see here as well, right? It's 2 wins to UPDG, 1-1 from both NE and WWW, but WWW won by points, 2-0 for FT, 2 wins in total from their side, and GX versus HLT. Both teams had 1 win, but GX won due to points as well. We see here our brackets too. We just finished off quarterfinals today, and for semifinals tomorrow, it will be UPDG versus WWW. Then we will have semifinals of FT versus GX. Winners of both semifinals will move on towards the grand finals, in which they will take home the IVT Southeast Asia Region 2025 Cup.
Yeah, exciting matches tomorrow. We'll be able to see you guys once again. We're just waiting to see how this is going to what we're supposed to do afterwards, but yeah, I mean,
we continue to talk about tomorrow's game, but with tomorrow matches as well, as you see here. Gummy, match 1 will be at 4 o'clock UTC plus 7 between UPDG versus WWW. Then we're going to have match 2 at 6 o'clock UTC plus 7 between FT versus GX. Then, of course, match 3 will be a best of 5s at 8 o'clock UTC plus 7, in which it is going to be the winners between game 1, well, match 1 and match 2.
Yeah, and we will be able to see the best of 5s for the finals. So we're going to be seeing much more different variety of survivor picks, a lot of variety of hunter picks. And so yeah, a lot of varieties. We're going to see more characters being played, survivors. It's always exciting to see best of 5 because the tides just turn left to right. They do seem to... And we will be wrapping up soon. Kuro.
I know, yes, but of course for the outro of this one, thank you everyone for watching. Thank you everyone for watching IVT Southeast Asia Region 2025. This will be the end of day 1. We'll see you tomorrow for game 2 for semi-finals. Have a good day. Good night.